Welcome to the Hope Global Forum's Cryptocurrency Summit. Please welcome Operation Hope's President of Program Operations, Mr. Lance Triggs.
Is City of Atlanta in the house? Is City of Atlanta in the house? Good morning, everybody. We are excited for being here with you today on this beautiful Friday. I want to thank all of our sponsors for making today's Cryptocurrency Summit possible. We want to thank the Office of the Comptroller of Currency. We want to thank Robinhood. We want to also thank a lot of other supporters over the years who've made this possible. MasterCard. It's an extremely honor for them to believe in what we're doing here. And so are you ready to have a great time this morning? I don't know. It sounds like you guys still need some coffee. Let's try it again. Are you ready to have a great time this morning? That's what I'm talking about. Well, I just want to welcome you. I'm serving as your master of ceremonies today, and I want to welcome all of you to our special edition of the Hope Global Forums. You guys remember the Hope Global Forums we have every year? Well, this is our first cryptocurrency and digital assets summit, and the timing can't be perfect, right? And so today we're going to explore a lot of different things tied to cryptocurrency. Number one, we want to know what exactly is this new world about when it comes to cryptocurrency? What are the opportunities that are out there? What are the potential pitfalls? And what role should the regulatory agency or community play when it comes to cryptocurrency? And what are the impacts for underserved populations and communities? So it's so great to see everybody. Thank you all for getting up early this morning to join us and being here in person. But not just only you're here in person, hundreds and thousands of people are viewing this summit online around the entire world. So we want to welcome them as well. So much has changed during the last couple of weeks, and we're going to talk about all of it. We're going to make sure we remove any stigma or any unknowns when it comes to cryptocurrency. So now let's not waste any more time. Are you ready to go? All right. So we're going to go ahead and get started. We have one of the world's most brilliant minds who is going to kick us off with the big think. And so we want to welcome to the digital, and it's when we talk about the big thing, it's tied to welcome to the new digital economy. And so he's coming to us live from the great city of Minneapolis, Minnesota. Please welcome the president of Time, Mr. Keith Grossman.
How are you? First and foremost, I'm so sorry that I cannot be there in person. I will say that I love John Hope Bryant. I think he is one of the most inspirational people I've ever met. He's a mentor to me, and I love that he's doing this conference. Second, Lance, thank you for the introduction. I think one of the most important things that if you're going to do a conference about cryptocurrency and the future is to make sure that everything is discussed. One of the key facets of cryptocurrency and the use of a blockchain is transparency. And so it's important that, the good is discussed. It's important that the bad is discussed. And it's important to recognize that crypto is not a religion. It's not anything more than a technology. And with every technology, technology can be used for good and technology can be used for bad. And this is an interesting technology because money is associated with it. And when money is associated with it, people enter into it for all different reasons. For me, right, just to give a little background of myself, and I think that this is important because you'll be like, why is Time in the crypto space as much as it is? I started my career at Wired and ultimately went and ran Wired and Ars Technica. And I started to get very familiar with the crypto space back in about 2014. I then went to Bloomberg. So I was very much entrenched in the financial space where I was at Bloomberg Media. And then I came to Time. Last year, I took Time into Web3. And when I say Web3, what I mean is an internet where it's a read-write social ownership internet. Web 1 is a read-write internet. Web 2 is a read-write social internet. Web 3 allows for online ownership, right? And that's the power of a token, such as an NFT. That's all it is a token. And a blockchain is that you could validate ownership online. And when I said last March that Time was going to enter into this space, I was greeted by an incredible amount of emails and text messages from colleagues in the media industry asking me if I was on drugs, like what was going on. And I'll step back and I'll give you the themes that I was seeing, because I want you to think about that today as you think about sort of the power of what I think is occurring and is going to occur over the next 15 to 20 years as consumers move from online renters to online owners. But the punchline is 12 months later, we did $17 million in revenue in the Web3 space. We did $10 million of profit in the Web3 space. Of that revenue and profit, we donated 1% of a specific community called Timepieces that we launched of primary and secondary sales to charity, and raised over $600,000 that we gave to charities that ranged from free democratic presses, supporting free democratic presses, to humanitarian relief in the Ukraine. And we used the ability to add and affix a smart contract, which allowed us to track secondary sales. So not just the primary sale, but how did a token sell in the market following, to split revenues with artists. And so we now have 89 artists participating in our Web3 initiative called Timepieces. And every time a piece is bought and sold on the secondary market, these artists are making money alongside Time, and it's even split. And so I think that that's really important, because it's also changing the dynamics in which brands can have relationships with consumers. So what did I see, and why did I jump into this space? Well, first, I mean, you could pretty much tell, like, why is Time in this space? It's pretty much in the space because all I am is a dorky guy who likes technology, likes art, and likes crypto. But what I really saw was back in 2020, I was lonely. And I think a lot of you can relate to that as well. I wasn't, gallivanting around the world. I was living upstate with my wife and my daughter and our dog with my mother-in-law. And I was essentially isolated. And I started to realize a few things were taking place. One, my digital identity was just as valuable as my physical identity. And that really started to hit home to me, that because I was engaging with people digitally but not physically, they were equal. And in some cases, more valuable, because I have way more people that follow me online than know me in person. The second I started to realize was that a technology like NFTs, which is based in a crypto ecosystem, allowed for online ownership. And when you could allow for online ownership and you could verify that you own an asset, then if your online identity is just as valuable as your physical identity, online ownership is just as valuable as physical ownership. And then the third thing I realized, and this came from reading a book called Bowling Alone by Robert Putnam, was that as we started to see social circles degrade in the world, what we started to see was the recalibration and the reformation of social circles online surrounding the ownership of these assets. And so what I started to recognize was that new communities that were forming, not based on shared demographics or geographics, which is what communities have historically been based on, but based on shared psychographics. And that was really powerful. And so when we entered into the space, we had a thesis. And that was the thesis, that these communities were forming, that online identities were becoming increasingly valuable to the individuals, and that you could now all of a sudden verify online ownership. Now, let me be 100% clear. I am really a huge crypto advocate, and I need to put my cards on the table, because said, but at the same time, the two biggest hurdles to the space, in my opinion, is education, which I think John and his team do incredibly well, probably better than anyone, and regulation. And so, I'm thrilled that there's so many important players in this field of regulation that are going to be speaking here today, because right now it's too fluid and there's not enough education and there's not enough regulation. And so what you're seeing is a lot of good is happening in some instances and a lot of bad is happening in some instances. But the reality is that, in my opinion, crypto's here to stay. This is not a fad, it's a trend. And it's something that I would sort of put in your mind as follows. And this is the most crass way of explaining how to think about it. Every day that a person on this planet passes away, and it's an unfortunate way of thinking about it, but John knows that I make really weird analogies sometimes. So John, this is your fault for putting me up on stage and opening up this space. But every day that somebody passes away, and every day that somebody is born, somebody who opposes cryptocurrency is not being replaced at a 1-to-1 ratio with somebody who is going to accept it. And I genuinely believe that cryptocurrency is a technological revolution as well as a generational revolution. And I think that, while time has seen a lot of success with cryptocurrencies and with doing deals in the crypto space and with building communities within the crypto space and with transforming our brand within the crypto space, I think that what you're going to see is that more people are going to adopt the cryptocurrency space because crypto ultimately doesn't come with the same systemic issues that the traditional banking systems may have. And I think that that's a big reality. And I think that when I say something like Web3, what I really mean is cryptocurrency, DeFi, NFTs, and the metaverse. And when I say something like DeFi, I genuinely think that the banking institutions are going to go through the same sort of disruption that the media and music industry went through when the digital revolution took place. And I think that you're going to find a lot of groups that were disenfranchised in the current structures find and be welcomed into a system that does not care who they are, does not care what their background is, does not care what their credit score is. And I think that that's really important. But on the flip side, I think that what worries me is a lack of education and a lack of protection for these consumers. And so on one end, you have this really amazing opportunity. On the other end, without people truly understanding what the opportunity is, it's ripe for scam. And what's really appealing in the press are the extremes, like who does extraordinarily well and who does extraordinarily terrible, or what was extraordinarily terrible. And so I think it's really important that as we start to look at this space and as we start to think about this space, we think about it through the lens of how can we educate and roll this out and adopt it sort of more effectively and efficiently and responsibly for everyone. But for us at Time, one of the things that I can tell you is it's been transformative in terms of our relationship to form communities and to have a very tight relationship with not only the individuals who collect our timepieces, but also with the artists who all of a sudden find that this new technology that some people for some reason have huge opposition to has enabled these artists to create a living, pursue their passion, and in some cases generate extraordinarily wealth that will impact and change their lives either generationally or at least for the coming years, so that way they can continue to pursue their art. And as I look at this, I think to myself, wow, I see so much promise. I see so much good. I see so much potential. But at the same time, I can also see how people can take advantage of things. And one of the things that I would caution is if you're in the audience today and you say cryptocurrencies are terrible, I would ask you to simply sit back and say, do they all have to be terrible? Is there a way in which I can evolve my thinking to be more accepting or open to how they can be great for people? And to the people today who are in the audience and say cryptocurrencies are all great, I would ask you to say, are they? Right? Like, aren't there things that should be given up in terms of the protection of the greater good? And so for me, like I look at this space right now, and I think we are at the earliest stage of us going from online renters to online owners. And as that evolution into online ownership takes place, which will go over a 20-year period, I think that it's going to be one of the most disruptive moments that we are going to see on the internet, and within our digital lives. And so, I know I have 2 minutes, but Lance and John, I really just wanted to thank you for giving me the opportunity to kick off the show today, because I think what you've put together is extraordinarily important. And I think that the only ask I would have of the audience is the same ask that I kept on asking people when they kept on opposing why we couldn't enter into this space, which was why. Why are people so opposed? Sometimes people are just opposed because they don't like change. Change is scary. Everyone likes to say they like change, but they don't like change when they don't know how it impacts their own lives. And so all I ask from people today is have an open mind. Don't be all positive. Don't be all negative. But hopefully you could see that this is something that has opened up and has entered into the ecosystem that is not going to be able to go away. I don't see a path. I think that we've opened Pandora's box. And so now the question really is how can we regulate it responsibly, and how can we educate the most people to make sure that the fewest number of scams take place within the ecosystem. And so with that, John, I say thank you so much. Kevin, I say thank you so much. Lance, I say thank you so much. And it is my pleasure and honor to kick this show over to my mentor, John Hope Bryant, and Michael Sue.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the acting U.S. Comptroller of the Currency, Mr. Michael J. Sue.
Hi, thanks so much for having me. And like Keith, apologies for not being able to be there in person. I'm Mike Sue. I'm acting Comptroller of the Currency. And the OCC regulates about 1,200 national banks and federal associations, federal savings associations. It's about 2/3 of the commercial bank assets out there. Chair in the audience, a good number of you have an account at an OCC regulated bank. I'm also on the Financial Stability Oversight Council and a director at the FDIC. So I come at this from the perspective of a banking, financial stability, consumer protection. I guess in contrast to Keith, to put my cards on the table, I'm a crypto skeptic. And in part, it's because I see a lot of parallels of crypto today with derivatives in the early 90s into the 2000s. And for those who make that parallel exist, I strongly encourage you, read Fool's Gold by Gillian Tett. If you just read the first chapter, I think you will see there are a lot of history rhymes. And back then, a lot of hype got confused with prescience. And I think there's some risk of some of that happening today in the crypto space. But as Keith laid out, there's a lot of potential out there. And I really appreciate how he acknowledged that there's also, you got to take the good with the bad. In the digital asset space, you've got a lot of scams, fraud, hacks, rug pulls. I think last year, the tally was over $3.5 billion of that. And so despite that, money basically continued to flow into the crypto space until last week. And last week you had the collapse of the Terra USD stablecoin, and you had a centralized exchange kind of disclosing some user risks in case it should file for bankruptcy. And I think these events of the past couple weeks should really serve as a wake-up call for everybody. I think they reveal some deeper fragilities in the crypto space than just your kind of garden variety scams, hacks, and fraud. From my perspective, the events of the past few weeks really reflect that the industry has grown too fast. It's kind of gotten out ahead of itself a bit. So you'll notice that I've got a different perspective than Keith's. And I think this juxtaposition is what today's summit is all about. It's really bringing together different perspectives to try to get past the sound bites and to explore the real potential. I think Keith did a great job of laying some of that out. I'm sure we're going to hear some more of it today, and talk about the real risks of digital assets. And we can talk about it at the same time in the same room all together. And I hope that we challenge each other respectfully, of course. I think that's how we get to a better understanding and how we can ask better questions for ourselves. So I really want to thank John and the Operation Hope team, excuse me, for being the brains and brawn behind organizing this event. It's a really exciting agenda and lineup. Before we turn to things, though, I do want to take a moment to talk about three things in particular, and that's trust and inclusion, contagion and stablecoins, and custody and ownership. So first on trust and inclusion. And here I do want to echo something that Keith raised. The roots of crypto are in a distrust of traditional banking and finance. That's part of the creation myth of Bitcoin. If you go back to the very first Genesis block of Bitcoin, Satoshi Nakamoto puts in there the headline of a newspaper about the bailout of banks in the UK. And so there is this, I think it's built into the DNA of the system that, hey, traditional banking and finance has let us down, and this is an alternative. And I think that resonates with a lot of folks, and I think it's important to recognize that. There are today, I think by the latest surveys, about 1 in 5 Americans own or have traded crypto in some form. And that group is disproportionately young, diverse, and underbanked. And so I think you put these things together and it really raises questions about inclusion. I know inclusion gets raised a lot by folks in the crypto community. And I think on the one hand, that's extremely laudable. I think that is, we do need more inclusion in the financial system. But it does raise this question of like, what does that inclusion mean? And I had a great conversation with John, with Professor Tanya Evans. We hosted at the OCC a discussion on financial health called Vital Signs, where we talked about this from the perspective of communities of color, because clearly there's a lot of opportunities, a lot of risks out there. And I think given the recent events with Terra, you had a stable coin, you had an ecosystem, totaled about $40 billion, attracted a lot of people. And I think that before last week, I think that would probably have been held up as an example of this is inclusive. This is an inclusive space where people are basically investing and earning 20% returns on something that's stable. And then, of course, last week it vanished and you had a lot of loss. And what's really sobering is if you went to some of these chat rooms, you went to the Terra Luna subreddit and you look through that, it's devastating what happened to people. You had, I think on that, a lot of those, you had suicide hotlines pinned at the top because there were so many concerns about people there. I think that that's something we really have to acknowledge, and the industry has to reconcile what happened to Tether with kind of trust and inclusion. Okay, second point, contagion and stablecoins. So the collapse of Terra triggered contagion. Contagion to the broader crypto market. I think you saw, depending on when you count the dates, hundreds of billions of dollars of total market cap value lost in the cryptocurrency space. And there was contagion to another stablecoin, Tether. And so, I think there was this sense that crypto is different. It's special for a lot of different reasons. But as a financial asset, it looks like it's got some of the same features as other financial assets in the sense that it's correlated, there's contagion, you have all these things. The knock-on effects of the Terra collapse really raise questions about, to me, other modes of interconnectedness in the crypto system. And I think from that, it's important to kind of zoom in and zoom out. So the zoom in is, you've got a lot of banking and financial regulators like myself focused on stablecoins because they're foundational to the crypto ecosystem. And after you had the Terra Luna, Tether, which is the largest stablecoin, lost its peg and endured redemptions. And there's no logical reason why that should happen. Tether and Terra are very different stablecoins. They have very different mechanisms, stabilization mechanisms. They're very differently constructed, but it did happen. And for students of banking in money-like instruments, this is familiar. We know this. We've seen this before. And luckily, there's some solutions to making stablecoins stable and mitigating the risk of contagion. And a lot of those are being discussed and debated in Congress right now. So I'm really hopeful that those conversations have been productive. There's a lot of interest in pushing that forward. Third point is on custody and ownership. So there was a disclosure that I think caught a lot of folks by surprise that if you are a user of a particular exchange, and it's not limited to centralized exchanges. This is if you're a user on an app or et cetera, where you're accessing cryptocurrency, the fine print is, well, if that exchange or app were to go bankrupt, you may be an unsecured creditor. And I think that caught some people by surprise, saying, wait a second, that's not what I thought this was all about. And I think this raises questions about what exactly do you own? With a traditional financial asset, you know, because there's a lot of history, there's a mature legal framework around this. And with crypto, with NFTs, it's less mature. It's being worked on. It's being worked out. And maybe one day it'll get there, it'll mature. I think there's a good chance of that, but it's not there right now. And I think what that means is if you're going to be in the space, you really have to ask yourself, who do I have to rely on to execute my ownership? That is not a simple question. And I think the more folks dig into that, the more questions it raises. And there are signs that again, this is not a knock on innovation and having technologies that are new and disruptive. This is really about, is that right-sized for where things are today? Is it ready for prime time? And I think that's, so I believe that the industry has to date prioritized growing fast over growing right. And that the events of last week should serve as a wake-up call to industry leaders, everyday investors, and banks. For industry leaders, hype is not harmless. I think that's important to bear in mind. Rapid growth has costs on people in terms of trust. And I think that now is a good time to reflect on that and to recalibrate. For everyday investors, be careful. Diversify, diversify, diversify. John is a great preacher on what to do in this space. I would highly, highly encourage, the way we've been thinking about it is through a lens of financial health. How do you make your money work for you so that you can save, you can invest, you can plan, you can pay your bills, all of those things, build wealth. Like that takes some planning, and it takes some discipline. And then for banks who have been thinking about getting into crypto, the events of the last week should make you think just highly cautious and focused on the risks, not just the opportunities. Before this, not all banks. We had a number of banks saying, "Oh, we were thinking about getting in," and I think it's very important when I zoom out to say, okay, the interconnectedness between the crypto space and the traditional banking space, it's very, very important. Part of my job is to ensure that all of those connections are safe, sound, and fair, so that anything happens in the crypto space is not going to threaten traditional banking space, which I think has performed excellently. I think if you go back to the pandemic, it's been shown that banks can be trusted. Banks have their customers' backs. Banks are solid, and that's what they're there for. So those are just some thoughts I really appreciate, and I want to echo what Keith said, that you want to put all of the information on the table together. We should all have an open mind about this. I have an open mind about it. I'm skeptical, but I've got an open mind. And I'm really looking forward to today's discussions.
Hi, this is John Hope Bryant, the founder of Operation Hope, America's financial coach. And the impact of COVID-19 will be historic. It's affecting individuals, families, and small businesses. My guess is affecting you. But we're here to help. Operation Hope has provided free financial coaching. That's right, free. Using a network of my employees and volunteer bankers and financial professionals to help you restructure your life, negotiate with your creditors, modify your mortgage. Talk to your landlord. Help you with the CARE Act. Help you with city, state, and federal programs. Help you help yourself. Call 888-388-HOPE. Go to operationhope.org or download our Hope in Hand app today. Take this step to take your life back.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage our co-hosts for today's events, Operation Hope founder, chairman, and CEO, John Hope Bryant, and acting U.S. Comptroller of the Currency, Mr. Michael J. Sue. They'll be joined by the U.S. Assistant Secretary of the Treasury for Financial Institutions, Graham Steele, the Superintendent, New York State Department of Financial Services, Adrian Harris, and Bloomberg Bureau Chief, Brett Pulley.
Oh, good morning. Michael, you're still with us. Great to see you. So, in the last month, the market value of the cryptocurrency Luna was $18 billion. But last week, Luna and a related currency, Terra, totally collapsed. One firm that had seen a $3 million Terra Luna investment skyrocket to $1.6 billion said that the investment is now worth just $2,400. The Terra and Luna crash caused a meltdown across the entire cryptocurrency market, causing Bitcoin prices to plummet and leading to a loss of some $300 billion across the entire crypto economy. So, anything interesting going on in your world? Really, Graham, I'll start with you. What is happening in your office in response to this?
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. Thanks. And thanks for having me here today. This, as you say, this conversation is very important and also a very timely one as well. So for folks who don't know what the Treasury Department's been doing in this space for a little while now, we put out a report in the fall.
Excuse me,
yeah.
Let's not make presumptions. Like this, by the way, Bloomberg Bureau Chief, hold on. Black Bloomberg Bureau Chief. We take this stuff for granted. We take this sort of progress for granted these days, but that's no small thing here in Atlanta, the moral capital of America. I don't want us to walk past or assume we know what this gentleman does. People hear these titles, of course you know. Again, female regulator for New York State.
Yes.
But Assistant Secretary for Financial Institutions at the U.S. Treasury Department there's no way to properly understand that title except to say it's like a 4-star general in the Army.
I'm going to tell everyone else at Treasury you said that.
Yes, well, please do. Okay. And that he regulates all who regulate. He's in charge of the entire financial institutional environment in the United States of America. The Assistant Secretary for Financial Institutions is in charge of all regulation writ large for financial institutions. For him to travel to Atlanta in the midst of all going on, because he and Wale, the Deputy Secretary, and the Secretary, Ms. Yellen, thought this was that important, and the administration, please, first of all, let's give them some appreciation. Yeah. Okay. And thank you very much. And Comptroller Sue, your remarks were on point as usual. Thanks for your leadership, sir.
So I appreciate that. Yeah. So as John said, the Secretary takes these issues very, very seriously. The Deputy Secretary takes them incredibly seriously, both for the potential that these products and services has to offer, particularly in terms of financial inclusion, easing people's access to payment systems, potentially more affordable financial services products, But we feel like the events of the past week have really highlighted, and I think this is the way that the panel is framed up, that there are a lot of risks out there, some of which we understand, some of which we don't understand particularly well. So we've been working really hard to try to understand, how are people using these products? How do they want to use them? How can they use them safely and responsibly? And the way that we've been thinking about it is in terms of responsible innovation. We want people to be able to go out into the marketplace and try to give consumers, investors, products and services that they want, that they can use in a safe and responsible way. So we did a little bit of work last year with all the agencies we're responsible for. There's an alphabet soup, there's the FDIC, there's the OCC, there's the Federal Reserve, there's the Securities and Exchange Commission.
CFPB.
There's the CFPB, yes. Consumer Financial Protection. So we've been working with those agencies to try to come up with a plan for how the administration is going to address these products and services so that we get the best of the opportunities without the worst of the risks that go along with it. What we said in the fall was that these kinds of stable coins like Terra that you're talking about, we think that there's a tried and true system in this country, which is the banking system, that has a whole suite of protections for consumers. You know, if you go into a bank, someone's going to make good if you want to pull your deposits out. If it's not the bank itself, the government stands behind all of that. These are well-regulated institutions. I want to stop here and say that banks are not perfect. They do not serve all communities. They do not serve all communities equally. This is a system that needs improvement, but we felt like that as a model, something that looks like that kind of financial institution ought to be the one that issues a stable coin, whether it's Terra, whether it's Tether, one of these other kinds of institutions. So that was our recommendation, was Congress needs to make sure that these kinds of products are issued by safe, sound, stable financial institutions. And we can get into the difference between the federal models and the state models. Some states are doing it well, some states are not doing it great. But that was our recommendation. The Secretary feels like the events of the past week have sort of underscored that people need to be able to rely on these products and services, know if they want to cash out their Terra or cash out some other kind of coin, that money, their money will actually be there. You know, some of this has to do with risks to the institutions themselves and the broader economy if these products are used broadly and they start to go badly. But this is fundamentally about the people that are putting their money into these things, because big, sophisticated investors are going to be able to pull their money the fastest at the hint of the biggest problem. Yep. It's the ordinary folks that don't have connections that are going to be left holding the bag when all the money starts to go out and their investments go down. So we have called on Congress to pass legislation to bring a little bit more structure around this marketplace to capture that responsible innovation. But we're also working with our counterparts, the acting controller, others in the federal government, on what do we do in the meantime before that happens, because Congress is slow, to really protect consumers and investors in this space. So it's a lot of work, and we're very focused on it.
Yeah, you're right. Not everyone, people were crushed last week, but not everyone has been crushed here. There are those who got out early and did very well. What about the regulatory environment? Why should, Adrian, why should investors feel safe investing in cryptocurrency?
Well, first let me say, so I am the first person of color in my role, the first woman of color in my role, first Black American in my role. And as you can imagine, New York State, when it comes to state regulators, right, we're a little bit different than everybody else. We regulate 80 foreign banks. 17 of the 30 globally systemic banks we oversee every day. Thousands of insurance companies are our regulated entities, including AIG and MetLife. Cryptocurrencies, student loan servicers, mortgage servicers, debt collectors are all things that we regulate in New York State, and we really are the only prudential regulator right now overseeing crypto. We've been at it for a long time, and we do a lot of work with the OCC, with Treasury, with the SEC, with foreign regulators. Just last month, I had foreign regulators from about 5 different countries in our office talking about crypto. And all the things that they're talking about on the federal level and starting to do on the federal level, when we talk about bank-like regulation, are things we've been doing at the department for many years. So we have cybersecurity regulations, the same ones that apply to the banks apply to the crypto companies we regulate. The same anti-money laundering protections that apply to the banks apply to the cryptocurrency companies we regulate. When it comes to stablecoin, we have very conservative reserving. We think about runs and the losses. So if you're licensed in New York State, you have to carry cash or cash equivalents on a one-to-one basis with any token that's on chain. We have third-party attestations. So an independent third party has to come in and attest to the reserving that our crypto companies have when it comes to stablecoin. And I think, like Graham said, there's always room for improvement. There's lots of institutions that don't serve many, many communities well. And so as a regulator, it really is our responsibility collectively working together with the federal government, working with international regulators to make sure that this innovation is developing responsibly. And this is a fast-moving space, and we're all learning about it together. We're all collaborating and coordinating to make sure that we can keep abreast of the trends and that consumers and institutions are protected from some of the dangers.
Yes. Hey, Michael, Adrian mentioned the banks. How much are banks thinking about crypto right now? And what exactly are they thinking about?
So there's a range. I think prior to the most recent events, I think there were a number of banks who were basically, I think, trying to respond to customer demand. If you talk to bank CEOs, bankers, maybe 2 or 3 years ago about crypto, by and large, almost all of them said, we're not interested. It was too new, too many risks, too many unknowns, lots of BSA/AML issues. But I think in the last year or so, interest has increased in part because there's been a lot of clients who've come to the banks and said, I'd like to do this through you because I trust you, I know you, you have my money. And so I think that has put some pressure on banks to get in some way, shape, or form. And there's been a range. I think some have been quite cautious, appropriately cautious, and some others have been less cautious. And so what we've tried to do is ensure that everybody's kind of taking a similar, safe, sound, fair approach. And I try to work really hard to connect with folks, colleagues like Adrian, Graham, others, to prevent any kind of race to the bottom. Because it is anytime you have this much money chasing returns and that kind of thing, risk discipline can erode. And it's not hard for a bank to be aggressive, which leads other banks to say, well, those guys down the street are doing it. How come I can't do it too? I think the events of the past week, part of the reason I just want to put a fine point on the wake-up call is that I think it is going to force a lot of folks to rethink and say, is this really for us? What is our risk appetite? What if we had those kinds of activities and exposures? How would we have dealt with this? I think it's a real sobering moment.
Can we expect the big banks to issue their own stable coins?
I don't think in the short term, I don't think so. But a lot of this depends on just how things evolve. And I think we're at a very interesting point right now where how everyone's watching each other. What is everyone else going to do? And again, that's the kind of environment where we have to have a lot of these discussions and make sure we have kind of a coordinated, a shared approach as to how to make this work for people, because that's ultimately what we want.
Yes. Hey, John, talk a bit about, this is, I've touched on the risk and what's happened the last couple of weeks. Talk about this from a prosperity perspective, which is so important. This is about so much more than risk.
Yeah. I think we need it's either an unlock moment or a fall on the floor moment. We get to decide which one. Is this a rainbow after the storm or is this a disaster? First of all, I want to commend Treasury for leaning in here. It's the Treasury Department. They're conservative. They don't say anything, do anything unless they have to, and they're here leaning into this topic. I can't underscore that enough. Freedmen's Bank, you also were there when I came to you guys about renaming Treasury Annex to the Freedmen's Bank. I remember the secretary, I said, you should rename this. It's been Treasury Annex building for 100 years, blah, blah, blah. I said, well, you cannot possibly tell me that the Treasury Annex building is a sexier name than the Freedmen's Bank building. So they renamed it in honor of former slaves, put every dollar they had in the bank. But in the state, through your leadership, has leaned into this topic. I don't think people really knew that. Thank you for your leadership there. And Comptroller Sue, I've worked with 8 comptrollers, at least, which regulates 70 cents of every dollar in this country. I've never seen one, and I like most of them. I think they're great people. I've never seen one more courageous than you in doing this conference, not only speaking at it, co-hosting it. I don't think people realize how nobody in Washington wants to do anything unless somebody else, I think somebody just said, unless somebody else does it. And the fact that you lean into this, I can't thank you enough. It shows how much you and the agency care about the American people. Thank you. And he'd be here, but he's got COVID. Otherwise, he'd be here in person. And we even that wouldn't stop you. And so we thank you for your and wish you a speedy recovery. Look, I didn't want to talk about this thing. Somebody asked me, well, why are you courageous leading it? I didn't lean into this. I got yanked, pulled, drug into this. I'm busy. I'm dealing with 41% of black folks don't own a home. Only 41% of black folks own a home. We need to get more people. 96% of black businesses don't have an employee. 96% of black businesses don't have an employee. All these systemic issues, COVID, recovery. This is the last thing I wanted to take on, but the market spoke. Yeah. I mean, the majority of black folks and brown folks either in this or want to be in this. When I heard the average African American who's in this think they're going to get a 20% annualized return from this, and that's what they expect. There's a lot of misinformation floating around, and there's a lot of legitimate opportunity. Look, let me frame this really crisply. This thing started in 2008, 2009. Please, those in the audience, remember what happened in 2008, 2009. Please. The whole financial system got shook. You with me? I'm sorry, I'm from the black church. I'm used to seeking response. Are you with me?
Yes.
Okay. So it's in the midst of this crisis, in questions about the financial system and whether it's truly there for you. Some of my friends say, oh, I hate rich people. No, you don't. You hate rich people till you become rich.
Yeah.
That's right. What you hate is a game system. What you hate is a system that doesn't seem to have rules where you can prosper. And so this perception that things were rigged or somehow only the small guy got bit, that in that backdrop is where this came from. So it's an emotional currency. It was created in an environment of emotions. Here's what I can tell you. Any decision you make emotionally, purely emotionally, is going to be a bad decision. I don't care what it is. Here's the context. I would try to run away from this. My wife invested in crypto, in Bitcoin. Now, let me tell you something about my wife, who is really smart and sitting in the audience. She also owned Amex.com. So before the internet became a thing, she was smart enough, looked around the corner, and like Time Magazine's president, Keith, really smart, and went and purchased the domain name for AmeriXpress.com. Wow. And because the family knew the CEO, they didn't want to get in a lawsuit, she gave it up. She still is upset with her father sitting there that he made her give up AmeriXpress.com. We'd all be chilling on an island somewhere if she just... So this lady who thinks like this and helped her father build the 22nd largest black-owned business in America also invested $1,000 in Bitcoin, which is now worth, I think she told me last week, $40,000. So she's happy as I don't know what. She just bought a condo in the metaverse. I don't know what that was. I don't know how we visited. But so this is my house.
Yes.
Now, she also has a venture capitalist backer, me, to catch her in case things go sideways. So she's not betting her rent money. Next, you have Tony Ressler, 400th richest man in the world, created Apollo, created Ares Management, owns the Atlanta Hawks, owns a bunch of stuff, F1 team, 400th richest man in America, who said 2 weeks ago at a conference, all the crypto leaders in the audience, if somebody could tell me how the price of this goes up and how the price goes down, I'm happy to buy some. Crickets. Here's the context. We want prosperity, but we need protection. Because those who can afford to lose 5% of their net worth, who are worth a lot of money, investing in some of this, are different from people who literally betting their rent money on this as a get-rich-quick scheme. Let me tell you something. There is no easy route to wealth. It's just work. What is love? Work. Whatever you love is going to drive you nuts. You love your kids, you're going to want to divorce them every 2 days. You love your husband or your wife, you love whatever you love. You love your job. Look, you love your job. We drug you to Atlanta. I mean, you thought that you told us a desk job. I mean, whatever you love drives you nuts. It's work. Anybody thinks this is a get-rich-quick scheme and there's going to be no work and there's going to be no risk, you are smoking some very strange herbs. We need to knock it off. This conversation that somehow cryptocurrency and is this panacea, and it is the mecca and the end of government and all this stuff. And by the way, the end of government, the end of fiat currency, what do you think this stuff is riding on? We need to knock it off. Like, we need to have a sober conversation. Let me say something I think is really strange, in addition to everything else I said. I think the way you unlock value on this, listen now, anybody who listens to the audience who thinks I'm not for you, I think that cryptocurrency is part of the future. Digital assets, part of the future. The how is the question. Let me say this. If you want to really unlock value for this, capitalists in the audience, let the government in. I know that sounds really strange. Maybe I just lost all credibility. Listen to the next sentence. What happened when title companies went and had government oversights? Business just took off. What happened when Wall Street had a government oversight? Brokerage firms broadened deep in the marketplace. The value of these companies went through the roof. Let me do a big one. What happened when banks became FDIC insured? I mean, take the FDIC insurance. People, my friends complain in banking. I hate all these regulations. Fine, remove FDIC insurance. See how that works for you. Nobody concerned because you have FDIC on the wall. Everybody trusted. Are you with me? Yes. The industry just exploded in wealth creation, deposits. So it's a trade-off. We need to know there's guardrails on this thing. If you want market value, asset value, you want this to be trusted, you want broad adoption, let the government in. It doesn't stifle innovation. It doesn't mean you can't be creative. Entrepreneurs need bankers and regulators, and the other is also true. Somebody said to me yesterday, well, we don't need nanny states. What are you talking about? My mother told me, you can't hang out with that little knucklehead boy. You got to be home by midnight. I didn't like what my mother said. I didn't like her for 20 years. But 20 years later, I said, Mom, thank you for letting me not go hang out with that knucklehead. Mm-hmm. So I'd rather you respect me and learn to like me than like me and never respect me. We have got to grow up and understand there's no free lunch. If you want to unlock the real value in this, we need to find a way to live together, work together, where 2 + 2 = 6.
So
Can I jump in on and echo some of these points quickly? Because I could not agree more. And as Graham said, some states regulate this well. I think New York is one of them. Other states don't. And to John's point, the good actors in this space want regulation. We have the most stringent regulation in cryptocurrency in New York. And the demand for our licenses, the BIT license and the limited purpose trust charter license that we have, go up and up and up every year, because the good companies know that this regulation, that having the government as part of this, is good for their investors and it's good for consumers. But I will tell you, just because John got me exercised up here, I did a round table with a number of cryptocurrency companies the other day, and there was it's not a very diverse group generally, the entrepreneurs, and there was a venture capitalist white gentleman in there who was telling me this regulation was horrible and I was bad for black people because I was spearheading this regulation.
Wow.
And I told him I was at the Treasury Department working for Secretary Lew when the bank was named. I led the financial services portfolio in the Obama White House. And then I went to the private sector and I actually started and took public a tech company before then coming to this job, having the great honor of being nominated by Governor Hochul. And this man was telling me how I was bad for black people because of the regulation we have in New York. And I think maybe politely, although my team was there, they would have said maybe it wasn't that polite. But I said, I've been a regulator, I've been a policymaker, I've been an entrepreneur. My mother grew up in the housing projects in the Bronx. My father grew up in segregated Baltimore. I've made a good amount of wealth taking a company public, and I understand how regulation is good for the market and is good for consumers. So I think, to John's point, there is a way to build this space responsibly, make sure that it is equitable, and make sure that Black and brown people in historically marginalized communities can also participate in the gains when governed responsibly. But to say that there's a group of people that should get rich out of this and then we pull up the ladder after them is a huge mistake.
Yeah.
So as John, as you mentioned, many of these industries have gone through their Wild West period, right, before regulation unlocked value and enabled them to really flourish. What about market stability now? What parts of the crypto world right now threaten market stability? Are there any specific parts, Graham or Mike?
Graham's looking at me like, will you please take that one? I'm not sure Graham can opine on this. Can you?
You take a swing and then I'll...
Well, no, look, I mean, I love to quote Melody Hobson, I like math because it doesn't have an opinion.
Yes.
Here's the math. There were 19,000 coins, crypto coins. 10,000 of them, poof. You hear that? Poof. Just went away with somebody's money. No website, no customer service line. Do you know these things are irreversible? Like, there's no refund desk. There's no oopsie desk. Once it's done, which is cool as long as, it was the right transaction. You have, of the ones that are left, about 20, I'm being liberal here, who have liquidity, where you can buy, sell. It really is, I think, 4 or 5 that have massive liquidity, and one of them just went south of the border last week. We are in a Wild West period. That said, Tanya Evans, Professor Tanya Evans, some of you know her. She has a cryptocurrency pillow she sleeps on, and we had a debate with the comptroller a couple weeks ago. Smart lady, brilliant. I was wrong, she was right about this. The world has spoken. They want this as part of their future. Either America finds a way to regulate it and frame it, or some other country is going to be the first mover, and we're going to lose that opportunity. So as much as I'm cautioning here, because people are using their rent money, because there was a whole suicide list on Reddit last week. I was in London. Suicide on this, is it Terra? Because people had lost everything. As much as I'm cautioning about that, the protection piece, I am saying this is a part of the future, and America needs to be leading this, not coming up from the rear. And I want you to, if you're going to tweet the protection I just said, make sure you tweet I said that as well. I'm just saying we need to be responsible about how we do this. And now hopefully that's giving you time to actually think about it.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. We have said, the Secretary told Congress last week that we don't think a lot of these digital assets, these markets, these kinds of cryptocurrencies are big enough to bring down the entire financial system yet. They're not necessarily a risk to the stability of the entire financial system or the broader U.S. economy. That said, I've got 2 qualifications there. The first is, we don't want to wait until this industry gets so big that can happen to think about how we want to put guardrails on it and how we weed the responsible actors from the irresponsible actors. So we feel like we got to get out ahead of a bunch of these issues, because we don't want it to get so far down the road, the horses are out of the barn and we don't know where they are and how to collect them and bring them back in. So that's point number 1. Point number 2, I want to go back to what I said at the beginning, which is, just because something's not going to bring down the entire system, just because a single algorithmic stable coin loses 70% of its value in a week, and that doesn't threaten Wall Street banks or other large financial institutions, doesn't mean there weren't people who didn't lose money on that. And so that is one concern of ours. Are any of these products going to be a major threat to the broader system or people in the economy? But the other is, we don't want people to lose money in those situations. We want them to understand what they're signing up for. We want them to be able to build wealth using these things, not have their wealth wiped out. We want to make things like payments easier for them, not have hidden embedded fees in there, so you think you're going to be able to take your money out and send it to someone else. It turns out, well, not really, unless you want to pay $2,000. So we think the stability piece of it is only one component of this, which is do people understand this stuff? Are they able to use them in a safe and responsible way? So we're sort of thinking about a number of different sets of issues, not just the stability piece, because we don't think we're there yet.
And by the way, last week I was Mr. Financial Literacy. I was defrauded, not having nothing to do with Bitcoin. I was defrauded on a traditional account. I woke up one day and some dude in wherever, halfway around the world, took $26,000 out of one of my accounts. Well, he started with $25. It was a test. The bank sent me a note, hey, this might be a problem. I said, hey, that's not me. They missed. The next one was a $26,000 pull from my account. And that money was gone, man. It was done. And I was not having a good morning. And the bank said, well, fill us out this affidavit. And, yes, you're right, you did warn us. We missed it. And by that afternoon, I had my $26,000 back. Can I get an amen? That don't happen in this world.
Yeah.
Wrong move, it's gone. And it's not coming back. Am I saying we shouldn't have this? I mean, even the Treasury just said prosperity. The word prosperity just came out of his mouth. We want to have prosperity. We need entrepreneurs and innovators to find the next frontier. We also need to make sure that the senior citizen does not lose every dime of her retirement because some snake oil salesman told her she can't lose. That infuriates me. We got to find a balance.
Yeah. Hey, Michael.
Can I?
No, absolutely, please.
So your question about how does the market kind of sort itself here? I think it's one thing that we need to talk about is what do we mean by innovation? Because I hear this all the time from a kind of crypto advocates is that it's innovative, it's innovative, it's innovative, and typically they refer to look at remittances, look at some I think some pretty feel-good places where we can all agree, but in the crypto space, those are really marginal. Like, what is the biggest innovation in DeFi? It's yield farming. Like, what is the purpose of yield? And if yield farming is making you scratch your head, well, that's where that 20% return that attracted so many people, that's where that came from. So when people talk about innovation, I think we really, innovation for whom? For what purpose? And I think this links back to Adrian's point. If that innovation is to actually help with inclusion, to actually help with show me, then I'm on board. Like, let's talk. But I think too often that word gets used in a way that's really to just pump, grow. And I think I think there's some real soul searching that needs to be to take place within the industry to say what exact. And I think people need to call each other out. And I think you're seeing some of that now, but there's that lack of that because it's just been a wave of money is something that really needs to be rethought.
Yes. So, Adrian, what does this entire crypto world look like in 5 years, 10 years?
Yeah. So when I talk to people about crypto, I say, remember, for those who are old enough, remember back when Amazon started and it just sold books. And if you would have said in 10 years, we're going to have AWS, it's going to be running the cloud world, you can get anything you want overnight or in some cases same day. It's one of the world's largest small business lenders, which they've kept very quiet. You would have said, but they sell books, right? That's the analogy I use for where crypto and DeFi and distributed ledger is now. For all the innovation we're seeing, and I totally agree with Mike, there's innovation and there's innovation, we're just at the beginning, and I think what we're going to see from this space writ large is going to be, it's very, very hard to predict. And if I had that crystal ball, I'd probably be in a different line of work. I'd be trading more of these assets myself.
Yes. Graham, you want to take a shot at that?
I don't because it's such a... It has changed so. It has changed so much in just the time that I've been working on these issues over the last 15 years. So I don't know what it's going to look like, and so as I said in my answer to my previous question, to your previous question, we're trying to think about where it's going and get out ahead of some of these issues, but with some of them it is very hard to think about how you write a law or regulation when you're like, are we going to be using blockchains, or are we going to be using something else? Are people going to be using these algorithmic trading functions to try to balance out and determine the value of the stuff, or is it going to be done a different way? And so figuring out a technology neutral way to design some of these things is just really, really hard. I mean, we're going to be able to keep some of the good parts of this stuff. We're going to lose some of the bad ones. But right now, I think we're still trying to figure out which of these different kinds of products, services, and technologies fit into which one of these camps. So that's why it's hard, but we're committed to doing it because we want to really sort through the good actors from the bad ones, because that's how we really move forward in this space.
Yes. Great. Michael, crystal ball?
Yeah, so I'll follow Graham and say, I'll quote Yogi Berra, forecasts a really hard future. So I'm not going to do that. But what I do want to say is there is this theme or meme that crypto is inevitable that I think is very dangerous, because if anything that's inevitable doesn't require engagement. You just step back, let it happen. And I think that's the opposite of what needs to happen right now. I think right now, everyone needs to get in, and we have to shape the value system. Now is the time to shape the value system. What do we want this to do? People complain about different systems not working for the people. We're now in the molding phase. Get in. How do we do that? Because if we don't, it's not, right now, as far as I can tell, the loudest voices at the table are all backed by venture capital money. They're not for the people. Like, how do we get public interest in there? And I think that's really important. That's why it's important for policymakers, regulators, Congress, people to get involved. Like, what do you want? What do we want this to do? How do we make it work for us?
That's great. Pivotal time. Pivotal time. Thanks so much to everyone. Thank you, John. Thanks.
You mind if I take a whack at this?
Absolutely.
Digitization is the future. Period. You sort of leaned into it. I'm just going to say it. What the comptroller just said, though, about culture is everything. Culture is not the most important thing in business. It's the only thing in business. It's also the only thing in your household. It's the only thing on your block. Everything is run by culture. Do you shape it, or is it shaping itself? And, you know, during the .com boom, it was so much excitement. I actually myself thought about turning Operation Hope into operationhope.org. Like, I literally thought about renaming the organization. And if anybody who can remember that era, there were a lot of very sober-minded people who thought literally about they just were going to become a .com. I see heads shaking over here. We don't want to admit it now, but that was like really a sober thought. Luckily, I didn't do it. Then what happened? The internet flakiness imploded. What was left was some stable, real companies selling real stuff with a new medium, right? We've matured into a new internet called Internet 2.0. Is the metaverse, not the metaverse, but it rides on it. Is Web 3.0 real? I think it's the future. It's the absolute future. It's a natural progression. But we're going to need high tech and high touch, not one or the other. What I find is that I'm doing the same thing I did to close big deals I did 30 years ago. Meet with somebody. Come meet with you, look you in the eye, and you decide I'm a good investment. That hasn't changed in thousands of years. It's not going to change. No matter what else, it's about personal relationship capital and the other things that drive true growth. And we need to wrap a culture around this rocket ship before it hurts somebody. And we needed to help somebody, not hurt somebody. So those who care about it need to wrap some comfort and some structure and some guardrails around it to make sure it's here for the future. I do believe this is a large part of the future. I don't think it's going to look like what we're seeing right now. I do not. I think you're going to have to bake it in to the existing structure. Think about what some of these coins are doing. They're adding treasury bills and U.S. currency to the asset base of their coin to illustrate that it's safe and stable. Is that what you're running away from? Isn't that what you just said you didn't want? Like, make up your mind. I think that we're gonna find we need each other. Hello, we're better together.
Yes. Hey, look, Adrian's analogy was wonderful. I can remember when we questioned whether or not Amazon could even compete with B. Dalton Books, let alone Barnes & Noble, right? And so it's a terrific analogy. And
I'm waiting for the first big partnership between a big bank and one of these, cryptocurrency platforms. That's going to be fascinating, and I guarantee you it's coming.
Absolutely.
yeah, great stuff.
I said it, he didn't.
Yes.
Or him, or
Or her, or him. Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
Fair. Safe,
Thank
sound,
you.
and fair.
Thank you, Michael.
Are we released? Okay.
Yes.
Love you guys.
Wasn't that great? Let's give our esteemed panelists a round of applause. I don't know about you all, but I'm learning something. You having a great time so far? Are you sure about that? Are you learning a little something? All right, I'm going to test your knowledge. You know, there's a lot of players in the cryptocurrency world. Can someone guess how many cryptocurrency players there are worldwide? Over 1,600. Over 1,600. Can someone tell me who the two major players of cryptocurrency? Bitcoin and Ethereum. That's right. Very good. All right. I love it. I love it. I love it. Now, what about some of the other players? Okay. Litecoin. Okay. Solana. Very good. How many of you heard of Dogecoin? Okay. All right. And there's probably many more, right? All right. Good. Okay. Well, we got some knowledgeable people here. So while we're getting the stage set up, how many of you know that Operation Hope just celebrated our 30th anniversary? Happy birthday to you. 30 years, almost half my life. Half of my life been spent serving Operation Hope. But we're very excited about our 30th year. Started back in Los Angeles in 1992. Which was a vision of Chairman Bryant as a follow-up of the LA civil unrest, or known back then the Rodney King riots. And it was at that time we recognized that there were 3,000 buildings and structures that were either damaged or destroyed, but not one was a home. And it was because of the fact that not one was a home, we realized that people don't burn with what they own. And it was really about creating stakeholders in underserved communities, owning real estate, starting businesses, creating jobs. And so 30 years later, Operation Hope is still here, growing strong. We have served over 4.5 million people throughout the United States. Operation Hope, through our financial partners, have invested over $2.5 billion in financial opportunities to create homeowners, business owners, and the like. And then we're always thinking about our future, the youth, making sure that our young people are educated through financial literacy. And over 1 million young people ages 5 through 17 have been educated on our Banking on Our Future program and our Hope Business in a Box program, known as entrepreneurship. So we're very excited about celebrating our 30th year. We look forward to celebrating 30 more years. So I want to thank all of our partners and supporters for making that happen. Got to get a amen to that. All right. You ready for more? All right. So next up, I'm very excited to introduce a fantastic group of private sector leaders who are going to discuss whether or not we should digitize or can digitize democratized finance. So we're very excited about bringing this group up. So please help me by welcoming to the stage some great panelists coming up, starting with the head of U.S. policy for Coinbase, Kara Calvert. Let's give her a round of applause. Kara. And then the great author and commentator, Bakari Sellers. Give him a round of applause. We got some heavy hitters up here. And then our moderator for this session is the great Frank Holland from CNBC. Let's give him a round of applause, and let's keep the education going.
Hey, hello everybody. How you doing? My name is Frank Holland. I'm a correspondent anchor at CNBC. I'm so sorry I can't be with you there in person, but very excited to be part of this conversation. Karen Bakari, great to be here with both of you as well, and just kick off this conversation about whether digitization can democratize finance. Hard to say 3 times fast, but obviously a very important time. Kara, if you don't mind if I start with you, and Bakari, I'm going to ask you the same question. John was leading a really great conversation just a few minutes ago. I want to ask both of you, how do you see cryptocurrency, Bitcoin in particular, probably the cryptocurrency most of us are the most familiar with? Do you see it as a stored value, as a payment? Is there some other use for it that maybe we haven't discovered yet, Kara?
So I think right now it's been used as really as a store of value, or understanding that it has a value, and there's only 21 million of them ever to be mined. So right now people are buying, trading, selling them as if they are almost property, right? An asset, a commodity. And so right now for payments, it's not a great use case because, again, of the volatility, because of the issues. Frankly, there are tax issues that come up. So right now, I think it's primarily store of value, but it could evolve. I think what we'll see with other assets, you have even greater evolution happening. But I think right now, it's a great example of where there is some certainty, especially regulatory certainty for Bitcoin. And again, I think that it's going to continue to be valuable for folks.
I would actually agree with her sentiment. First of all, good morning, everybody. I'm from the big city of Denmark, South Carolina, where we have 3 stoplights and a blinking light. And my mom and dad always tell me the 2 most important words in the English language are the words thank you, and they're not nearly said enough. So thank you to John Hope Bryant. Thank you to everybody here. Thank you to people who are on this panel who are much smarter than I. And thank you to all of you all for being here. I agree, especially when you talk about wealth and equity, which is part of the reason that I'm here today. Because there are a lot of individuals who look at Bitcoin in particular as a way to catch up in a society in which we've been left behind. And they look at it as a new tool by which you can store value and you can accrue some type of wealth, a new opportunity to gain wealth. How true that is, I'm not sure. And asking where we will be in 4 or 5 years to somebody with anxiety is probably not the question you should ask me. However, I can tell you that over the past 2-3 weeks, there's been a great deal of trepidation. But I do think that with that trepidation comes opportunity. And so as we talk about wealth and equity, and we'll talk about that as we go forward a little bit, there's a lot of work to be done truly in the sector. But for right now, there are a lot of people who are gravitating towards this new currency, for lack of a better term, as an opportunity to catch up to white folk.
That's a very fair point. Probably my favorite.
Y'all laughing like that wasn't a true statement.
Now I feel bad for not saying thank you, honestly, so thank you as well. I'm from Wyoming. I have 4 stoplights in my hometown,
there you go.
And
right.
only 7,000 or 9,000 people, so I feel like we're kindred spirits here.
All right.
So I think a lot of us are trying to figure out, just to Bakari's point, exactly what is cryptocurrency, especially Bitcoin, and some of these other coins we may not be familiar with. But Kara, I think you have a lot of insight. So can you tell us, who is Coinbase's customer, and has it changed from today to who the customer was before the pandemic?
Absolutely. So Coinbase, as I think many of you know, we're the largest US-based exchange. We were founded in 2012, really with the sole purpose of making it safe, secure, trusted, compliant, and an easy way to access the crypto economy. At the time, it was only Bitcoin. At that time, it was the only asset we listed, and it was the only thing that we would allow people to get on our platform to buy, sell, trade. Now that has evolved to about 140 different assets, and those are all different assets that go through a really rigorous listing process, again, to make sure that they're legal, that they're compliant, that they're secure. And I think the way that the evolution of our asset listing, the evolution of our products, of who we work with, that has evolved as we've seen the customers evolve. So a year ago, in 2021, we just saw a huge explosion of growth. We saw that across the crypto economy. It wasn't limited to just Bitcoin or to other types of stable coins. It was really across the market. And so we've seen generally that customer growth in the US as well as overseas. Overseas is a huge market. We've got about 90 million global customers. We have about 10 10,000 institutional customers, we also have a growing group of developers who are our customers in the sense that they work with our platform, they're developing projects, they're innovating, they're using blockchain technology, they're using assets to really innovate. So over the last year, we've seen, again, the customer base, and again, we've seen a lot of different data that's come out from people who are doing research in this space. It tends to skew younger, although we're seeing more above 40 who are starting to access the ecosystem. It tends to skew male, and then in terms of kind of how we look at how it's broken down, it actually skews closer toward more African American and Hispanics, and so as a general part of the population. So about 1 in 5, I think it was said on the last panel, about 1 in 5 Americans now own crypto, and I think that will just continue to grow over the next 2 years.
Yeah, to Kara's point, and even Bakari, to your point, a lot of black and brown people do see cryptocurrency, Bitcoin or Dogecoin, whichever one it is a way to catch up to white people financially. As a matter of fact, just anecdotally, when I go to the gym now, everybody has their headphones on. But a couple of months ago, everybody had their beats off. They were talking about Dogecoin, Solana, and everybody was getting cryptocurrency. Since we've seen that crash, a lot less chatter in the gym. So question for you, Bakari, what kind of regulation do we need to see, or what kind of intervention, either from the federal government, state or local government, to create more financial inclusion in the crypto space?
I mean, that is a really, really good question, and the answer is somewhat uncertain right now. I think the work that Coinbase is doing, checking and verifying, making sure that many of these new coins have some regulation, abide by some rule of law, is actually very, very valuable. I think the first thing we have to do, though, is have some level, and this is my Republican libertarian talking point, have some level of individual responsibility. Just as you would not put everything in Ford or GM, you shouldn't put everything in Dogecoin or Bitcoin or Ethereum or whatever the new Bakari Sellers coin is. You have to diversify just as you would do anything else. That sounds very, very simple, but there are people who are gambling with their lives or their pocketbooks. So that's kind of first. The second thing is there are a lot of bullshit coins out here that are backed by like faith and like hope, right? And so you have, there has to be a mechanism in place, whether or not it's the FTC or whether or not it's your state and local government. In South Carolina and Georgia, for that matter, we really don't have the capacity. We don't necessarily have officials with the depth or understanding of this new currency, and we don't have the resources necessary to dig in and make sure that everything is above board. And so I think that there has to be a concerted effort by legislatures, particularly throughout the South, to beef up or create some regulatory bodies. Now, you don't want to overregulate, you don't want to force anything out, but outside of Ethereum and Bitcoin and maybe Dogecoin, I found myself investing in SafeMoon one day, and then I should have jumped off a building. But you know, you understand these things, but there are a lot of, and I think John Hope said it best. There are a lot of people that are taking advantage and preying on individuals with coins that aren't backed by much. And that's when you begin to get in trouble, and that becomes a stain on the entire industry. The fact is, though, and we have to speak this truth to power, just as about 1% of the dollar, 1% of the individuals in this country control about 30% of the dollar. I think the number is about 0.01% control about 27% of Bitcoin. Did everybody follow that? So what you understand is why you have an inequity problem with the dollar. If that's a cold, then it's cancer when it comes to Bitcoin. And so while there is a lot of hope for black and brown people to utilize Bitcoin and different cryptocurrencies to be somewhat of a panacea to systemic inequities we see or the wealth inequities we see, we realize that that is more of a dream than a reality right now. And so the question has to be to the industry, and I'm not even sure if it's an industry or a figment of our imagination, how do we remedy that and how do we control that?
And Frank, if I could jump in, I think you on the last panel, and I think what Bakari was just saying is really important. When we talk about unlocking innovation and unlocking access, generally you will hear from industries, don't overregulate, don't regulate us. I think what you're seeing from the crypto industry, right. I think the valid, legitimate players, we're saying we do want regulation. That's whether it's at the state level, and I think Adrian Harris did a wonderful job and is doing a great job in New York. I'm from Wyoming, so of course I'm biased toward a lot of the good work that's being done in Wyoming. But there are states who are doing great work. But at the federal level, I think it's really important when we have Controller Sue, who is working and doing a great job, and Secretary Yellen. It's really important that we all get on the same page, have stakeholder engagement, and get to regulatory certainty that actually provides that access and that consumer protection. Consumer protection has to be at the core of this.
Right.
And so we have to make sure that that consumer protection doesn't block people out because the government knows better, but also gives them opportunity. And I think that's really like the crux of what we're thinking about right now.
Well, Bakari and Kara, to both of your points, where is that line between government regulation and personal responsibility? Years ago, there were snake oil salesmen going around, and then we created the FDA that says something is safe and effective, or if it's not. And if you decide to take something that's not safe and effective, according to the FDA at least, then you're taking some level of risk on your hands. Is there any room for that kind of a similar metric when it comes to cryptocurrencies?
Well, I mean, I think you start with access to resources and information. I mean, we don't even teach black kids financial literacy or science, technology, engineering, and math in schools, right? I mean, you don't have this concentrated program in our schools now. So how do you expect young people to be able to understand cryptocurrency? And so when you frame it out as such, you realize that if we're going to actually flip this on its head, then Coinbase, that put my good friend Kara on the spot, and many others have to do a better job of meeting individuals where they are. And so I think that's where the private sector, in the black church, we call it standing in the gap. I think that's where these private entities have to stand in the gap. And I think that's where you start, because there is a certain level of individual responsibility that goes into being able to explore these markets, but that comes with a certain level of financial literacy. That financial literacy isn't gained by just going to school and learning on your own. That is actually gained because of individuals with some wealth of experience. And we have to be apostles, to use a better term, when we leave this room and go out and educate those young folk.
I think that that's actually a great challenge to all of the crypto industry. It's one that Coinbase is taking to heart, to learn and to understand how we can get into communities and how we can work with every type of community. And I think provide those services, provide that education. We provide Learn on our website, and we try to educate through our website. But to your point, you've got to get into the communities to have the conversation.
But you got to have internet to access our website.
Absolutely. And so I think we would love to think through how there might be better opportunities to do some of those partnerships. I just think that there's so many opportunities to understand and to bring crypto to communities in a safe way,
Correct.
In an educated way.
So, Kara, to that point, I was on your website just a short time ago. And I didn't see this part, but if it's there, please correct me. Is there anywhere on your website where you explain just how high risk of an asset this is?
We walk through, great question. We walk through a number of different ways to try to educate our users about what assets look like and what the risks are associated with those. We have a program called Learn, where if you learn and earn, if you go through and you watch the videos and you understand what the underlying asset is, what it does it sit on top of a blockchain, does it represent a blockchain, what is this asset? We walk through a lot of those on our website. I think we have a very transparent system, but that is at our core. Transparency is at the core of Coinbase. Not all of our competitors do the same type of educating. And more importantly, I think we've got a lot of great exchanges here in the United States, but you have a lot of exchanges overseas who are under no obligation to U.S. citizens to provide education or to provide that disclosure. So you can go on our website and find a lot about our listing and our asset process. But you can't say the same for some of the foreign exchanges. So I would really encourage, understand who you're buying and selling, where you're doing that, how you're doing that, and look on their website for transparency, because that's really at the core. In plain English, that's the other part too. Oftentimes you get such complicated explanations and disclosures, and I think we've proven that, I don't know if anybody's bought a house lately, but the mortgage disclosures are insane, absolutely verifiably insane. And they don't work, right? I have no idea if I signed my life away when I bought a house a couple of years ago. No idea. And so these disclosures, we have to make sure that they're effective and that everyday Americans can read those. And if they can't, then what's the point?
Well, I mean, Kara, great point. I actually just refinanced my house, and you're right. There's tons of paper. The person just puts tabs where I should put my initials or my name, and I just generally just do it. Nobody really reads through all the paperwork. But Bakari, over to you, and this is a point that John, again, was hitting on earlier. Do you believe that there's room for an FDIC for crypto, for the government to back some investment in cryptos, or is that a slippery slope?
That's a good question. That's a John O'Brien question. I think that's a slippery slope, and you got to understand I'm decently conservative in terms of just just so you know where I come from, like, y'all remember when they used to mail your credit cards? You know, you used to just show up at the mailbox and you end up with a credit card you didn't even apply for. Y'all remember that, or am I just talking French? Okay. So my dad used to come home, and my dad used to cut those credit cards up in front of us, because he's of the belief that if you can't pay for it, you don't need it. So that's kind of where I come from in terms of, so I'm decently conservative when I look at ideals like this. I'm still the person that believes that you determine wealth by how many acres you own. So with that understanding, I am someone who says that is a decently slippery slope. I rather figure out ways that we can come up with policy initiatives like the one that Kara just outlined, in terms of ensuring that there's at least transparency with those players in the U.S. market, making sure we have financial literacy in places that don't have access to that financial literacy. I think there are other things we need to do before we start getting out here and doing some abstract gambling with our economic ecosystem, which is already decently in shambles.
Wow, interesting point. Kara, over to you. And I want to talk to you about something I've actually worked on stories about. Some entrepreneurs in the Black and brown community issuing their own coins to raise money to kind of circumvent the traditional financial system. Is that something that Coinbase would be more open to? Entrepreneurs, let's say I want to create, like Bakari mentioned, the Bakari coin, because he wants to start up, a farming business, since he judges his wealth in acres. He wants to start up a farming business and buy 100 acres, and he wants to put out 100 coins that, can sponsor the purchase of these 100 acres. Would Coinbase be open to partnering with Black and brown entrepreneurs for initiatives like this?
I think we're extremely excited to work with all different developers, Black and brown included, and I think it depends on how the project is created. And it's really important right now, again, for Coinbase, we don't list what we consider securities. And so if you want to get into banking law, we can bring back some of the regulators from the last panel, but we don't list any securities. And so we really have to go through and assess what the coin does, what the asset does, what kind of promise it makes to people who may buy it. So we make those assessments. But I think what we're seeing, to your point, is this idea of there are so many new ideas. And so when we think about access and we think about how this is going to change our financial system, it's really about access to Web3. One of the things that we just launched at Coinbase is called our DApp Marketplace. And that is really, how are you going to enter into the next evolution of using these tokens? So whether or not you're using it to raise money to build a farm, or you're actually developing something that is a real estate coin, right? And you're actually buying a piece of that land, but it's encapsulated in this coin, that's different. And so how do we think about creating these different types of coins and then launching into Web3? We have to ensure that Black and brown communities and others understand how to access that, because that's the next evolution of the financial system. Not just using Bitcoin to buy, sell, and hold, or using a stable coin to do a payment back and forth. But it's really about how do you launch into Web3 to access all of the other opportunities and use cases. One other thing I would just mention really quickly is remittances as a use case. I think that there are a lot of different communities who are leveraging remittances and the value of blockchain to send money all over the world to family, friends. We have a partnership in Mexico that allows families here in the United States, hundreds of thousands of them, to send money back to Mexico. And then anybody can walk into a Walmart or a convenience store and actually access that cash. It's really important innovations. But that access is what's going to launch into the real Web3 and make it just change the world. I think to what John Hope Bryant was saying, that's kind of his like enthusiasm is infectious. I just wanted to get on here and like do jumping jacks or something because he was so excited. But I think that's where we're headed.
So Bakari, back to you with really the same question. Isn't that the promise of cryptocurrency, is decentralized finance, that we can, circumvent the traditional financial system that does have bias already in it, both implicit and explicit? Would you be okay with the idea of other people being able to put out a coin to raise their own money? Or do you think there needs to be regulation to stop that?
I don't like the question. It was a terribly premised question. No, I don't think there should be regulation to stop it, but I think there should be regulation to ensure fairness. There should be regulation to ensure equity. I don't think you can have a free-for-all. And we talked about the promise. I mean, the promise of crypto is a lot like the promise of the United States. And I'm sorry to tell you, but that promise ain't necessarily been reached yet. And so what we have to do is ensure that there are regulations in place to make sure we have access. I mean, we understand the flaws with crypto now. I don't want to keep people from creating their own coin calling it whatever, designing it whatever, to pay for whatever, backed by whatever, that's fine. However, it should not be in a marketplace if it does not reach certain standards. And I think that's where government comes and plays a role.
So what standards are you looking for exactly? You seem to be hesitant about regulation. You say it's a slippery slope. But then what standards are you looking for?
I think we can sit here all day and talk about policy standards, but one of the things that let's look at broad parameters to ensure fairness, to ensure equity, to make sure that there's transparency. One of the things I don't want people doing is you have this bright new shiny coin and no one understands what it's backed by, or no one understands where it originated from. Or, you want to be able to see and understand what you are putting in your wallet, for lack of a better term. I think transparency, fairness, equity are probably the three. If I was creating a law, I would bring in all of these private entities or regulation and say, these are the three frameworks or goalposts that we're going to work from, and be able to bring them in and deduce what a piece of legislation should look like.
We've thought a lot about also how regulation, what that would look like, and it really takes a technical expertise as well, and it's something I think we need to have guiding principles, and I think we align exactly on those guiding principles. And then the devil is in the details. How do you actually, because this is a technology that disintermediates, and it's a technology, and I think, again, Controller Sue said this, I think on a podcast a while ago, that disintermediation, it changes what the protections are for consumers, because it's immutable, it can't be changed, it's irreversible, so you may not have recourse. And so consumers need to understand when they do and when they don't have recourse. And so there are some devil in the details when it comes to this disintermediating technology, and you need that expertise inside the regulators. We've heard a lot about responsible innovation. It really takes responsible regulation as well to make sure that we unlock, to make it fair, make it equitable, make it safe, and all of those things have to come together with the government and the private industry, and frankly, consumer groups, other consumer advocates, whether it's the John Hope Bryant Foundation, whether it's other consumer advocates. We have to figure out a way to work together to make sure that all of these needs are met.
We're almost out of time, but one thing I want to end on is a lot of I don't want to say underdeveloped, but other countries outside the United States, they're using crypto in a lot of different ways, using it as a currency, using different things. What do you think? Us here in the U.S., what can we learn from countries like El Salvador and other countries that have adopted crypto, and maybe ways that we can democratize finance with some of the methods that they've used?
I think you're going to start to see the United States deal with a 30-year problem in unique ways. Inflation. My daddy called me the other day because the price of whiting at the Piggly Wiggly had gone up, right? And he was livid about it. That's a real concern. And so, as you see inflation really hurting people's bottom line and people's pockets, I think you're going to start to see us use unique forms of payment, currency, et cetera, cryptocurrency, Bitcoin, Ethereum, whatever it may be, in different fashions. I'm hard pressed to sit up here and say that we should steal El Salvador's, economic system. But what I will say is that as Bitcoin continues to grow and expand, as different countries utilize it as their currency, their go-to currency, you'll begin to see this new innovative form of payment and currency be utilized in extraordinary ways, because we have some issues here that we have to attack or tackle in ways that are going to take some non-traditional ways of thought.
And the global economy, there are countries all over the world who are trying to determine how to regulate this again, and they're grappling with the exact same questions we are. And so whether it's the UK, the EU, India, Japan, they're all trying to tackle these hard questions of how do you make it safe, how do you make it secure, how do you make sure there are things related to illicit finance, how do you make sure that when you're transacting with somebody that it's a good guy, not a bad guy. So everybody is working on these same challenges and these same problems. And I think when we get to a really important part of the executive order from President Biden was global cooperation and making sure that we create some standards and some general understanding between each other what we're really fighting for.
All right, we're almost out of time. I'm going to give you guys one last word. A year from today, how will we see cryptocurrency, Bitcoin, when it comes to democratizing finance?
I hope it's better than it is today. I think that's the hope that we have. I hope that many of the inequitable tenets that we see right now currently, we'll begin to deconstruct those and reimagine what they should look like. I hope that the industry, particularly those who are the private form of the industry, become more diversified and look like this room. And I hope that individuals have a fair, equitable, and transparent access to the product, so that my little old church ladies aren't buying crypto that they don't understand and it's backed by, craziness. I want them to be able to, pay those graduation gifts in a cryptocurrency, and they understand exactly what they're doing. And I think that's how you build wealth and sustain wealth.
I would echo all those. The only thing I would add as the head of U.S. policy, I feel obligated to say in a year, I hope we have a regulatory structure that works at the federal level, that gives us certainty in the market, that gives those ladies the certainty that they need to understand fully what they're doing. And so it doesn't matter if you buy it in one state or another, or if you buy it and you're moving it back and forth between your children. At the end of the day, you know what you're getting, and you feel excited about doing it. So we're really excited. If anybody has any questions or in the future, please don't hesitate to reach out. Again, thank you so much for John Hope Bryant for inviting us, and for the rest of the panelists. I'm extremely excited. This is a great day of speakers, and thank you for sitting next to me and for being such a gracious panelist with me.
For sure. Thank you, guys.
Operation Hope is the largest nonprofit financial inclusion organization in America, specifically focused on urban and underserved neighborhoods, and it was founded after the Rodney King riots of 1992 in South Central Los Angeles. I figured I had to do something and made a commitment to rebuild my neighborhoods. But I quickly realized that my community wanted a hand up and not a handout. That became Operation Hope. And within 6 months of starting Operation Hope, we financed with some bankers the first rebuilding of any business after the Rodney King riots. So while folks were talking about it, we were doing something about it, and that became our thesis of a PhD philosophy, and not just a PhD philosophy. So you fast forward that vision from $61,000 original budget and one employee and a vision to change the world to where we are today. We're the largest nonprofit empowerment organization in the country, $3 billion invested in underserved neighborhoods through our partners. We're in 25 states. We have 4 million clients. The guy who made the suit that I'm wearing, we put in business. The shirt that I'm wearing, we put in business. This is literally pulsating communities that we're in with hope and opportunity. Why do you even need an Operation Hope? Why do we have these tales of two cities where you have the rich and the poor? And mind you, I didn't say black and white. The color is not white, black, red, brown, and yellow, it's green. There are 100 million Americans who are financially bruised in this country. Underserved neighborhoods need to know that they are somebody and that there's a way for them to succeed in this world. And if I can raise credit scores 120 points in 24 months, which is what I'm doing, I mean, that changes your self-esteem, your confidence, your belief in yourself, your access to capital. And who's the private banker for all of us? Who is the private banker in a country that's a democracy rooted in free enterprise and capitalism, the largest economy on the planet? It doesn't exist. That's why I created Operation Hope, to be that private banker to everybody, so that that person who doesn't know what they don't know has a resource to then move them from a place of not knowing, move their credit score up, move their approvability up, get their confidence up, their self-esteem, their belief system, so that now they are in the no category and they're in the thriving box, no longer in the surviving box, and they can now get approved for credit. There's never been a riot in a 700 credit score neighborhood in all of America's history. Because 700 credit score neighborhoods don't riot, they go shopping. Nothing changes your life more than God or love than moving your credit score 120 points. Somehow we have lost this narrative of the economic uplift and how that influences everything else. And I thought that financial literacy education and economic empowerment and capital access combined with opportunity unleashes the human spirit. So there's a difference between being broke and being poor. Being broke is economic, but being poor is a disabling frame of mind and a depressed condition of your spirit. And you must vow never, ever, ever to be poor again.
All right, you still with us? You enjoyed that last session? All right. That's awesome. Well, I know that all of you, or at least most of you, are here because you want to learn more about how to invest in crypto and other digital spaces. So the next session, we're going to really break it down for you. Break it down for you. So without further ado, I want to introduce you to someone who is very special to Operation Hope, one of our sponsors, as I mentioned earlier, Robinhood. And so please give a warm Southern Atlanta welcome to Robinhood's Chief Brokerage Officer, Mr. Steve Quirk. Mr. Steve Quirk from Robinhood. And our very own John Hope Bryant.
I think my socks are going to give away whether I'm, to Keith's question this morning, whether you're a believer or not. Those are Bitcoin
Those are Bitcoin socks?
Yeah.
We're selling them in the lobby for cash. Oh, you got that.
You could pay in Bitcoin, though.
You could pay in Bitcoin. So I've met your co-founders. Very much like, I'm sure people who met me, I'm an entrepreneur, when I founded Operation Hope or whatever my enterprises, people thought that I was nuts. I also thought they were a little off, in the sense that they were just so passionate and off, but really smart. Off, but a dash of genius. But outliers and disruptors. And what I had to figure out was, were they positive disruptors or were they negative disruptors? And if you're a negative disruptor, I don't want to have anything to do with you, because that means you're about me and not about we. It's about what you have to get, not what you have to give, and so on and so forth. And your general counsel, I know, good man.
Dan, yep.
Dan. And Mary Elizabeth is here, a sister who you guys have brought on, who's helping you with public policy.
She's right out there.
Yeah, she's one of a few people who stood up to a president I won't mention and walked out of the State Department because it was against her values. We won't mention the president, but he's not in office at the moment. You'll get that later. And you got it. And so there were people I respected, and then I got to know your co-founders, and I decided they were positive disruptors. Even though me and one of them argued for 2 hours over dinner about the efficacy of financial literacy, they still did it. What I said was, if you had to do Robinhood all over again, I would have hoped you would have embedded financial literacy into the model. And we had this debate back and forth. I absolutely think you should have. I'm not asking you today, by the way, to answer that. But this is the protection versus prosperity conversation that we actually started 3 years ago with me and your folks, that we're actually having in real time now about a completely different but related topic. So in some ways, you guys got a head start on everybody else. You got beat up early. Mm-hmm. I'll say it, you probably won't. You guys made mistakes, you're not perfect. You've obviously done a lot of stuff right. The market responded by a bunch of young people adopting your platform and following your lead. What have you learned? What would you do differently if you had to do it all over again? Where are you at now? Where are you going as it relates to specifically cryptocurrency and digital assets? And let me say, before he says anything else, and I'm gonna let him go we have 17 minutes of session. I'm gonna let him go for as much as he wants to, because I think this is a really important conversation with a company that's in the fire of this in the traditional markets as well. With all this conversation, and Mary Elizabeth will know it wasn't always nice. We went back and forth, and I was unhappy several times with the progress. But we finally got to you guys signing an investor bill of rights.
First signatory.
First signatory ever of a Wall Street firm. Yes, please. Yeah, no, they deserve credit. Put it up on your phone. Everything we do is transparent, folks. Put it up on your phone. Don't trust me? Type in Operation Hope, Robinhood, Investability Rights. Read the document that they signed, and you tell me whether you thought it was important for where we are now, where we're going. I'd like to think that...
I'm going to give him a lot of credit because those two founders are very bright people, and they are... they can be hard to persuade.
They're hard.
So you must be very, very, very persuasive.
Well, I mean... Look,
it's the right thing. Don't get me wrong, but I'm just saying. Yeah.
I think the facts persuaded them. I don't want nobody, don't want me.
Yep.
I'm not begging anybody for anything. Before you leave, I'll walk out if I don't think it's an authentic conversation.
Mm-hmm.
We stayed engaged because I respected them, they respected me.
Mm-hmm.
They talked, I listened, and when I talked, I began to believe they listened. Otherwise, again, I would have bounced. But once we got to 51% of me believing there's a majority of goodwill here, then I said, okay, we got a real conversation. But you guys signed an Investor Bill of Rights a year ago, almost, when this was not a vote. What I'd like to see come out of today, by the way, please, every major investor in Bitcoin, cryptocurrency, digital asset, please, you're watching this from all around the world. I know you're watching. Okay, we know you're watching. You should want to sign the Investor Bill of Rights. You don't have regulation now. You don't have the government telling you what to do. You should want to self-police. Is that a good idea? Let's talk about where'd you come from? What lessons did you learn? What are you proud of? I know there's a lot of that. Where are you at now? Where you think we should be going, the industry should be going, et cetera.
So I came from a very small town in Wisconsin.
Well, I didn't mean you personally, but
I know, I'm just kidding.
No. Yeah. Actually, I am interested in personal.
Yeah. I came from a very small town in Wisconsin and ended up in Chicago in the world of trading. And I spent about 20 years on the other side of trading. And I moved into retail. And the first thing I did when I got to a retail firm, I worked for a larger retail firm, Schwab, TD Ameritrade, was I educated people. I educated people on investing and trading. I used to educate people in this very room. As a matter of fact, it brought back memories. I have a strong passion for that.
Literally in this very room, you talking about?
Literally in this very room.
Okay, all right.
So I had the same conversation. I've only been at Robinhood for 6 months, but I had the identical conversation with Vlad and Beju that you had. I said...
That's the founders of...
Yes. You have to understand the importance. Now, here's what I would say. They are so extremely bright and competent that sometimes they don't make the connection that not everybody else is going to grasp things.
It was a 2-hour math conversation.
Yeah, exactly. They're not going to grasp things in the manner they are. But if you look at the customer base, and again, I came from Schwab and TD Ameritrade, those are 50-some-year-old people who have a lot of wealth and they've been in the market a long time. Customers at Robinhood are 31 years old. 50% of them are brand new to investing. They're very diverse, they're very young, they're very passionate, but they need education. And they need education in a different manner than, they like to be educated in a very different manner than people who are of my generation. They want it consumable when they want to consume it in an on-demand manner. They want it in the pathway of the trading application or investing application. We embed, it's part of the Bill of Rights. We embed little tests in there just so that they can validate that they're understanding what they're learning. It's really important, particularly in this space, because it's new.
So let me back up again.
Yeah.
So if I'm hearing you properly, as a result of you signing the Investor Bill of Rights,
yes,
you've actually now made the commitment to embed financial education into...
Oh, it's in the pathway. It's in the pathway.
It's in the app?
So there's Robinhood Learn, which is hundreds and hundreds of videos. But within the pathway, there's education, and there's more coming. We're mid-journey.
So let me be clear. Yeah. I'm not interested in some website that only smart people go to and people who are bored or whatever. I'm talking about something like right in the business lane.
In the path, yeah.
In the path. Yeah. So in the path of consumers, of investor decisions, you're embedding financial literacy.
Yeah.
Good.
The difficult part about that is, think about it, it's a mobile app. So you can't make it too heavy. It's snippets, and that's what they want to consume anyway. Yeah. But if they want more, they just click, and it takes them somewhere else where they can go into more depth there. So I think it's really powerful and it's really important, but it's really important in the digital asset space because as it's been discussed all morning, it's moving very quickly. And so it's really important that there's good education. The good news is, if you stick to the principles of what you educate in other asset classes on, for example, diversification, nobody should have all of their assets in this asset class. And we don't see...
Say that again, please.
Diversification.
No.
Nobody should have all these assets in this asset class or in any asset class, right? Diversification is so important, so important. So you talked about something else this morning, which I thought was so important. There are 3 E's we talk about at Robinhood that really are the pathway for getting many more participants in the marketplace. One is economic. So, okay, am I going to make it something that's feasible? Do I have to have an account minimum, which is going to keep a lot of people out? Do I have a commission structure, which is going to make it untenable for people to invest and do it in a successful manner? Check. Okay. There are no commissions. There are no minimums. The other is education, what we've been talking about. And we're on a path. We're not there yet, but we're working on it.
And by the way, there are no commissions, but be clear, they get paid.
We do.
They get paid because the folks who are doing the trading on the back end, they compensate them for the trades. It should be transparent to you. I'm telling you right now, that's the way it's done. I think it's pretty harmless based on what I've seen. Just be clear, they are.
We are transparent about that. I explained it to I have 3 daughters that are in their early 20s, and I'm that annoying dad, that explains to them the importance of making their money work for them when they're first getting their first job. So they get their brokerage account and they hear this, what's this, payment for order flow, order routing revenue? Right. I said, look, this is the easiest way I can explain it. You used to pay a commission of $10 to trade a stock.
Right.
There's a value of you coming into the marketplace. The industry benefits from it.
Yep.
Now the industry is paying us that $10 commission. So we can provide all these things to you. Again, it's far more nuanced than that.
So basically versus payment for commission, it's payment for delivering a customer.
Exactly. That's what it is. Right. And we're the ones attracting
is that clear?
Customers. Yeah. Right. Again, it's far deeper than that. It's very nuanced, but that's really the simplest version. So to get back to my 3 E's, because I'll use my daughters as an example. They open a brokerage account. They're doing their investing. Dad's a hero. The market's going up, right? Mm-hmm. We all know what happens then, right? All of a sudden, the market's going down, and, Dad, what's going on? You're an idiot. I'm losing money. I should have kept it in the bank, etc. So the 30 steps in, emotion.
Yeah. What was the
Emotion's easier to tame when you...
What was the second E?
The second E was education. What we've been working on.
Gotcha.
The 30 is emotion. And when you're young, you're emotional, especially when this is new. This is all brand new to people. A lot of customers have not seen markets like they're performing the way they are today. So this is new to them.
So this generation has only seen...
They have.
This. You follow me? They have no idea what a downturn looks like. Go ahead.
And they don't know how to navigate it. They're struggling to navigate it. And I'm not just speaking about my daughters. I'm speaking about our customers as well. So I tell my daughters, if you're not comfortable with something, then you shouldn't, don't continue to invest. But I'm going to tell you some facts, right? We just sent these facts out to our customers yesterday. For the last 20 years, and they're young, right? So they're going to have a long investing journey. The S&P has averaged over 9% return. If you jumped in and out and missed 10 days in the last 20 years, the 10 best days, that returns 4%. If you missed 30 days, the best 30 days, that return is 0. So I just told them that because I said, look, at your age, I can't use the word guarantee in financial services. It's been washed out of my brain, but I guarantee you girls, in 20 years, you're going to be like, thanks, Dad, right? And so what they do is a dollar cost average. Every month, they pick an amount, and it automatically goes into a broad-based ETF and then a couple stocks that they like.
Explain what an ETF is.
So exchange traded fund is a broad, diversified, it's like the SPY is 500 stocks. And the reason why that's a good investment.
Basket.
Yeah, it's a basket. So you don't have this, if one company has an issue, it's going to wipe out, your portfolio. And as a result of that, it actually lets them remove the emotion. I don't get yelled at as often when it's automated. And so that's beneficial.
So I'm going to translate what he said into my own life.
Yeah.
This is one of the problems with Wall Street is they really, it's another language. And nobody wants to acknowledge that, like, nobody knows what the Wall Street Journal is saying. Like, what is this, all this mumble jumble and these, and people are intimidated and they're ashamed to admit they don't get it, and you're 50 years old, you're educated, but you don't have one clue what these folks are saying, and so you just say, enough, I don't want to deal with any of it. So let me try to break this down into, because no one's taught us, we're not dumb, no one's taught us this. If you want to get into stocks, this is away from crypto for a second. You want to get into stocks, you want to try your first step, buy what you like, buy what you use. Go around your house and look, what kind of shoes do you wear? What's the brand? Where do you shop? Where do you get some food at? Find what you like, find what your friends like, buy that. You can't buy a full share of it? Do fractional share investment. You guys do fractional? We do. Means if you have $25 to invest, then you can get a fraction of whatever it is you want. And buy, hold, forget. Buy, hold, forget. Buy it and forget about it. Do not keep trying to trade it. If you're not a day trader, then don't get in that business because you're going to miss out on what he just said. That if you got the money in, you got your money out. If it's a flaky stock, get out of it. Don't get into it in the first place unless you call it truly speculative. Some of what we're talking about today is some of this stuff is stable somewhat. Some of this stuff on crypto and digital is extremely flaky. Unless you want to go gamble in Las Vegas, you could lose it all, earn it all. Then find something you find that you think is stable, you believe in it, buy it and hold it. It may go down, it may go up, but over the long term, you'll probably do okay. So if you want to not miss the market, find something you believe in, buy it and hold it over the long term. After every dip in the last 30 to 40 years, when the market recovered, it recovered in a substantial way. And you don't want to miss out on that. Minorities tend to buy when it's high, and guess what? Sell when it's low. Oh my God, it went down. Sell it, right? And that's the exact time you don't want to sell, by the way, because the market has done this over, the history. Done this, it's corrected, and then it's corrected back above the line every time. That's real estate, that's the stock market. So you buy, hold, and forget. Go, continue.
Yeah. And to tie this into the digital asset space, now of these 23 million Robinhood clients, in the last quarter, 60% of those clients also traded in the cryptocurrency space. And we're 60. And we're not, we are not a crypto-only native firm. We're a brokerage firm that started offering crypto because our customers wanted it in 2018. We're small. We have 11 coins, as you said earlier. That covers the majority of all the trading. And our most frequent reoccurring investment, so in other words, every month, every week, every year, I put a certain amount of money in the market, is Bitcoin. So they take a small percentage of their portfolio and they say, I'm a believer in this space and I'm going to invest in it. And they'll invest in it even in crypto winter, which is what we're in the middle of right now, because I think that they have the confidence that in the long run, this is going to be something that's really going to do well. So, and I thought there were excellent points made up here about, the differing views there. you can see it. I can see it in the customer base at Robinhood. Let's call it a third of them are passionate, and they are true believers. A third of them are crypto curious. They don't really know that much about it, but they sort of want to dip their toe in. And a third of them don't want to touch it. And that's okay. You know, whatever they're comfortable doing, whatever you're comfortable doing from an investment standpoint, as soon as you get to a point where you put an investment on in any asset class and the hair on the back of your neck stands up, get out. Mm-hmm. You don't belong in that investment. Mm-hmm. Because you're going to make a really bad decision when it gets rocky. You should feel comfortable with whatever investment you make. You should feel comfortable that you can withstand a little volatility in.
And if somebody tells you it's a can't lose situation, it's guaranteed, that's another reason to get out or not get in the first place. We have a minute. Yeah. I wasted a lot of time trying to unpack some of this complicated stuff. Hit people real hard in the next minute. What makes you proud? What makes you afraid? What do you want the people to leave remembering?
What makes me proud is that we as a firm, Robinhood, we've opened the doors for a lot. I was a competitor of Robinhood, and I was amazed at how well they did at attracting a young, diverse crowd. That's my entire career. All I've wanted is more households to participate in the market because I've seen what it can do. And in the last couple of years, those doors have been open, and it's amazing, and that's fabulous. But that's only the first part of it. The second part is you have to grow with them and make sure they do it in a responsible manner so that they actually have the successes. That's the path forward. What I would leave you with...
What makes you afraid?
Well, what makes me afraid? What we've seen over the last couple weeks. You know, I really get nervous when you see things blow up and there's contagion because, you know, not everybody listens to diversification, and there are people that do get burned, and you know, that always scares me because you know what happens? It's not just 2007, 8, 9. It's not just the parents who unfortunately may have lost a lot of wealth. It's the kids sitting at the dinner table who hear it, and then they don't get into the market. Yeah. And as a result, they don't get to experience the gains. And so that always frightens me, and it makes me realize the importance of financial literacy is critical.
So the contagion, the jumping on this bandwagon of hype alone scares the bejeebers out of you.
And the whole get rich thing. I wish it would go away. The get rich thing.
Right.
I wish it would go away. Quick. Yeah, I just wish it would go away.
Yep.
You know?
Yep. You heard it. Robinhood said it. The get rich quick thing, they wish it would go away. Now, this is Robinhood. I mean, this is the edgy, right on the cutting edge, you know, brokerage firm saying to you, that's even too much for them. What do you want to leave them with?
I'd like to leave you with financial literacy. It's the most important aspect of anything you can do. I'd also like to say thank you for letting us continue to be on this journey.
Well, we honor it. When we first started this thing, I said we can't partner with you because we don't know, we're not sure where you're going and all that stuff. Mm-hmm. But let's do this Bill of Rights. If you succeed, we'll applaud you. If you fail, we'll say you're a schmuck. So far, I must say, we commend you.
That's so nice.
All right, thanks for being here. God bless you. All right, let's continue this important conversation. Hope you guys are enjoying this today. Thank you, Lance.
Thank you, gentlemen. Wasn't that a great session? All right. Now we're at break time, but before you go on break, I want to thank again all of you for being here with us in person, but also those who are viewing it around the world. I want to thank our sponsors and our government partners, the Office of the Comptroller and Currency and the Federal Trade Commission. Let's give them a round of applause for their support and being here. And then our sponsors, Robinhood, PayPal, MasterCard, for allowing us to be able to provide this summit for you as well. So let's give them a round of applause also. Now, I want to just thank you for allowing me to serve as your master of ceremonies this morning. I hope I didn't do a bad job. Hopefully I'll get invited to come back and do this again. But I'm going to pass the baton to the great Karen Greer, who is going to take us home for the afternoon session. So look forward to having her with us this afternoon. So even though we're on break, we have a great session across the way. So don't forget to head across to the hall for the Crypto Micro MasterCard class, where we're going to have a Q&A session, and everything you need to know about crypto will be discussed there at the masterclass session across the way. Last key point, please be back by 12 noon for lunch and for the beginning of the afternoon session, okay? You having a great time so far? Well, we'll see you at 12 noon. Enjoy your break. Thank you all.
What are you doing? What are you waiting for? The Bible suggests be hot or be cold. If you're lukewarm, I'll spat you out. What are you waiting for? Follow Operation Hope. Follow at John Hope Bryant. Follow at Hope Global Forums. Follow at Financial Literacy for All. Follow at 1MBB. Follow the movement. What are you waiting for? You follow that kooky entertainer that doesn't do anything for you. You follow all kinds of people who just do nothing but entertain you, or worse, irritate you. I'm going to help you. My team's going to help you change your life. At the very least, we're going to inspire you to think a little better about life. It's free. It's free 99. Just takes your time. Just a little bit of your time. Just hit that like button, click when you see a video. And you hit that like button, click when you see a quote, you see an article, and hit that follow button. Go to our social media on all platforms and hit follow. You just might change the world. riot was not going to happen. I said, there's not going to be a problem. The officers who beat Rodney King are going to be convicted and they're going to jail. And for those who don't know the history, 30 years ago, all those officers were found to be innocent. The city came unglued.
When the verdicts came out, it came out about this time, about in the morning-ish, afternoonish. We were out here on Crenshaw, and people were just beeping their horns and honking their horns, and it was like you can just tell the energy, but we never saw it. So when the riots happened, I actually went to First AME Church, and literally, when I went outside, it was like Beirut. Like, it was fires everywhere.
And it was kind of bad. So we didn't know what we were going to do, so we went back to our home and watched it on television.
And the way they stopped it, they called the army in. And they had the guns and things out, and they was riding around in them big trucks covered up, but you could see the guns sticking out in there. And that's what quieted it down. And the next morning when we got up, blood was running down the street like water. They shot up a lot of people that night. I know about that riot. I know about it.
I realized at that time that sometimes you don't have justice, you have just us. First of all, I started Operation Hope out of guilt for not showing up in my own neighborhood. I felt guilty, like I need to do something.
I thought he was just talking out of both sides of his mouth. I didn't take it seriously at first until he brought his executive secretary there and told me that they were going in business together. She said, I see something in him, and she's been with him day one up until now.
You know, think about these 24 and 26-year-olds, you know, out there thinking they're going to change the world, you know, with brochures and meetings and whatever we were doing at that age. It was just relentless every day, every day, every day.
My God, we made it happen. We make it happen how you make it happen. Flyers, word of mouth, whatever we could do. So we did a lot of grassroots, a lot of foot pounding, a lot of soldiering ourselves.
I could see the results. I could see people buying homes. I could see them opening bank accounts.
Starting to hear the stories of how people's lives were changing and how financial stability was, you know, affording opportunities that people would not even have thought or dreamed of before.
My mother was able to purchase her first home in 1992. So at the time that my mom was introduced to Operation Hope and the program, she didn't think home ownership was possible for her. So for me personally, seeing that she actually went through the program, as it was introduced, it made me happy to know that her dreams was being realized at that time.
It used to be a time when I would say I work for Operation Hope and I would have to explain the mission and what we do. But now, when I say I work for Operation Hope, a lot of people know the organization and what we do and what our mission is, and they've heard a lot, and that feels good.
And I've done workshops on tarmacs. I've done workshops outside. I've done a workshop downtown Skid Row on a Tuesday, and I did a workshop to some rocket scientists on a Thursday in the same week.
Within these last, you know, I don't know, 4 years, it's sort of exploded in a way, sort of beyond even what, you know, not that I couldn't believe that growth was going to happen, but it was just so fast.
If I commit that Operation Hope will become, I believe, the most important non-governmental civil society organization in this country.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage your host for the second part of our program, award-winning news anchor and Atlanta treasure, Karen Greer.
Good afternoon, everyone. Man, I've been talking so much, I didn't eat. How's the food? Hey, let's give a big round of applause to the staff here at the fabulous, magnificent Marriott Marquis. They have been on point today, it looks like, and everything smells good, looks good. So excited to be here with you and just be a part of this. Team Marriott, thank you for all you do. And of course, the general manager who we all know and love so much, Erica Beatty, Quarles. Thank you, thank you. I'm pleased to announce and introduce this next session, Building the Financial World We Need. And we've got some of the most brilliant minds in the country to help us get there. That's very important. So please give a big Hope Forums welcome to the founder and CEO of the Alliance for Innovative Regulation, Joanne Barefoot. Is that your Hope Forums welcome? One more time. Let's give a nice Hope Forums welcome. Yeah. I mean, do this like we're taping for the Oprah Winfrey Show, okay? All right. And the executive in residence at NICA Partners, Matt Homer. The chief of staff for the Office of the Comptroller of the Currency, Lauren Oppenheimer. And with the magic of technology, joining us via satellite, a man who's the senior policy advisor for Sullivan and Cromwell, the chair of Apollo Global Management, and the most recent chair of the SEC, our good friend, Mr. Jay Powell. Give them all a nice big welcome.
Hi, everyone. Welcome. We're excited to join you. Ooh, mid-lunch. It's always better than to be before lunch, so I hope you enjoy whatever delicious thing you're eating. I want to welcome you all to our panel. This is on the Building the Financial World We Need. One of the things that I think is really interesting about our guests here is that everyone has had some sort of regulatory experience, including myself. And so, as everyone knows, it was a wild week last week in the world of cryptocurrency. So here we are to talk about it with a bit of a regulatory view. I want to start with the former SEC chair, Jay Clayton. I was curious, you have had a seat at the table in Washington, D.C. You're now in New York doing some legal work as well as over at Apollo, doing some investments. And I was just curious, sort of your view on the regulatory sphere now.
Well, if you don't mind, I'll just start by thanking John Hope Bryant and Operation Hope for all they do to try to educate our investors and our consumers. And I'll then start with that lens, which is, you know, what are we seeing in the vast product space that people refer to as cryptocurrency, crypto products, digital assets. And what I hope that we're seeing is a rigor coming to this. And last week, what happened in the stablecoin market demonstrated why there is a need for rigor in terms of analysis and also regulation, smart regulation. We had a purported stablecoin which was an experiment, blow up. It has caused us to look at what is really a stable state and what is something that is a technological experiment, what is something that is like a mutual fund, and what is truly something we can be confident has a stable value through what I would say is difficult circumstances, liquidity circumstances. And I think we learned something last week, and I hope that we apply that going forward.
Great. Matt, I know you also have had experience both in the international realm at USAID and then at the state level on the regulatory front at NYDFS. They're the New York State regulator. We had Superintendent Adrienne Harris here. She is the current regulator. So I was just curious, what's your perspective on where we are on the regulatory front now?
Yeah, no, and it's really a great opportunity to be here. I think this type of dialogue that is happening is so important, particularly at this moment in time. So I just returned from a DeFi conference where I was the last few days, and as you can imagine, like it's very, very different sort of mood in the room there than here. But I would say that a couple of things were sort of interesting observations. One, it was that I think everyone is assuming regulation is coming, and I think there are two different camps within the DeFi community, or the decentralized community, decentralized finance community, which I would say is just one part of the broader crypto universe around the coming regulation. One point of view is that this is great. We need to embrace this. It's better for the industry. It's better for consumers, and for the industry to grow, we need to embrace this. I think there's another sort of perspective, which is that regulation is coming. We need to decentralize as fast as possible. And so I think as we think about regulation, we're sort of making an assumption that the thing can be regulated. And I think we need to sort of challenge that assumption and think about how it can, in what ways it could be regulated. And there's sort of an analogy I think is useful to think of here, which is the various states of matter. So if people remember their science classes, you have a solid state, a liquid state, and a gas state. And I think within financial services, we have seen the products and services move from what was a solid state to now something that is much more of a gas state. And so the way that we regulate that will have to probably be much different.
Great. So Joanne, I know Joanne is a former OCC employee and the first female deputy comptroller.
Indeed.
And I was just curious what, in terms of regulation, what do you think would be effective regulation if we did go ahead in this space?
So we're going to spend years figuring this out, and it's going to be really important to do it. I think it can be helpful to ask ourselves, what are the regulatory issues that we need to work with? And we've spent a lot of time this morning talking about investor protection. That's a huge one. There's a whole other realm around other kinds of consumer protection. If we're going to be using this for payments, and as your boss, the acting controller, points out, we're going to cut out the middleman, which is going to be great in terms of reducing the costs of the system, but then people won't have recourse. There's a lot of consumer protection issues there. We're going to ask ourselves what to do about the climate impacts of mining, which are it's a small sector, so it's not big in the scheme of the world, but it's extremely energy intensive. And then we're going to ask ourselves what we're going to do about financial crime, and whether blockchain-based payments can be not only not a haven for criminals, but actually can be used to catch criminals better. And we could talk more about that. There's a whole lot of opportunity there. And then we have this gigantic issue of financial inclusion. How real is it that this can open up ownership societies, new opportunities to enable more people to get in on wealth building and help close the wealth gap? And if that is real, how's it going to work? How do we shape this environment to make sure that that is the direction that we go in? So we've got those issues, and then we have a regulatory infrastructure, federal and state in the US, plus the rest of the globe. And this is all mold breaking. It doesn't fit into our frameworks, our regulatory agencies, our laws. So we've got a lot of work to do. But I think Matt is right that there will be part of this that is so decentralized that it won't be able to be regulated through any of our traditional methods. We're going to have to use technology, a lot of technology to regulate it at all.
So I want to go back to Jay and ask a little bit about technology and innovation. I know during your tenure, CLOs became a big issue for you. And I just didn't know if you also wanted to sort of think about or discuss sort of investor protection in this new digital era for digital assets.
Sure. And I will, let me try and put a little bit of gloss on what was said, very thoughtful. There clearly are things being offered in a tokenized form or in a distributed ledger form that look just like current financial products, perform just like current financial products, easily be regulated like current financial products. And we should recognize that. The ICO boom was exactly that. It was a securities offering called a token offering, and time has proven that it needed to be regulated as such. It was a market or a phenomenon where there was a great deal of speculation. I would say a great deal of fraud and lack of adequate information. And it turned out that most of the projects being funded by ICOs failed. There was a real need for investor protection. I would say at the other end of the spectrum, and a very promising end of the spectrum, the stablecoin area, stable stores of value that are promised to consumers have been regulated for centuries. And we need to continue to regulate those as such. I believe that it would be fairly straightforward to define the parameters that make a stable coin not a security, that make it not a mutual fund. And then that stable coin can be used, as they are every day, for billions of dollars of transactions to connect what I would say traditional finance with the tokenized financial world. If we do that, we're actually starting to unleash the power of distributed ledger technology across many spectrums. So there are areas that I think are fairly straightforward to regulate. We've been doing it. We need to continue to do more. Why don't I pause there and let my colleagues on stage either question me, or let's have a dialogue around this.
Yeah, I agree completely, and I think that I think that there are a lot of benefits to the current regulatory system, and but I think the one thing that we'll have to sort of keep an eye on is the role of intermediaries, right? I think financial regulation is predicated on there being an intermediary to regulate, and I agree the financial services that are products that emerge will be things that look similar to prior products, right? I mean, financial services, if you abstract it's sort of away, it's a foundational set of products that have existed for, some of them, many of them, for a very long time. What I think could be potentially different now is it would be if you were to no longer have intermediaries playing the same type of role they currently play. That would be very, very different. And I think that one of the things that you mentioned is so important, I think, is having regulatory frameworks that are accessible to innovators. Because I think that we have probably not done as much as we could as a regulatory community to create accessible pathways for companies to come in and get regulated.
Yeah. Let me just jump in and say I agree with you on both of those. I think we should be in search of regulation that is technologically agnostic. And I also agree with you that there is a challenge there in some areas because we rely on regulating intermediaries to protect investors and consumers. And to the extent you eliminate or decentralize the intermediary, that avenue for effective regulation is no longer there, and you have to figure out a new way to do it. What I would say to my innovative friends is when you go to see regulators, look at it that way. Say, technology that I have, and it does the regulatory job at least as well as you're currently doing it. Here is why. And in addition to that, it's much more efficient. Said another way, if you go in and say, this is much more efficient, therefore you should approve it, and you don't demonstrate why it does the regulatory job at least as well, that's not something that is easy for a regulator to stomach.
I would just say I agree also that a lot of what is being done does fit into the molds that we already have, and it's just a matter of sort of clarifying, what goes where. And I also agree with you, Matt, that so as you said, I'm a former regulator. I really feel for the regulators in this situation because they're the ones who have to get it right. Everybody else can, move fast and break things or whatever. Regulators have to walk this knife edge of protecting the public, and on my list I didn't even include financial systemic instability is a whole other issue. Protecting the public while also allowing innovation, which by definition we can't even picture exactly what can happen. There's definitely a lot of risk that regulation will squelch something good. And I think all of us who are working in this space, people who are full-time in this space are trying to keep up with it, layer 1 and layer 2, and who's building what on top of Ethereum today, and what amazing thing is it doing? And so we aren't going to be able to settle it soon. We're going to learn by doing, I think. And can I just say one other thing really quickly? I do think stable coins are, I have a podcast show, it's called Barefoot Innovation. I recently had the acting controller on as a guest. I really recommend it to you. He was very interesting. And one of his arguments was, if we can get the stable coin part of this right, we'll get the rest of it right to a huge degree, that really is sort of the keystone.
So it's interesting, Jay, you mentioned regulating the activities and not necessarily the technology. What do you think some of the risks we should look for are?
In terms of risk to consumers, risks to the system, we've learned a lot over the last decade about that. Risk to consumers we solve in two ways. We solve it by trying to put consumers on an equal information playing field. That's what a lot of the disclosure rules we have are designed to do. And then to the extent that there's a problem, and this is one of the things about eliminating intermediaries, to the extent that there's a problem, there needs to be meaningful recourse. One of the challenges right now that really needs to be addressed is the custody of digital assets. One of the reasons that custody is so important is that if something goes wrong, you actually have an ability to get the assets that are yours. I think there's a technological solution for this. There's a technological way forward. We need to get around the table and solve that, making sure that everybody is comfortable. I will note one other thing that makes regulation challenging. This is really the first innovation that has come at us from what I would say is the retail consumer sector, and also from a global perspective as opposed to a domestic perspective. Usually new products and new innovations, think about things like derivatives, credit default swaps. They come about in, I would say, the institutional space, and they come about jurisdiction specific. Here we had a global product that was largely retail. That's a very different way to start an innovation, and we're grappling with that as well.
It's a great point.
Yeah.
One of the things a lot of people talk about in this space is, in the financial inclusion space, is remittances. And I know there's a lot of value people assign to that, but I was just curious in your experiences, this is for Matt or Joanne, sort of other use cases that you see that are really valuable for financial inclusion?
Yeah, another one, it's sort of related to remittances, is this concept of streaming payments. So the idea that payments could be conducted on a continuous basis as opposed to sort of a point in time, right? And if you think about that, there's so many different applications. So one application would be payroll. Like being able to pay someone clocks in at 9, they clock out at 5, they could get paid continuously at some increment. Maybe it doesn't have to be second by second, but it's some increment throughout the day. And then they walk home. They're receiving their wages as they earn them. And that's an area where there's actually a lot going on right now, and I think it could be particularly impactful for financial inclusion.
Yeah, I would add that we see a lot of adjacent activity that's more blockchain than crypto or DeFi, but is in use in this space and maybe doesn't completely rely on it, but that has the potential to solve a lot of problems. One of them is digital identity. And if we think the work you used to do at USAID, Matt, in emerging markets, where people don't even have an identity at all and can't get attached to the formal financial system, there's massive innovation on that underway in the world. And in the US, there's still a lot of people who have a lot of financial inclusion barriers relating to their identity. New immigrants, somebody who's sharing a room and paying their landlord in Venmo and can't establish all their documents and so on. The other thing I point to, and I hope that this is true, that's an appropriate word for our event today, and I don't know if it will turn out, is the whole issue that was framed up by our first speaker today. What is the potential for actually creating a different ownership society that is in Web3, that's secure, unlike what we have now, and that makes it possible for people to own a stake in what they're producing, not just creative people, but other people. I think there was a great article on DeFi in The Economist a few months back that used the example of a fashion model. If she has her photograph taken today, it's owned by the photographer. What if she could keep a token? What if she had an NFT, 10% stake in that, and if she turns into a supermodel, she's owned what she brought to the table. I mean, this is transformative, and people are pointing to it at a high level of theory. This could change everything, but I haven't yet seen someone map out how would we get there and how would we regulate it to be sure that it produced good things more than bad things.
I could not agree more with what was just said. And it's not just digitization of assets that's going on. The ubiquity of mobile communications and the processing power. One of the reasons we had intermediaries was not to create an avenue for regulation. We had intermediaries because of the frictions of engagement were so high that you needed an intermediary to be a clearinghouse for so many of these processes. To the extent that you don't need that as much anymore, the ability to have things like ownership in the company that you work at, or owning the intellectual property you create, yet still being able to share it on a fractionalized basis. Those things were not possible given the frictions sort of inherent in what I would say is fractionalized ownership. That may not be the case anymore. And that's sort of a wonderful possibility of this technology. I would love to see greater employee ownership. I'd love to see more participation in capital in our economy. That would be a wonderful thing that would come from this technology.
Do you want to add anything, Matt? Great. Okay. I wanted to touch on public-private partnerships. They're often mentioned as a way to address new and developing areas of regulation, but how could such partnerships make a difference in this space? Who should be at the table? And I'll open it up to everybody.
Yeah. Oh, Jay, do you want to? I was going to.
No, go ahead. I've been going first.
No, I think that public-private if we're talking about creating a system that benefits everyone, there's no way that system is going to emerge without public-private engagement. I mean, there's just absolutely no way. I came to that conclusion very quickly when I was a regulator in this space, that even just developing the tools to regulate this space, there's no way, we were going to be able to do that on our own. I mean, it was clear that we had to partner with and engage with industry. And not just industry, but I mean all of the actors. I mean, the thing with crypto, it's sort of interesting. Industry is maybe not the right label because it's almost a community, right? I mean, you've got all sorts of people participating in sort of different ways. One of the tools I think has become particularly effective for this type of collaboration, and in fact, Joanne and I worked on this together, is the idea of a tech sprint. So partnering with a set of stakeholders in the ecosystem around solving a very specific problem. And it was an incredibly valuable experience from in several different ways. So even just like defining the problem and scoping the problem is very useful. And then the solutions that emerged were just things that we would have never thought of, actually, like on our own as a regulator. And then the goodwill that emerges out of those type of partnerships is also very, very significant.
So our organization works, we're a nonprofit, we work with regulatory bodies all over the world. And again, I'm a former regulator. We are going to have more agile regulatory methods, and they're going to have to include an easier way of communicating between the public and private sectors. And I know this is boring stuff. People think it's boring, but it matters so much.
I don't think that those of us on this panel probably don't think it's boring.
We think it's fascinating. I know, we love it. We're regulatory nerds. So everybody's bored to death by the topic, but I mean, the way we change our rules, and appropriately so, is with, the government thinks hard about an important new thing, and then they put out a proposal or a request for comments, and then the lawyers read all that, and then they put out another thing, and they precede it all with a SBREFA, which I'm going to challenge you. You can't even tell me what SBREFA stands for, can you?
No.
It's a small business. Clinic thing on what are going to be the impacts on small business. Anyway, then you finally put the thing out, and then it goes through all the to all the law firms, and they advise their clients, and a year and a half, 2 years later, you start to implement it.
And this is to your point about us, because I actually am, I guess, the person here who is still in the government. We're trying to be nimble, but there are these processes that we have to follow. These are the rules, these are the regulations, these are the laws. So we are following those, but it is really important to be nimble in this space.
It is the law, so you have to do it, and it's also essential to get the public input.
Yeah.
But I think we should free our regulators up to have much easier dialogue. And other countries do it much more easily than we do. Just much, much more. Tech sprints, just the ability to brainstorm, way more advisory council type of things. And then I think we're going to end up also needing public and private governance and standards in some of these areas to actually run it.
Yeah, I mean, if I could just add quickly, I think the regulatory process has to become far more iterative, and something that is currently evolving. I think that that's challenging for a lot of the reasons we understand and sort of the requirements that exist, but the space is moving so quickly that you have to. It will not work to kind of have an approach where you develop a rule and then you put it on, and then it's sort of there for a few decades, and then you revisit it, a long time later. We will have to be continuously updating and revising these things.
We have this notion emerging of regulation as code, which I know makes a lot of people's heads explode, but I think we're going to go in that direction for some of this. I really do.
Yeah, let me just say I agree with much of what was said, and I'm going to try something that to put a practical or a current spin on this and go back to stablecoin, go back to custody. You tackle issues like this by breaking them into smaller pieces, and I really do think that the stablecoin regulatory clarity can come fairly quickly with public-private dialogue and through guidance and not rulemaking. Saying what is a stablecoin that would not be a security is a pretty, I think, fairly straightforward way to go at this point. That doesn't mean it can happen overnight, but it's a problem we could announce that we're tackling and then go tackle it. Custody being similar to that. Breaking off pieces of this that can be solved relatively quickly, both on the freeing up technology and also on the, we need more rigorous regulation. That, I think, is the way forward, rather than some kind of comprehensive approach to what is an ever-changing market. Let's identify some issues that we can solve and go after those.
That's a very fair point. One of the things that the OCC is in the process of doing is exactly those crypto sprints, as we're calling them. We've been working with the other banking regulators, the Federal Reserve and the FDIC. And interestingly enough, the first sprint was just on taxonomy. So it was just to all agree on what we were talking about, because this is so new and really different than a deposit. Like, everybody in the room knows what a deposit is. But Jay, I think you made such an interesting point earlier about the idea that this is a problem that has kind of come on the individual side first, as opposed to the institutional, whether you're thinking about it as an investment or even just a challenge. So we're sort of experimenting here live with individuals and their wallets, and I think that's something that earlier Acting Comptroller Sue, my boss, mentioned that there's sort of a lot of concern about that. So I wanted to sort of talk about this inclusive regulatory framework and what that looks like. I think that's a lot of the reason why we're here today. Operation Hope is hosting us to really think about the pros and cons, but really that's with the lens of inclusion. And so I'll just open it up a little bit to you all on inclusion. I know we talked about it briefly, but what does that look like?
One thing I wanted to bring into the conversation is the concept of self-custody, which I think is interesting, and I think is really accelerating. So, historically within our lifetimes, right? If you were to store money, you would typically store it in, a lot of money, right? It would be within a financial institution, and I think that we're seeing a real shift with the crypto native population, and there are people that grew up during I think we forget that there are people that have grown up where crypto has always been a thing, right, in their lifetimes. And we're seeing
younger people.
Right, yes, younger people. And I think that the preferences are changing. I think what drives trust is changing. I mean, intermediaries have been important for a lot of different reasons, including that they were institutions that you could trust. Either you trusted them directly or you trusted them because they were regulated. And I think that for some people they put equal or more trust in software and being able to hold their assets directly, whether it's on their phone or a thumb drive or whatever. And that is anyway, it's just a totally different world. I mean, that would be a real shift, I think, in how people manage their financial lives if we move to an environment where significant portions of the population were holding their assets under the equivalent of a bed or whatever, but like on a thumb drive.
And we did used to, it's funny, we did used to do that. You'd hold cash, you'd hold stock certificates, and one of the things that is in the law, and it's, all these laws have not been changed in 30, 40, 50 years, is what do you do when you lose your stock certificates? And there actually is a way to get your asset back, your interest in in the company back. One of the things we have to think about from a regulatory perspective is if we're going to allow self-custody and we're going to go that route, is there a remedy in the event you lose it? One of the problems to be solved. I just throw that out there saying, self-custody is not a new concept, but there are issues that go along with self-custody that we need to think about, particularly at a retail level.
Yeah, and I think from a financial inclusion or financial or consumer protection lens, do consumers understand the implications, right? And it's interesting, like even just, the announcement that Coinbase made in their SEC filing last week, or maybe it was the week before, led to many people to say, okay, so now we should self-custody our assets because that's actually, more secure. And so I think there is a need for, at the least, helping consumers understand these choices.
I would just add that we heard the numbers earlier on the estimates of who's holding crypto, and that it's disproportionately younger people and people with less wealth and people of color. You say that to people, and there's one group of people who goes, this is so exciting. Here's a chance to get more people into owning a stake in the future and having equity and building wealth. You say it to another group of people and they go, that is the most terrifying thing I ever heard. These are people who have no idea what they're doing. They're getting sucked in, they're being exploited, or they're just making bad judgments and nobody's protecting them. So which is it? It's both, isn't it? Mm-hmm. So I just, the thing I would add to this is I think those of us who are sort of old, grizzled regulatory veterans, I'm a baby boomer, should really be thoughtful before assuming that millennials and Gen Z are too dumb to know what they're doing. And they know some things I don't know. They're digitally native. There you go. They're all digitally native. And if we were going to look at Russia today, I think it's fair to say that the old people who are watching TV don't know as much about what's going on as the young people who are on their phones looking at YouTube. There's something in that we need to respect and pay attention to without just, without ignoring the risk.
It's a stark contrast with Russia, but yes.
Indeed. But it's a way of getting information and accessing.
No, I think that's right. I think it's right. And at the OCC, it's something we think about a lot, just in the mobile context. There is a group of people who are always going to want to walk into a bank.
Yep.
They're going to want to walk in there with their paper check and talk to a teller and give them the check. But then there is a whole other group of people who never want to go into a bank if they have to, or maybe even use a bank.
Right.
So I think it's.
If I could make a point there that we saw in the pandemic and the economic shutdown, we made a real push to try and accommodate people who still wanted paper. But at the SEC and across government, I know the OCC has been very helpful in this, to digitize the interaction with financial institutions. And all I can say is thank goodness when we shut down the economy and sent people home, that they were able to get on their computers and see that their money was still there. They were actually able to see that the market stabilized. And there wasn't substantial, what I would say is financial panic. Right. Embracing that new technology and not saying we need to continue to keep people in paper, I believe really had an incredible benefit during that time. So, again, people who are embracing new technology, I'm certain that they know more than I do in a lot of areas. And I agree. We don't want to be so paternalistic, so prudential that we're constraining that. What we do want to do is, to the maximum extent possible, eliminate fraud and eliminate what I would say is unnecessary misjudgments about risk.
Yeah, I mean, I just to add to that, I think that when we think about consumer protection, we often think about the prevention or mitigation of harms. And I think in this area, for an emerging area like this, we need to think much more expansively and not just think about harm, but also think about the benefits that could accrue to people. And I think it's sort of harder to do that because harms can be easily defined and put into typologies. But I think that if you think we're in the late 90s with crypto and there's like a lot that could emerge, it'd be really good. It's difficult to fully define kind of the opportunity that could emerge.
I think the other challenge is that those things that are hard to define from the regulatory point of view, we don't even know what those are. Right? So it's like you were saying, Joanne, it's learning, and really that public-private partnership just in the information sharing is so critical. We're winding down here, and so I thought we could just do a quick lightning round of what is one key point the audience should take away from this conversation. And it could be the one we're having now or one key thing you'd like to share. Jay, you can have the last word. Okay. Joanne, do you want to go first?
Yeah, this is a little bit going back into the regulatory nerd world, but because this form of finance is so young and new and in a gaseous state instead of a solid or liquid, I also think it could lead the way to a whole new way of regulating. And this was the project that you and I did together when you were at the Department of Financial Services in New York. We asked ourselves if you were going to regulate crypto firms and get them to report information to the regulator so you wouldn't be blind in the pandemic, was there a better way to do it? They're all young firms. Their executives are tech people. They change all the time. And if we started thinking about could we regulate them in really electronic ways that could improve the regulatory insight into what's going, get more data, analyze it with AI and new methods, and lighten the burden on the industry, that could be a whole new model of financial regulation.
Yeah, I mean, I think, so if I look toward the future, I mean, I think we'll have two systems that will exist in parallel for a very long time. I think we'll have the traditional financial services system, and I think we'll have sort of this, a more decentralized system, and then I think we'll have crosswalks or bridges between the two. But I think that, I mean, the main point I would make is that I think we should not be afraid necessarily of a world with a reduced role for intermediaries. I think to some of the points, in fact, that Jay made, it can be, quite an empowering environment for people. And I think that from a regulatory perspective, it will require us to think about how do we regulate in different ways. But the public nature of the blockchain, we may be able to get 80% of the way there. I don't know. Maybe we can get 80% of the way there, even though we don't have intermediaries. And I think we should view that as more of an opportunity than a threat.
Great. Okay.
I would say two things. I'm going to echo the idea that people getting together, particularly people from the private sector and the regulators, and having dialogues just like this one, which I thought was great, really do move the ball down the field in terms of where we're going. And I would also say that it is important to recognize the position of the U.S. in the world. And as far as technological development, we do want to be at the forefront of better regulation, but more efficient delivery of services. If we're achieving both of those things at the same time, we're doing great.
Thank you all so much for joining us on this panel. And thank you to Operation Hope and John Hope Bryant for hosting us today. And I think we're going to have a great rest of the day in this conversation. So thank you.
Welcome to Operation Hope, an organization dedicated to promoting financial dignity through financial literacy and empowerment, helping turn renters into buyers and the disqualified into homeowners, molding entrepreneurial ideas and aspirations into viable small businesses, inspiring young people to take hold of their futures and make their dreams come true, promoting financial wellness in the workplace, helping to bring financial wholeness and peace of mind, standing with survivors, helping them restore dignity and rebuild their lives after a disaster. We are Operation Hope, working together to create a brighter financial future for us all. Join us as we continue to transform lives through financial dignity in the 21st century.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Amias Garrity, partner, QED Investors, Tanya Sam, the head of partnerships for TechSquare Labs, and Larry Wade, the senior director, global risk and compliance for PayPal. They'll be joined by moderator Barry Wise, deputy comptroller of the currency, Community Affairs.
All right, that was a great panel the last time, and we're here to welcome Amias, Tanya, and Larry. So thank you all for joining us, and you've got some real great experts on work in the digital space. And I think what I'd like to do is start off by asking each one of them what their work is in the digital investment space and some of the trends they're seeing. And I think I'll start with you, Tanya.
Great. Thank you so much, Barry. It's great to be here. Hello, everyone. My name is Tanya Sam. I am the Director of Operations at Partnerships at TechSquare Labs and also the founder of the Ambition Fund. That's an investment vehicle that helps underrepresented founders. We invest to help them scale and grow their businesses. So I have spent the past 10 years working in the technology space, like I said, helping companies invest and grow. The past 4 years, I've done sort of an abrupt turn, and I've been deep into cryptocurrencies, NFTs, and Web3 companies. For me, that means I'm spending most of my time investing in companies that are helping to build out the infrastructure of Web3. A lot of those are blockchain companies, small things like DAOs, how we help create the infrastructure under community lending in that frame as well. And a lot of this started from moving away from just basic CPG investments, high growth scalable tech, and now sort of taking the lens because I became mildly obsessed with cryptocurrencies and NFTs as a hobbyist, and the past 3 years I've just gone and done a deep dive into that. So that's where I spend most of my time. Really excited to be here, really excited to have this conversation, and I'll hand it back to you, Barry.
Great. Larry, why don't you tell us a little bit about your background?
Yeah, my name is Larry Wade, really pleased to be here. I'm the Senior Director for PayPal's Blockchain, Crypto, and Digital Cryptocurrencies Group. So pretty much I'm in charge of the global risk and compliance strategy, advising our Senior Vice President and his leadership team on how do we want to bring new products to market, how do we want to expand to the rest of the world, how do we want to continue to enable the masses to participate in this great opportunity, which is the digital asset revolution. So obviously PayPal, we are a large money transmitter, try to be a very trusted brand. Currently, there are 4 digital assets you can purchase: PayPal, Bitcoin, Bitcoin Cash, Ethereum, and Litecoin. We have a lot of exciting things on the docket, so I'm really excited for the next couple of months to see what we can bring to the market. What I'm seeing, just as far as some trends, is just given my global role, I can say that regulators around the world are realizing that this is something. It's real. And they're trying to figure out how to wrap their hands around it, what policies need to be created. So that's been exciting. Also, I've seen a real enthusiasm from millennials and younger and minorities. I have some theories as to why that is, but those are just 2 things that kind of been front of mind.
Great. Amias?
So my name is Amias Garrity. Happy to be here. I'm a partner with QED Investors. We're a fintech-focused venture capital firm. So we invest in financial services startups. We've been, relatively crypto skeptical, but we've made a number of investments in blockchain and crypto-oriented companies. So we're, I think, like many people, active without being fully sort of committed as maximalists, as some investors are in this space. And I come to this after I've been actually thinking about Bitcoin and blockchain for going on a decade now, but without ever actually being a personal enthusiast. So I still own no cryptocurrencies, but I am the person who had to debate with then Treasury Secretary Jack Lew, where I tried to explain the consensus protocol under Bitcoin. And he said, well, wait a minute, Miles. The computers can't vote. Computers don't have free will. I was like, well, Jack, it's not, the computers are voting, but they're voting by using mathematical algorithms. And we went back and forth on that for 5 or 10 minutes. So that was 2013. If I had bought Bitcoin at that time, I'd be probably sitting on something not like this chair. But I think it goes to the that story encapsulates some of the challenges of this space, right? There's so much room for people to say, oh, if only I had bought at the first moment I heard about it, what would I be now? And I think this is a real challenge that we can talk about today in terms of this excitement. How much of this excitement is about the future, and how much of this excitement is what you might call like regret? Oh, if only I had. And I think that's a real risk for the mass retail investors that we'll talk about today.
So we basically have 20 minutes to convince you at the end of this panel to buy like one tiny cryptocurrency, open a wallet.
Because we are investors in, I now have some amount of net worth exposed through the fund, but no direct personal investment.
Well, Larry, I was really intrigued by your comment about seeing increased interest by minorities. Tell us a little bit more about what you're seeing in that and maybe some of the explanations for that.
Yeah, so obviously a lot of it is anecdotal, but my hypothesis around this has to do with the fact that traditionally minorities have had to overcome high barriers to entry in order to participate in investment opportunities that have a higher asymmetric upside, right? Most are not accredited investors. If they were, would they even be, able to take advantage of any deals? Real estate, it's not that easy. There's a high cost entry in there as well. So I think that given we're in this interesting moment in time where volatility is a feature, right? Goes up and down, but there's still that upside, and the price point to kind of enter is still fairly low. But then also there's this notion of, hey, fractional ownership. I think that it's enticing, it's exciting, and obviously you want to, and this isn't investment advice, but you want to make sure that you are being responsible. There's nothing wrong with owning the S&P 500. But with that said, a diversified portfolio also throws in some assets and give you a little bit of juice. And I think this is an opportunity that minorities see to be able to get some juice, honestly. So that's kind of why I think we're seeing that interest.
Great. Tanya, what do you think?
For me, I feel like I've worked in the field of venture capital and investing, startups and technology. I've seen so much generational wealth created from that. And as a Black female in that field, I am often the anomaly. So despite what the statistics are saying, I don't feel like we have a strong enough presence. And so I work very hard to, number one, educate on the pros of getting involved in this. I personally feel like blockchain and the utility that it provides for technology and the growth that we're going to see as it sort of touches every sector in the world in future, we need to be a part of that. And so I implore more people of color, more underrepresented founders who, of course, historically, there's been disparate statistics about their involvement, that this is something that we really need to educate ourselves and not jump in blindly. I think that's also part of the gatekeeping, right? I like to say that in tech particularly, you have terms about the tech bro or the pale male that dominates, and we cannot argue with that statistic. I've been, in that area for a very long time. But I think what's also happening is there's so much uncertainty. There's so much chatter that it's kind of becoming a way of gatekeeping. People think they're too late. Don't invest in Bitcoin. You've missed the boat, or, it's too risky. And so I talk a lot about, in particular for women, as well as people of color, like, let the chatter die away, do your research, understand what the technology is, understand how it's going to impact our world and, all sorts of businesses, and come in from that standpoint, from a point of education and understanding there is something really special happening here that can help us to build wealth, get our foot in the door to be able to generate more income. But it's come at it maybe from a perspective of a hobbyist. Don't bet your life savings on it, but really do the research.
That's really interesting. So getting to a recent headline that seemed to get a lot of attention, Fidelity recently announced that its 23,000 retirement plan administrators now have the option of adding digital currencies to the investment choices of their employees in the retirement plan. It's an option. They don't have to take it, but it can put up to 20%. What do we think about that? I'll start with you, Amias.
Well, I think to echo the theme of diversification, if you're gonna own a volatile asset, doing it in a tax-preferred way is not a bad choice. On the other hand, so I think if you're gonna have Bitcoin, maybe put it in your 401k or IRA, but I wouldn't put your 401k into Bitcoin, right? So when you think about it, think about what you're trying to achieve. And as Larry said, there is value in volatility. So one of our portfolio companies is called Atomic Vest. They're trying to bring sort of algorithmic trading, but with a diversified basket to people with $0 balances. So kind of a better version of Wealthfront or Betterment. But they're doing it with individual name stocks and then creating a basket of those. If you add Bitcoin to that basket, the volatility that Bitcoin gives you edge on tax loss harvesting. Right? So you can, if you do it in an algorithmic way, the fact that Bitcoin is very, very volatile means that you can actually capture losses to apply against other capital gains. Now, no hobbyist is going to do that, but it's an example of what volatility can do to a portfolio that is not just negative. We tend to think of volatility as a big risk factor, but it can also add benefits to a portfolio. So I think when people are thinking about it, they have to think about, what am I trying to get from this investment? Am I really believing in the asset class? Do I think that there's something else going on that could benefit me? And I think in that context, or does it just add excitement to it, right? Being more focused on the stock market helps you stay in the stock market.
That's right.
And so having an emotional connection, if that helps you invest for the long term, then that might be good from a financial inclusion perspective, even if it increases your risk of loss. So I think we have to be very careful saying, not like, how do you think about it from a policy perspective, but also how do you think about it as an individual, and make sure that you're making pretty wise choices about what do you think you're getting out of this. And if you can cabin that correctly, then I think it can make sense.
Tanya or Larry, do you have thoughts?
Go ahead. Well, I would say like 20% of your whole entire portfolio in crypto is probably a lot. I know some people who have made tons of money in Bitcoin, and they're probably the anomaly to have that much. I think my takeaway from this is, again, I believe so strongly in cryptocurrencies and blockchain and the technology and for what it's going to do for the future, that it's about mass adoption. And I think mass adoption, like having Fidelities and the PayPals and different, Chase being able to back these, allows and lends a support that we really need to bring more people into the market. The 20% part really throws me off, because I do think that's a big chunk. But again, like, we just need more of the infrastructure around it so that people feel comfortable investing. And like you say, if you have some Bitcoin, there's other put it into your IRAs, as opposed to maybe investing it all on your own. And I think once you have different people behind you, we'll have more people involved in it.
And just to kind of touch on the institution component of this, we want regulatory clarity. We want thoughtful regulation to protect consumers. When you have players like Fidelity, like PayPal, et cetera, getting in the space, not only does it help legitimize the space, but we have the infrastructure in place to help work with the regulators and educate the regulators and partner. So it only just helps everyone. So I'm excited about it. I trust that they're going to have a very risk-based approach to how they actually roll this out. But yeah, I think it's actually very positive.
Great. All right, one last investment question, then we're going to move to how are we using cryptocurrencies in the real world in terms of payments, which Larry's an expert on. But before we get to that, I just wanted to get your thoughts about whether consumers are getting the information they need and how they should be getting that information, and whether there's improvements to the way we require disclosures in that arena. And I point to something any of you can find on the web. I went just before this session to a website of a crypto exchange, and they were advertising the annual percentage yield on 30 different currencies and cryptocurrencies. They range from 1% APY to 42% APY. A consumer looks at that and says, I can get 42% APY, sign me up. And that's, we talked about this earlier. Tara was on that web page. Annual percentage yield. Thank you very much for that question, John. Tara was advertising 20% annual percentage yield until 2 weeks ago. So I'll start with you, Amias. Are consumers able to get, and if the answer is not quite yet, what do we need to do to get them that?
Yeah, I think we're seeing this debated in enforcement actions and in other places. A lot of this comes down to whether existing laws apply. And the interesting thing about the different claims is, on the one hand, we don't have general disclosure rules other than sort of general fraud for disclosure about the purchase of software. right? We don't have general disclosure rules about the purchase of toys. I mean, there's some, right? But they're at the margin. In financial assets, we have quite rigorous disclosure rules. And so one of the real challenges that we have in this world is people don't like the idea of living underneath those regs. So they say, no, this isn't a security. This isn't an investment asset. This is something else. This is just computer code. This is a commodity. This is a whatever. And I think that is, last year I wrote an op-ed where I called this mass civil disobedience of our financial regs, right? It's like, I don't like that, so I'm going to try and say that it's something else. And I think that gets really complicated really fast. I think the other thing that is difficult about this, I was teaching a course last fall to graduate students, and we had this long conversation about, someone had spent 4 hours, sort of right after getting their first Coinbase account, 4 hours reading all the documentation. And there is something fun about diving deep into this area, but I think we have to find ways to separate out the fact that there's a lot of information. There's plenty of information, but that information most is created and then accessed as part of this kind of fun hobbyist research project. And I do think there's some real risk. We have pretty good consumer laws around disclosure when people acknowledge what the thing is. And in crypto, you've got a lot of challenge where a lot of projects are trying to avoid being put into a bucket where existing law exists. And that creates a real risk area that I think we have.
A little bit like ride sharing is not covered by taxi cab regulations. And you say, but it's the same. I get in a car and I pay them and they take me from one point to the other point.
And it doesn't mean that rideshare isn't a great leap forward relative to taxis.
Right.
But there's a real push-pull there, and I think there's a lot of room for bad things to happen inside of that push-pull.
Mm-hmm. Tanya, Larry, thoughts?
I'm just going to jump in. I think, again, for consumers, the real thing is you're right. There's all this gray area, so they're able to buy in, like these APYs, like I've seen, Looks Rare is a great example. They were advertising 400%. There's nowhere you could find that. People were dumping hundreds of thousands of dollars in, right? But if you look away, the market changes so quickly. For 6 hours, it can change like this, and there's no regulation that could help you bring that back. So again, it's back to education and your question of like, where do consumers and customers find the proper education? It becomes a full-time job. Is really what it is. You can't look away from the markets. You don't have some interface of having a broker or a trader, although there's a couple companies that are working on that can help protect you from that. So this is why I say it's a very different world for the hobbyist versus like someone who's intentionally investing large, significant portions of their wealth into this. And there isn't a lot of protection yet. We're in the wild, wild west. But I think in 5 years, it'll be a very, very different story. And a lot of people will get super rich, and a lot of people will lose a lot of money.
Yeah, Larry?
Yeah, no, I think that there's definitely room to improve, the education content that the various protocols and teams are putting out. But again, I go back, there has to be some level of personal responsibility. Yep. I grew up at a time there was no Google, right? You have YouTube where you can hear Anatoly break down how he thought about Solana, right? You have PayPal where we try to give simple, and I know because I have to approve some of this stuff, but hey, this is what this is, right? So I think it just comes to being thoughtful, being intentional, having fun with it, and not kind of exercising hubris, for lack of a better word, right? Just, you don't know it all. Just dip your toes in there, and there's a lot of information out there.
I also want to just say one more thing to this. I think this is the beauty of what's happening right now. Because again, when we go back to how people have been kept out of these industries, have not had been able to have a seat at the table, like now, and I think what's so exciting, especially for, people of color, et cetera. I was in West Africa watching people buy cryptocurrencies, play to earn and gain money in token gated communities and stuff where they're making more money than they were before. And so this is the beautiful thing. So I ever want to discourage people. I'm really like very, very bullish on get involved and invest and do the work. But the education piece is really important to me because also like technology has afforded so many people the opportunity to participate in this in a way that we haven't had before. And so find the right education tools. And it's not books right now. It's online, it's Twitter, it's like very grassroots education platforms, which is not easy, but you know, making money is never easy.
The street vendor in the Philippines that's making more money doing games with digital assets,
absolutely,
and digital and virtual gaming than they could make in selling whatever they were selling on the streets. Well, we only have a couple more minutes left, but we have probably the premier expert on the question of payments. And you know, what is the role of crypto in the payments realm? And I'm going to ask Larry to educate us on that point.
Yeah, just I guess high level, it's going to be extremely important, right? We do not have a value transfer mechanism for the digital age, right? Anyone who swiped a credit card or even utilized Venmo, it's kind of like messages and behind the scenes, and it's very clunky. Swift is from the 70s. When it comes to being able to have instant settlement, borderless transactions, micropayments, very cheap transactions, I think it's extremely important. And at PayPal, what we're trying to do is, for lack of better words, you know, be that conduit into Web3. Make it easy. If anyone's ever tried to purchase an NFT, it's a bit challenging. You know, if you could just check out with PayPal, it probably would be a lot easier. Now, to get it to that point, there's a lot of engineering that needs to go. But I'm just saying, just things like that. But being able to just allow the world of interoperability, that way we can now grow the pie. I think it's extremely important. And again, this isn't just about magical coins. There's real utility here. I think everyone needs to kind of keep that at the forefront.
Yeah.
Thank you. That's a really important point, because isn't it true today? You have to go, many if not most transactions have to go through a stable coin to get out of the distributed ledger and into your wallet as fiat currency. And what you're working on is to try to cut out that additional step. We
don't really know how the light switch works.
Mm-hmm.
It just works, right? When you get in, so everyone doesn't necessarily have to know that they're utilizing a proof of stake, consensus protocol. They just need to be able to, trust the applications that they're utilizing and underlying technology. It'll work. We don't necessarily have to know every single thing in order for it to be useful.
Yeah. All right, well, we just have about a minute and a half left. If I could go to each one of you, lightning round, one last observation, one key takeaway you'd like the audience to have from this panel or anything else at the conference that really struck you.
Well, the major point that I always try to leave people with, and it sometimes angers crypto folks when I ask them this question, is what would be left if you took away the speculative potential? If I told you that Bitcoin was not going to rise in value by 10x over the next 5 years, if I told you it was going to be flat, what would be left? And if that, I think, is the question for everyone here. Because if there's things to be excited about after you take away the possibility of outrageous speculative gains, then you've got something you can work with. And I think there are a lot of projects that are trying to do that, including Bitcoin and including people associated with Bitcoin. But I think in this retail environment, it's very easy to get the speculative gains separated from what I call the functional claims. What does this do for me? What does this do for people? And that, I think, is where the real risk is, because the retail people will take the excitement about this is new and different, combine that with, and by the way, a lot of people get rich this way, and that's a way for people to lose a lot of money.
Yep.
Because that's a way for retail people to be the greater fool. Whereas if you stick to the functional claims, those can be evaluated over time.
Okay, Tanya.
Oh, that's so true. I'm just going to keep it simple. I would just implore, everyone should just play around, open a wallet. If you don't have a wallet, you should have multiple wallets. Just understand how it's working, be able to move try different cryptocurrencies. Just, I think that's the best way to dip your toe in the water, and the best way to learn, because now you literally have some skin in the game. And, also look into different applications. Like NFTs are really big right now. I'm super passionate about those. They're not just PFPs. There's so much utility there that we're going to see moving across different industries, from, healthcare to how we store our health information to mortgages. So just be open-minded to it, and play.
Yeah, quickly, this is an extremely exciting time. This is the first new asset class that, is being adopted by the entire world at the same time, trades 24/7, solves a multi-trillion-dollar problem around the value transfer, procedures within the digital age. Be thoughtful, work hard, be diligent, but this is extremely exciting. We haven't seen anything like this in our lifetime, probably won't. And this is truly a paradigm shift from my view. So this is just a really cool time, honestly. So,
great. Well, Amias, Tanya, Larry, thank you for coming. Great insights. Really appreciate your doing this. Let's give them a round of applause.
Thank you.
Let's give them another big round of applause. Very informative, very interesting. And I love that, you had a woman in that group that everybody, who's that oof-oofing? I heard that. Tanya Sams knew all about this. She's amazing, huh? That was a great informative group. And let's give me a show of hands. How many of you guys have any cryptocurrency? Raise your hands. All right, how many of you guys are thinking about getting some cryptocurrency? All right, after today, you think you're more informed and this was a good lesson? Yes, absolutely. Big round of applause for that. All right, thank you for that last group. Now, next up, I want to welcome to the stage an Atlanta success story. This is the founder and CEO of Capway, Sheena Allen. You're going to love her. The state public policy lead for Block, Chelsea Bennett. Awesome as well. And the co-founder of the Alliance for Innovative Regulation, David Eric. The founder and chair of the Black Women's Blockchain Council. And I don't want to mess up her name. Oleinka Odeniran. Oleinka, did I get that even partially right? Yay! Because we were sitting having a little talk together. And moderating the community development expert from the OCC, Louisa Quitman. So you are in for a nice treat on this one, so enjoy.
Thank you. Well, this is a very exciting panel. What a great group I have. I have, I think, the best panel here today, but we have a lot to cover. We've been talking and hinting all day about the role of inclusion and really building a financial ecosystem that is truly inclusive of people and businesses and entrepreneurs who have historically and systemically been excluded. And we're not going to solve all of that in the next 25 minutes. Maybe if we had 5 more minutes, we would. But we won't solve it today, but I think we'll get some great insights and great ideas. So let me start by letting the panel introduce themselves, because we've got so many great ideas here and great, backgrounds here, by just asking them what brought them to talking about crypto and digital assets, and let them introduce themselves that way. So let me start with Sheena.
Hello, I'm Sheena Allen. I'm the CEO and founder of Capway. We are an inclusive fintech company that we focus on creating products and services that give people access and opportunities. And my part on the panel today, and what I would love to talk about, is how people, many people in America are financially underserved, and the opportunities that digital currency actually presents.
Great. Chelsea.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. Chelsea Bennett. I am with Block. My upbringing and story brought me to this place. Over 3 decades ago, I was born to 2 teenagers in the urban core of Jacksonville, Florida. And I remember you know, my family and friends, there was a lack of trust with our financial institutions. So there was money in shoe boxes under the mattress, and you hope that your house never burned down. And so when I was looking for where my next place was going to be, I was looking for a place that was going to align with who I am and the people I want to serve. And that was people who grew up like me and people who look like me. And Block has a purpose of economic empowerment. And so with that alignment that I sit here today and I'm able to talk to you about cryptocurrency and digital assets, because I believe that it is a tool, one of many, for economic empowerment for individuals who grew up in underserved and unbanked areas like I did.
Great, great. David, you want to take that on?
Absolutely, but I don't know how I can follow that. My name is David Eric, and I'm the co-founder and executive director of a nonprofit organization called AIR, the Alliance for Innovative Regulation. You heard from my co-founder, Joanne Barefoot, just a little while ago. And we are a nonprofit that's dedicated to helping the regulatory ecosystem embrace technology, both from the point of view of technology that they need to regulate and also from the point of view of how to use new technologies to do a better job of regulation. And we have really identified the opportunity to leverage cryptocurrency and the blockchain system as a way to understand trust and understand how to build trust for underestimated populations. And this is an incredible opportunity. I'm very happy to be here today.
That's a great word, underestimated populations. I like that. Olayinka, why don't you tell us how you got here?
So for me, I actually got here by way of the blockchain technology. I saw it as an opportunity for the Black community to utilize it in a way that has not been used before. It's more than just cryptocurrency. It's more than just NFTs. It's actually a tool that we can use to assist us in some of the barriers that have been historically put into place. Now, with this technology, we're able to uplift ourselves and be able to participate. So seeing that opportunity, I was like, this is something that Black women across the globe need to participate in, being that we are the nurturers of our community. We're the individuals that come back to the community to provide education. So I saw it as a means for us to tap into tech, and this time around not to be left behind, because it's very much important that we stay in the forefront of this technology and we utilize it for so many different ways that we can tap in, but also be creators of this tech, because it's a very new stage. We still have time for us to participate and to build, and I want to make sure that we're here in this space.
So we have a lot to cover. So what I'm going to do is I'll ask a question, let one person lead off, and if others want to chime in, you can chime in on that, but you don't have to. Everybody doesn't have to answer every question. So let me start with the question about what's the appeal of digital assets, kind of building on what Olayinka was just saying, to people who have been traditionally underserved. Maybe get a little flavor of what is the story behind why people are looking at these assets, digital assets, crypto, digital financial services. And let me ask Sheena to start us off.
Very similar to Chelsea. I had my great grandmother had kept her money in her home. One kept it in her mattress, one kept it in a sock in her recliner. And we knew growing up, you do not sit in the recliner because the money was. So I think that with of course, now with the cryptocurrencies coming along, mainly Bitcoin, what we mainly know, especially this next generation. So banking desert still exists, and in fact, they're still growing in certain areas. So I'm from Mississippi. I don't know if you can tell by my accent; it doesn't go away. I'm from Mississippi, and you can drive through the Delta for 30 minutes to an hour, and you will not see a bank. So there are true banking deserts. And so because I grew up in places like that and I know what that's like, when I see the opportunity for cryptocurrency, if I see the opportunities for Bitcoin, as she mentioned, it was still very early. And so this next generation, I look at it more so from a Gen Z, a millennial, more for me when I look at it, because they're really interested in investing, but they can be so early in the opportunity that, hey, I can't go to that bank up the street because there is no bank. But that digital currency, I can get on my phone and I can learn about Bitcoin, I can invest in Bitcoin, and I can actually make transactions that are outside from the traditional banking, which of course was what the crypto was supposed to be about anyway, was decentralizing the system, which I think plays on the plus side for people who have been underserved.
Anybody else want to add to that? Jump in? There's a lot to say there. Maybe someone might want to talk about appeal to women in particular, what that might look like.
Yeah, I mean, historically there have been laws that prevented women from participating in so many different things. It wasn't until, I want to say 1988 where a woman couldn't sign a loan, right, without having a male co-signer. And so having this opportunity for us to tap in without the restrictions, without the barriers, has really allowed a lot of people to be more inclusive in this space and be able to build opportunities off of the technology alone. And so, because of the pseudo-anonymity that we're able to have in this space, we're now able to travel in a way that, whether I'm a woman, whether I'm a Black woman, whether I subscribe to certain political, parties or not, I still get the opportunity to participate. And it also opens up the gate for the entire world. So it's not just the US, it's like globally, people are participating on the same level. And that's a great opportunity for everyone.
I think that kind of tees us to specific use cases, right? We've been talking in broad terms a lot today, but I think it's also really important to talk about what are the use cases for inclusion. And I know, let me let Chelsea start us off, because I know she's been trying to think of some good ones that she's been thinking about.
When we think about money, we use money on a daily basis. We engage in it, and money's not an open system. And so one of the things that's so important as we talk about inclusion is transparency, but it's also accessibility. And so I have a few examples that I'll touch on really quickly in terms of inclusion. One is remittances. Per the World Bank, when you are sending money, typically individuals are paying 6.04% of the amount that they're sending. But let's talk about Africa. In Africa, oftentimes it's 30% in fiat versus 5 to 10 cents in Bitcoin. Another example, international transfers. It can be a really, really huge challenge and hassle for parents abroad to send tuition money back to their students here in America. And with Bitcoin and digital assets, they can send it directly, almost immediately, with minimal fees. I think about the Lightning Network in terms of everyday use, of being able to utilize cryptocurrency, specifically Bitcoin, as a currency. And there are places in Nigeria, in South America, smaller merchants there that are using Bitcoin as currency. The final example I'll give in terms of inclusion, and this is just the beginning. As Sheena said, we're in the beginning of this. I can't wait, and we heard the example earlier today from Superintendent Harris just about how Amazon started. I'm excited about the potential and how this is going to continue to help people in underserved and underbanked communities. Again, it's very, very personal to me. The last example I'll give you is decentralized identity. There are over 1.1 billion people that are unable to verify their identities. But with decentralized identity, they're able to, it'll be one source accepted globally. It eases the burdens for immigrants who are coming abroad and don't have a credit file. So there are many touch points of inclusion that we see here today, but I'm so excited for what the future holds.
Those are great examples, and I appreciate you bringing in the fact that, we can talk about the US and we can talk about other countries, but we're linked. We're all linked. Families are linked, communities are linked, and so we're all linked. I don't know if anyone else wanted to add to it. David, did you want to?
I do. I think that when you think about some of the concerns that we express about having, cryptocurrency, the fact that it's incredibly volatile in terms of its pricing. If you think about some of the use cases that Chelsea talked about, and you think about it internationally, in many cases, the volatility of Bitcoin is less than the volatility of their home currencies, right? If you think about some of the other challenges that people talk about with Bitcoin or with cryptocurrencies, the idea that you have within the United States, we have 7% of households that are still unbanked, right? But more of those people have phones, right? There's a reason why they're not getting banked. We heard it on this panel where people are not comfortable putting their assets in financial institutions. And to the degree that through their phones, they can have access to crypto and cryptocurrency accounts, this is an incredible opportunity to provide access to the kinds of financial services that might be more appealing and more safe for these populations.
This is great. It's a great point. I'm going to pivot us a little bit. Everyone on this panel, or most of us on this panel, not me, are entrepreneurs and innovators and creators. And I think this is an important piece of talking about inclusion, is talking about successfully including innovators and entrepreneurs. So Odiyinka, you got into this as an entrepreneur and a creator. Can you talk a little bit about what creators and entrepreneurs should know about getting involved in digital assets and in the crypto space?
Yeah, I mean, from earlier sessions and up till now, you probably already know this is the future. Like, we're literally planning out the future right now. So unless you want to go the way of, Blockbuster, you got to get with the program, the Gen X's, Gen Z's, and, other younger generations out there, they're involved in this space. They're seeing some usage of this space, whether it's NFTs, entrepreneurs using NFTs to give incentives to their customers, right? Or using it as a means to market to the younger generation, a new clientele, or making yourself flexible enough to accept cryptocurrencies. There's opportunities here, and just know that this is the early stages. We're literally in the early stages of building this whole industry or ecosystem, right? And if you want to stay relevant and innovative, you need to be involved, and you need to just submerge yourself, right? We talked about education. I think that's the running theme here, this whole conference. Education is very much important, and as an entrepreneur and a creator, educate yourself. Find a means for you to enter in, how it's going to work for you, and there's several people out there. There's my organization, Black Women Blockchain Council, that's out there that can assist you in onboarding in a safe and secure way, because I am also in cybersecurity as well, so that's very much important in this space.
Great. That's great. Well, you're talking about we're early stage, and we've been talking about throughout the day about what are the steps forward in a regulatory environment, a legislative environment. And, we've had some big ideas about what that might look like and where it needs to go. David, do you want to maybe help us think through maybe some tangible next steps for policymakers and how we can really build policy that is truly inclusive?
I think what we've heard at the conference today is that the participants in this market really value and recognize the importance of regulation. And what we need to do is we need to meet with regulators in a new kind of model of collaboration. In this case, regulators need to learn more about the products, about the technologies, so that they can learn how to better regulate them. And there are really important key trade-offs that we've already heard about between protecting consumers but not limiting access. That's a really hard road to walk, right? There's some people here at this conference that would assert that we already have a legal infrastructure in place that covers blockchain or covers cryptocurrencies. I'm not a lawyer. I'm not going to take a position on that one way or the other. But what I would say is that we need the regulators to come together and create a framework. If those laws exist, if those laws are applicable, the regulators need to come together and create a framework that they can operate on and operate on consistently across the different regulatory entities to really provide the kind of guardrails that would really help protect consumers and build the industry at the same time.
Go ahead, Chelsea, and then I'll come to you.
I just want to echo those sentiments, especially if there are any regulators, legislators that are listening. Today I was sharing with my panel earlier, dealing with an issue. In my role, I covered 25 states. And in one of my states, there was a bill that was introduced, and industry was not involved. And so here we are about 3 weeks before the end of session trying to amend a bill where it would have been a much easier process if industry stakeholders were at the table. And so I see the parallel here of how important it is for as regulations and legislation is being formed around this topic, for the stakeholders to be at the table, because the other thing in this issue I'm dealing with is that there's so many different models. And so you want to make sure that you understand the stakeholders at the table. And then to the other point that's being made, consistency. When you have these companies that are national, international companies, frameworks that are consistent are not only helpful for the company, but they're helpful for us as we serve you so that we're able to offer the best service, the best product to you.
You want to add in on stakeholders?
Yeah, exactly.
Then I'll
You
let-
know, I want people to know that stakeholders aren't just CEOs of these corporations. Stakeholders are the people, because this is a space for the people, by the people. So when regulators are coming up with these policies, they need to involve the people on the ground who are actually finding means to use this space for opportunities. We don't want regulation that's going to restrict involvement. We want regulations that's going to help. So definitely, you know, when you're coming up with these policies, involve the people in the process. That's all I ask for. Those are the stakeholders.
And to make that really concrete, you know, there's an opportunity to solicit feedback from young people, solicit feedback from communities of color, because these are the populations that are really driving the adoption of these new products. It's important that as a regulatory community, you understand what is the drivers of this interest and why are people actually doing this.
Well, I will. Sheena, do you want to add on to that? Anything?
I can't, because the people, it's for the people, by the people, is like, it summed it all up, so I'll leave it at that.
I'll just give my plug, obviously, as regulators, and I've been in a regulatory agency for all of a month now. So, you know, as regulators, we absolutely do need to hear from folks, and we need to hear from folks on these new financial products and services and emerging cryptocurrencies and digital assets. I'll also point out we have opportunities to comment on existing bank regulatory agencies. The OCC and the Federal Reserve and the FDIC just a couple of weeks ago put out a big old notice of proposed rulemaking on the Community Reinvestment Act, which really speaks to how banks, and right now it's just banks, invest in underserved low-income communities, how they support housing, how they support small business lending, how they support investments in community development. So I would certainly, if you want to see how the banking system should better serve low-income communities and underserved communities, I'd certainly encourage everyone in the room and on the panel to take a look and put in their comments on that, because there are opportunities. But absolutely, I think it's a point well taken to think about how we can keep engaging in forums like this one and with everyone. So I know we don't have very much time left. I really appreciate the insights from everybody on this panel. And I've had the benefit of talking with them for the last week or so it's been great for me. And hopefully you all will have a chance to talk with folks more at the break and during the reception as well. So thank you all. Thank you, Sheena and Chelsea and David Olyenka. It's been great meeting you and talking with you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Jalen Waddle, wide receiver from the Miami Dolphins. I grew up in Houston, Texas, the southwest part of Houston. My mom took care of me and my 3 older sisters. She's always on my mind when I go out there and compete. To me, care is always being there, just being there when you really need somebody. Entrepreneurship was something that I seen at a young age. People just trying to make money, especially at the football games I was going to. There's just people out there, you know, selling shirts, having like stands, selling drinks. Lifting up Black and minority-owned businesses has always been important to me. And when I found out about Operation Hope, I was excited. Operation Hope's 1 Million Black Businesses program provides tools and training to set small businesses and entrepreneurs on the path to success. People like this amazing guy, Peterson Joseph. Peterson is an engineer and welder who immigrated from Haiti in 2010. 2 years ago, he went through Operation Hope's 1 Million Black Businesses program. Now he builds machines to help you recycle plastic bottles in your own home. Oh, and he also builds go-karts. Peterson is just one of the many small businesses receiving the care that so many out there need. We both know about blood, sweat, and hard work. We're here because of our drive and talent. And we're here because people care. One moment of care can change a life for the better.
When you start with care, you get a different kind of bank.
Awesome, awesome. Anybody here been a part of 1 Million Black Businesses? Raise your hands for me. Yes, yes, yes. Is it not amazing? And that's what we're looking to do, is just really get in the community and make some changes, give back. Because I was talking to some people earlier, and you know who you are, who talked about going away to college, going to HBCUs on full scholarship, and getting a loan to buy a car or, a nice apartment, and now you have that debt. We need to learn not to do some of those things. So this is helping us for those next moves. And we've still got some superstar power coming to talk to us. Stick around. Killer Mike's coming up in just a bit. And he's always got a lot to say. And founder John Hope Bryant will also be back to talk to everybody. So for our next panel discussion, some more powerhouses. We're excited to hear from them because they're going to help us try and figure this whole process out. Please help me in welcoming the General Global Counsel for Paxos, Ben Gray. Give him a big round of applause. Let's hear. The Vice President of Regulatory Affairs for Solidus Labs and the most recent director of the CFPB, Kathy Kraniger. The Chief Policy Officer for the Digital Chamber of Commerce, Tina Baker Taylor. And moderating for us this afternoon, Senior Advisor for the Milken Institute, Mr. Eric Kaplan. You're in for a treat.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. And this will probably be the 8th or 9th welcome you've had, but it goes without saying, I want to thank John and the Operation Hope team, everyone here, everyone streaming in. It really is a pleasure and a privilege to be here with all of you and with my fellow panelists. It's been a mind-blowing day. What we're talking about, the content, it really matters. I'm going to go back and watch all these sessions again because there's so much that's been sparked. Anything that I knew before has been enhanced. If not, taken to another level by the conversations today. And just to give you an idea about why this matters, and our topic today is striking the balance between innovation and protection. And I think just in the conversations alone, we realize why this is important. But my background primarily, most of my career has been in housing and mortgage. And if you think of the mortgage-backed security, right, that was new back in, say, the early 80s or so, and then less than 3 decades later. It worked for decades, but regulation didn't keep up. People didn't pay attention, and it tanked the national, if not world economy, and destroyed the lives of millions of families. And so striking this balance, doing it proactively, this all matters, and it's great to be here today and that so much attention is being given to this topic and what can really be a game changer. So with that, I'd like to go ahead and start our conversation. What I'd like to do, Kathy, stepping back for a minute, why are we here today? What, the technologies that we're talking about, why are they so important? What can digital assets and crypto do for consumers and the national and global economies? And if you could touch on that, and then same with Tina and Ben, that would be great.
And we all absolutely have different perspectives on that. I think the interest in even this event demonstrates that there are a lot of people hearing about crypto, wanting to understand what it is. We have some terminology challenges in this space. Even calling it a currency raises all kinds of questions. Talking about the Terra Luna disaster that happened, frankly, is also a question of what is a stable coin. So taking a step back here, I really like to think about blockchain technology today and the stage that we're in with the early 90s and the internet. Commissioner Harris mentioned this morning Amazon and certainly where Amazon went. But who knew at the time that Amazon was the stock they wanted to buy? Thinking about that, going back and saying, okay, how are we going to actually use this internet thing? It's everything now. It fuels every interaction we have with each other, with commerce and what we buy and how we buy as you think about Web 2. And now we're moving to Web 3, and we've heard some descriptions around that. But back at the time, go back and say, okay, should I have invested in Google or Ask Jeeves? Should I invest in MySpace or Facebook? Today that seems fairly obvious to us, but that's essentially where we are with these different blockchains. And in fact, everything that's on top of that, the utilities, the applications, all the applications on our phones from, our trail apps that help me know where to go when I'm hiking, or all of the social media apps, all of that's built on top of this infrastructure. And so that's the ecosystem that will be supported by blockchain. That's why people are excited about it. But it does make it challenging now to think about where to invest, what to invest in. And so that's, I think, the moment that we're in. I'll at least say a moment on what I'm doing and what Solidus Labs is. We are a software company. We provide a service to these exchanges and to the digital asset trading world to watch for manipulation, to watch for fraud. It's something that, again, still happens. Fraud still happens in traditional markets. But the requirement to look for it, to prevent it, to have policies around it when you see it, to stop transactions from happening when you see it. So that's what our software actually facilitates in the digital asset space. And so important, again, to know, looking for things like that, to know that the exchange you're operating on uses a service like Solidus Labs. Those are, again, additional things that you can look for to try to protect yourself as you think about knowing what you're investing in and only investing what you're willing to lose.
Great. Tina, how about you? I mean, in your role with the digital Chamber of Digital Commerce, right? What's your take on what these technologies can do, what they mean? Why are you so driven to bring this to fruition? And also, who invests in this, right? Why are people investing in this, and why does that matter to this conversation?
Sure. So we heard about the financial crisis in 2008. I've heard a lot of people talk about that today. And for me at the time, I was in transaction banking, and my husband was a trader. And I remember him calling me from the bathroom in tears because he couldn't get any dollars and he couldn't cover his positions, and he'd never seen anything like it. And he thought that the financial system was going to melt down, and he was literally in bathroom in tears. And at the same time, we saw a number of people, families, lose everything. And a lot of that had to do with some predatory lending, mis-selling, and poor governance, right? So for me at that time, one of the things that I was working on pretty focused was mobile money solutions. Mm-hmm. So how could we bring banking services to people in communities that had a lack of access for whatever the reasons may be? And when I started to learn more about this technology and what the possibilities were to enable greater financial access, and you hear the term democratization of finance, and I know that sounds a little hokey, but really, this was a financial system that anybody could access in very small increments, not necessarily just to invest, right? So for me, the reason I'm interested in the space and the reason I think that technology is important is that it provides services, and it has the ability to provide them cheaper and faster, and removing that intermediary that slows things down and adds costs, to me, when you're looking at financial inclusion, was really important. And so that's why I personally got involved. My role at the Chamber is really to help our policymakers understand what the technology is, what it can do, but also what the risks are. And so when we're looking at putting guardrails in place to ensure that consumers are protected, that the markets are fair, that we do enable greater access to payment services, that we do so in a way that's thoughtful and that understands the technology. So we were talking earlier about, do we cut and paste from traditional finance into this new area? We already have rules. Can't we just reformat them? And I think there is opportunity to do that in some places. But I also think that this technology is materially different, and the assets operate materially different than the way that regular U.S. dollars do today, and that system does today. And so there is going to be some tailoring for that, and my job is to help those policymakers kind of understand that. Your question around who is investing, I think I'm going to reframe the question. So I don't think, for me anyway, this movement, this transition around financial services isn't about speculative investing. It's about fixing some of the problems that we have in our financial services ecosystem and our access to wealth creation. So for individuals, I think that we have had limits placed on who can create generational wealth. And I would like that to be democratized. I would like more people to have access to those opportunities. And so when people are looking at potentially investing in this space, think of it also as who's solving a problem that I think is important to solve, and how are they going about doing that? And if that makes sense to you, and you think that that will be the next Facebook that will connect people in a way that they haven't been connected before, and that's important to you, then I think that's how you need to look at this space.
Great. And that's going to be a good jumping off point. I'm going to turn to you in a second, Ben, but again, some of this may be repetitive, but we'll be looking at it from a different angle. In terms of this striking the balance between innovation and protection and the notion of regulation, what are we trying to solve for in the regulations that we do have in our financial ecosystem, and what applies to a world of crypto and digital assets, and how does it apply? What are the principles that we protect for in the current system? Do those translate into a future system, a current or future system? Do we have to come up with something that's different, or do we just have to tweak what we have, or something's just inapplicable? So, Ben, I want to turn to you. I want to read a quote that you, I thought was really striking, and it touches on what you're doing over at Paxos. But you said, our financial system is desperately in need of modernization, and Paxos is tackling this problem head on. Paxos and its regulation-first approach to building innovative products will play a central role in the revitalization of our global financial infrastructure. So can you pick up from there and share thoughts on what you mean by that, and also start with the tension between innovation and regulation, or maybe not tension, maybe some sort of a marriage that can support the growth of crypto?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much for having me. So I think I want to start just by saying that this really does have transformative potential. I think there's a lot of confusion in the market right now about, you may have asked yourself, what is the point of all of this? What is a cryptocurrency for? Is this just a casino? These are the kinds of questions that, people are banding around in their head. But the fact of the matter is, the underlying technology that we're talking about here, blockchain technology, has the potential to rebuild our global financial system from the plumbing upward. And I think it's really important that we take that step back and recognize that's where the potential is. And Paxos is really, for those who aren't familiar with the company, what we're focused on is connecting traditional financial systems to the digital asset space, and doing so in a trustworthy way. So what does that mean? Essentially, it means we work with institutional clients like big banks to offer crypto services to their customers, and do so in a regulatory first way. And the reason that's so important is that, as we all saw with Terra Luna last week, there's really the potential for this to go wrong. And so if you start with a regulatory first approach, what that means is that your providers are ensuring that the underlying assets that are being held for consumers are being held in a safe, reliable, bankruptcy remote way. And that's what we do with our stablecoin at Paxos. And so I think for us, when you're talking about striking the balance between innovation and between regulation, to us, they go hand in hand. They're not mutually exclusive. Because if you have safely regulated products, what that does is it drives mainstream adoption. It brings many, many more people into the crypto ecosystem than just the early adopters who are willing to take on tremendous risk. And when you look at markets over time, markets that have mass adoption are the ones that see the greatest amount of investment, the greatest amount of innovation. And so we think that regulation is the basis of actually driving that innovation. So I think some people in this space see regulation as a blocker to innovation, but that's really not how we look at it at Paxos. And if we do this right, then the goal is to be able to eventually tokenize, or essentially attach a cryptocurrency token to the world, all of the world's assets, and then move them at the speed of the internet. We were talking previous to this. Hypothetical, if someone were to try to send $100 US to India, that would take a tremendous amount of time. It would also cost a lot of money in taxes, fees. There are a number of intermediaries involved in that transaction. You may not even know when your money is going to arrive because it takes so long to process through a system of correspondent banks. Now take the example of a stable coin, and I want to be very clear, stable coins are not all created equal. You have stable coins like Terra Luna that are not actually backed by real assets. And then you've got stable coins, for example, like the ones issued by Paxos that are subject to prudential oversight that always have $1 US backing them at all times. So let's say I wanted to send that $100 to India. Instead of going through the traditional financial system plumbing pipes that have been around for 50 years, I buy $100 worth of stable coin and I can instantly transfer that in a completely safe, completely regulated, completely transparent, completely instant way to my friend in India. And they have the confidence that that asset is also going to arrive on their end. So this is just one example of kind of the transformation that we're trying to drive. And we believe that the only way to really do that safely for consumers is to do so under a regulatory umbrella.
So, I think I assume everyone here heard the first panel this morning, and if anyone's streaming in, if you haven't seen it, I would say go back and watch it. I think it did a powerful job of driving home this notion that regulation isn't bad, that it can build trust. I know that there's this pull in DeFi, right? And Kathy, we talked about this, we'll get to this in a moment. DeFi doesn't necessarily mean no regulation, but it's sort of a different nature. But regulation is there, once again, to protect, for consumer protection, for investor protection, for safe markets, for proper disclosures. In terms of different parties or different stakeholders and participants in the space, right now, do you think that there's sort of a knee-jerk or hair-trigger reaction, depending on your point of view? Is there the notion of contagion was discussed this morning, and the notion of casting sort of a generalized net across the space from certain regulators, from certain folks who are in the crypto space, from third parties who haven't made up their minds. Any of you pick it up from there and touch on that and share thoughts?
Well, I think that the media has done a little bit of a disservice, and we as the industry probably aren't doing as much as we should be to get that education out there, to have the conversation. You just heard from Ben about Paxos being fully regulated. They, in fact, have a license from the state of New York, from the other states in the U.S. There are charters and prudential regulators that are going in and doing examinations, just like the OCC. And so you saw Acting Comptroller Sue. His staff goes out to the banks that are chartered at the federal level and actually checks on their compliance with a whole series of check marks of things. Again, Paxos is a company that is going through that process as well, just like the banks do. So it's not that the entire ecosystem is truly unregulated. You also have enforcement actions by the SEC, by the CFTC, and by other state regulators as well, and attorneys general, going after those projects that are fraudulent. If we have not solved these problems in traditional finance, you still have scams, taking advantage of vulnerable populations, the elderly, the less sophisticated consumers. And so that's a huge issue, and it has become an issue also in the crypto space. And so this responsibility to do the kinds of things that, again, need to be done, like smarter disclosures and making sure that people understand the risks of what they're investing in, what the company is doing to mitigate those risks. No 100% guarantee. So there are places in the crypto industry that are regulated, that are operating in that way. And then so there has been a challenge, I think, with the way we talk about this. But there are some things that don't exactly apply. And so the space is clearly not regulated the way some wish it was. Stablecoins, again, are a good example. As Ben said, there are some that are backed by real assets, dollar for dollar. Paxos also has a Pax Gold product. So again, backed by actual gold. That is not the case with other stablecoins. what is, those, and some of those projects are not required necessarily to do that by law, depending on where they're operating from. And that's another challenge with the internet economy. Just because, if you're operating in the United States, you are in fact obviously subject to some regulation. If you leave the United States or are operating offshore, people can still access those products, unfortunately, but they're not really making themselves available to the regulatory system that we have in the U.S. So there's a balance as well to make sure that we don't push any of those companies out of the U.S. and out of the regulatory framework to begin with. So I'd say that's where I think some of the questions and concerns come into play. And I guess the last thing I'd note is you also have a lot of people in this space that come out of technology, that don't come from financial services. And I think that's also the birth of this space. A lot of people who just wanted to build cool things come out of the gaming world. Again, there was a lot that came out of the gaming world that has made its way into crypto. But there is a financial regulatory system. You are subject to it if you're engaging with financial products in the United States. And so that's something that, again, has become a much greater realization in the ecosystem. And we've got associations like the one that Tina works for that are really, again, furthering that conversation and making sure as an industry that we're talking about those things, know about those things, understand the details of it.
I want to dig into our risk assessment of the regulatory landscape and framework in a moment. But Ben or Tina, do you think does it materially adversely impact? I used to be a lawyer. I know Kathy did too. So materially and adversely impact is a term of art for us. Does it materially and adversely impact the ability to have a conversation with regulators of all stripes, right, across the various jurisdictions that can weigh in on crypto? And does that impede the ability to try and develop really meaningful and impactful policy of the kind that would support the growth of crypto?
So I think what is important for people in my job and Kathy's job and Ben's as well, when you're talking with policymakers, I think there's one thing that we kind of say where we have to meet people where they are. Right? So everyone has a different level of understanding of the technology. Potentially, the technologists have a different level of understanding around what it means to operate a regulated, licensable business. And there's, a meeting in the middle. And everybody kind of comes to the table with their own bias and their preconceived notions, right? And going back to what Kathy and Ben both said, when you have the media only talking about, hacks or breaches or scams, they're actually a very small portion of all of the transaction activity, right? So it gives an unfair weighted bias that, this industry is rife with scams. And I think that any new technology in any new industry, if you think about the gold rush, right? Everybody, moved to the West for the gold rush, and so did the nefarious actors, right? Because there was a new opportunity. And so, this is kind of part of the life cycle of, the birth of new technology. And that doesn't mean that we don't, do something about that. But I think that those discussions can be overly weighted on the risk side, and sometimes lose sight of the opportunities. And then equally from the, market actor perspective, I think sometimes they can focus only on the opportunities and not be more honest about the risks. So I think there's just that balance there. I think the other thing to consider is that if we're looking at taking this new way to approach financial services and putting it into existing regulatory frameworks that we have, when they don't always fit, it means that a company like Paxos, who is operating a fully regulated, fully collateralized, fully backed stablecoin, and is licensed at the state level, is now being put under potential additional scrutiny at a federal level to regulate it more. Why? It works as it works today very well. It's demonstrated success. So, one of the things that is being, as an example, policy being batted around is that only FDIC-insured financial institutions should be able to issue stablecoins, and they should hold all of their reserves in an FDIC-insured bank. So if anybody in this room knows anything about Dodd-Frank or the financial collapse of 2008, you're basically taking all of that risk that you took out of commercial banks and putting it right back in there, which makes no sense. So this is an example of trying to kind of risk assess what problem are you trying to solve and start from there, as opposed to just layering on all the existing regulation that we have because it exists today. I think that's the challenge.
So then, for all of you, where do the tension points in that exist, or at least what's the current state of play when it comes to whether it's industry stakeholders, consumer advocates, regulators, policymakers? What's the level of communication? Is there, again, this sense of generalizing, or is there a real market difference between different policymakers or regulators' ability to grasp the differences? Are there areas of tension or miscommunication? What's the current state of communication and analysis?
Well, I think, Ben,
sorry, go ahead.
I'm going to suggest what I think you should say.
Okay.
What I think you should talk about.
I'll add after that.
Today, we would not be able to prevent the terrorist situation from happening again from a regulatory standpoint. There's nothing regulators can do to prevent that from happening. But they could prevent the next Paxos from blooming. And I think that that's a problem.
Yeah, I mean, I think from our perspective, we actually share the same goals as our regulators. Where the tension comes in, or where the miscommunication comes in, is you're talking about new technologies. So the existing regulatory frameworks, the existing anti-money laundering schemes don't always layer one-to-one onto the technology that we have. So when we find any kind of miscommunication, it's largely around how we're talking about the technology that we're using and what our ultimate aim is. I'll give an example here with respect to anti-money laundering. So essentially the entire regulatory scheme designed to prevent using financial systems for laundering money or financing terrorism or any other illicit activity. One of the things that has always been surprising to me when I talk about anti-money laundering with regulators around cryptocurrency is that when I tell them cryptocurrency actually has the potential to be far more effective at fighting crime than the traditional methods that we use in banking today. And it's a little bit counterintuitive, because everything you hear in the media is this is where people are, executing ransomware schemes, or where they're selling drugs or laundering money. But the fact is, these are public ledgers where every transaction is completely visible to anyone who wants to see it. If you think about our banking system today, traditional banking, it's incredibly opaque. You can't see anything that's going on, and that goes for the regulators as well. And so one of the things that we're doing in our education is trying to get on the same page of what are our end goals, what are we trying to achieve in the end, and how do we work together and look at the strengths of this technology to achieve those ends, rather than immediately coming to them and saying, well, you're not able to do it exactly the same way that we've been doing it with traditional financial institutions for 30 years or however long. And so this just must be inherently dangerous technology. I think it's that conversation, and it happens across consumer protection and marketing. It happens across anti-money laundering, like I said. It happens across essentially the backing of assets. Again, talking about sort of what are you trying to get at there. Our relationship with the New York Department of Financial Institutions is 7 years old. We've been regulated since 2015. And so we've had many, many years to have these conversations. And to your earlier question, there is a real danger of all the cryptocurrency players being lumped together, because the businesses vary dramatically in what they offer, what they're trying to do, how they protect their consumers. And so it is incumbent upon us as an industry to have those conversations, to bring the regulators along, and for us to work together for this thing to actually work.
This has to be a nuanced approach, right? Because all of those, there's this tendency, I think, or it's easier to do it, to list out the goals of regulation, right? So the goals of regulation when it comes to the financial ecosystem, right? You mentioned many of them. It's, preventing crime, it's preventing fraud, it's consumer protection. But all of those are different, and all of those are accomplished differently. And is the ability to understand and appreciate those nuances, are those apparent in the conversations that you all have had with regulators, with policymakers, with other stakeholders across the board? And I'll say both in terms of their understanding of the current, let's call it near-term environment, and what you think needs to be there in the long term.
Well, one thing I'd offer on that point, again, what are the larger goals? What the U.S. did just a few months ago, President Biden signed an executive order outlining precisely this kind of macro conversation. So many countries in the world had already had, here's our digital economy vision, here's our grant, here are all of the policy goals we're trying to achieve, and every agency has a role in that. The U.S. really had not done that quite the same way, and really a lot of the conversations around the digital asset space drove that. A lot of these conversations about, is it unregulated? How do we regulate it? What authority do agencies have today? What interests are we actually trying to balance or align? And the executive order laid those things out. So in addition to certainly opportunity, economic opportunity, and consumer protection and inclusion, we're talking about financial stability globally, not just in the U.S. We're talking about the U.S.'s competitive posture in the world around being the place where technologists and innovators come, because that's, of course, the future of the economy and the future of really the opportunities that we seek to develop in this country. So talking about those dynamics and national security interests around competition, around crime prevention and counterterrorism. So all of those things were laid out really to flag that there are a lot of different agencies that need to come together to understand that macro policy. Things around standards. Again, how do you secure these technologies to try to address some of the ransomware issues and otherwise? The not so much the Terra Luna incident, but I'll talk about another one you might have heard about with Ronin. The primary dynamics there had to do with some fairly basic cybersecurity practices in terms of how you manage keys and the fact that those need to actually be distributed and in different hands. There's a best practice there with respect to distributing that. And 5 of the keys were in the hands of really one entity at the end of the day. So you've significantly reduced the number of targets that someone seeking to hack you needs to go after when they're all in one place. So some of those basic things, there are other agencies that can bring expertise to bear, other companies, certainly in the U.S., that have the expertise to bring to bear too, to help everyone think about how you create a safer, smarter ecosystem and really see the promise of the things that we're talking about here. So I offer that as I don't like the analogy of a balance because frankly it means we can't have it all. And of course, in the U.S. we like to think we can always have it all. So it's really though thinking about what are those factors and dynamics that need to be on the table to consider and think about in terms of goals that you have.
Right. Well, it's so I want to take one of those points, this patchwork quilt of regulators or potential regulators that we have. And if you really think across the landscape, you have international versus national. You've got federal, state here. You've got Congress and the agencies. You've got all the different agencies amongst themselves, and you've got state versus state. You may even be missing one or two. So, Tina, in particular, you had mentioned when we were talking about the need for clarity and also, the potential impact of delays. And is having all of these potential different jurisdictions and different regulators and the need for them to come up with a cohesive or coherent approach, at least on a lot of these points. How optimistic or not so optimistic are you with respect to that patchwork quilt and the need for a deliberate and well-timed rollout? One, not just for growth, but 2, to prevent something that could have or should have been prevented by appropriate regulation? That's a 2-part question.
Right. So I think in the U.S. there are a lot of policymakers, right, from the state to the federal, the agency level, regulatory, Congress, et cetera. And there is a current environment of, maybe we'll call it a bit of a bun fight or a squabble around who's responsible for what. And some of that comes from existing remit, and this doesn't neatly fit into any one agency's existing remit, right? But if I go back again, because I'm not a lawyer, right? So I'm a problem solver. And if I go back to what are we fundamentally trying to do, right? And for me, that is provide greater opportunity and financial access for people to be able to transact with each other. And if I look at the opportunity that we have on the table today, one thing that you can think about is the internet exists today, and then we build things on top of it. We build online banking, we build credit card rails, we build Amazon portals or Shopify so that you can transact. But where we're moving toward is kind of like, one of those Tom Cruise movies where it's all embedded within that internet layer. And so it removes a lot of that friction. And I know that sounds a little bit sci-fi, but there's a lot of opportunities there. So when you look at who should be responsible for making these rules, one of the things that I caution against whoever that entity is who's responsible for what shouldn't be what the important thing is. It should be what are we trying to solve for. So if it is to prevent terrorist financing and illicit, human trafficking, nobody wants that. That's horrible, right? But I also don't want to be in an environment where the government is protecting me into being poor. I don't want to be protected into being poor. So when I think about things like consumer protection and suitability and who should be allowed to participate in the space, going back to democratization again, I think one of the things that I want to make sure that people still have access to is that ability to transact, to generate wealth, to do it in a way where they have privacy, and they are informed, and they have access to information to be informed about what they're doing. And I think that's where we should place our critical efforts. And I don't necessarily see that happening today. In this country, we talk about consumer protection, but when I challenge policymakers, what does that actually mean to you? Kathy used to run the Consumer Protection Authority.
Bureau.
Yeah. And so, I know that she has a lot of really amazing ideas around how we can put that in place in this industry today. And so I just want to be sure that whatever we do does not prevent, I don't want the bureaucracy of what exists today to be an impediment around what the opportunities are for us to evolve.
Kathy, can you pick up on that? Because you really were at the very heart of this, the agency that's charged with protecting consumers and understanding what you need to do in order to protect consumers, but make sure that it's done in a way that allows industry to provide products and services that consumers need. You live that day to day. Can you pick up on what Tina was saying?
Well, I think it does come from what Tina was saying, too. And she mentioned earlier, certainly the financial crisis and the Dodd-Frank Act that created the CFPB to begin with. So much of what we're seeing in the digital asset space now is really about trust. That came up on the first panel at the beginning of the day. Trust in institutions, concerns about institutions, the intermediaries who are, between you and the transaction that you want to engage in, and the cost involved in that, the lack of efficiency involved in that. So there really are some real opportunities here, and people, frankly, not wanting that friction. We now are in a peer-to-peer world. You think actually still there's a transaction through PayPal. We just had Larry speaking from PayPal. The fact is, I'm zipping that money there. It's not exactly zipping quite the same way it will. Certainly in the digital asset space, those who are spent their careers in payments know that. And certainly,
people can close your account if they want to.
Yes, and certainly with the way the banking system works, getting it from one side of the globe to the other is definitely not zipping right now. But that's essentially, again, getting back to the problem solving. But I think part of this is the trust in institutions and the desire to really do this, as I said, people coming back to people interactions and dynamics, and the opportunity to choose that. And now I take it to the next thread of again, the birth of the CFPB and the patchwork that is where your question started, Eric. The Consumer Financial Protection Bureau actually has some very specific mandates with respect to the financial products that they have jurisdiction over at the federal level. And when they were created, hugely important mission, actually financial education at the heart of kind of the broadest part of the CFPB's mission, because they can educate the consumers generally on any kind of financial product. But in terms of what they can regulate, what they can supervise, what they can enforce against, the fact of the matter is, even when the CFPB was created, the states still have that authority, the states still have that jurisdiction and that responsibility. You've got the Federal Trade Commission, you've got the banking regulators. Certainly you heard Acting Comptroller Sue talk about consumer protection. You heard Commissioner Harris talk about consumer protection. So the number of agencies that actually have consumer protection in their mandate in the financial services space is significant. It definitely is a patchwork. And so I guess that's the other thing I would add on the government side. I spent so much of my career in interagency. There are different responsibilities, jurisdictions, authorities. And so having those agencies work together, instead of in a food fight, instead of worrying about, oh, they're speaking about it, so that means I need to get in there and assert my jurisdiction. No, it's about, again, that executive order, taking a larger step and saying, how do we reconcile these things? Everyone has limited resources. Everyone does. Whether we're talking about in our households or in these agencies, you've got to set priorities. You've got to decide who's going to do which part of this. And so it really is having that overarching policy, that agreement, who's best suited, who has the best expertise. And frankly, I can tell you from our company, and I'm sure you're feeling it too, anyone you're trying to hire, a lot of competition for that talent. It takes people to do this oversight, people to think smart about this policy. And so how you weave that together and prioritize and really take advantage of the authorities that you have today, that's essentially where the digital asset space, really from a government standpoint, I think needs to be. And then the industry needs to be helpful, needs to engage, needs to provide the specific nuanced examples of where the current requirements don't quite fit. And then think about how we can do this better. And I said before, and it's still true, traditional finance doesn't have this figured out yet either. So these are all the same conversations we're having, with banks and that the regulators are having with the banks and with non-banks.
Right. Well, look, I think we're out of time, and we could go on for hours and hours, and we will, and for days, weeks, months, years, we likely will. I want to pick up on one thing before we sign off: financial education.
Oh, I was just going to say that.
Creating, and it's right in line with one of Operation Hope's pillars, but creating an environment in which consumers, investors, policymakers, regulators, stakeholders, there's the need for financial education to know what the products are, what you're buying, what's being sold, how to make sure that there's proper supervision and enforcement, but with the freedom to engage as one sees fit in a safe, protected environment. This is crucial, and again, one of the reasons why we're here today. So I'll wind up with this thought. There's a tremendous amount of passion and vision for these technologies, for this innovation. And I would say, don't let the fear of what could be dull or dampen that passion and vision. But at the same time, especially for enthusiasts, don't let your passion and vision lead you to discount legitimate fears. But instead, we really need to communicate, educate, and collaborate. And I think if we do that, we're hopefully smart enough, and I think we're smart enough to get to where we need to be. And 20 years from now, we'll be talking about a new technology that will be built on the foundation of what we're talking about today.
Well, I'd love to see our government focus on financial literacy instead of trying to protect people, teach people. I mean, that's what I would love to see. And everybody in this room, if you are crypto curious or you're a newbie, personal commitment to you. My Twitter handle is @TinaTaylor. My DMs are open. If you have a question, I can answer it. If I can't answer it, I will send you to somebody who can answer it. This community is open. That's the best part, I think, about the crypto asset community. There is no lack of information. If you're curious about it, you can go out and get it. So arm yourselves, educate yourselves, because I do think that there is a balance between needing to be protected and not needing to be protected.
Great. All right, well, thank you, everyone, and appreciate you giving us a few extra minutes.
It's not easy keeping up with little Kendall Fleetwood, especially on her home turf at the playground, because her tiny feet never seem to stop moving, no matter what. And if you don't have running shoes on, good luck trying to keep up. If you do get her to sit down for a minute, she'll give you the highlights of her young resume.
I'm in kindergarten and my name is Kendall and I'm 5 years old. They teach me my ABCs and my sight words.
Her mom will tell you that Kendall's a fast learner who's ahead of the curve, not just in school, but at home in matters of money, because she's learning the importance of saving.
I get down now.
Okay, come on. What are you going to do with money that you save?
Save my birthday money.
You want to save birthday money?
So she pretty much know how to save. They have a little water, the little water bottles, and they know how to put their dollars in there when they get money. And so she's pretty good at saving.
So good, in fact, that she got a chance to meet Mayor Bottoms as part of the city's new Child Savings Account program.
Atlanta's citywide child savings account will benefit low-income families who have kindergartners that are starting in school this year in Atlanta Public Schools. It's a savings account. We are starting off our young people at their first age in school thinking about investing in their future. We're doing an automatic enrollment for low-income families, noting that they may not have the resources to set up a savings account. But any family with a child in the city of Atlanta may opt in to the Child Savings Account program.
The program is a way of investing in a child's academic future.
It's meant to provide seed deposits and encourage investment over time so that when children are ready to make decisions about their post-secondary life, albeit college or vocational training, or maybe they want to start their own business, they have a fund there that's already been developed for them based on the investments from their families and from the city.
Operation Hope is the largest nonprofit financial inclusion organization in America, specifically focused on urban and underserved neighborhoods, and it was founded after the Rodney King riots of 1992 in South Central Los Angeles. I figured I had to do something and made a commitment to rebuild my neighborhoods. But I quickly realized that my community wanted a hand up and not a handout. That became Operation Hope. And within 6 months of starting Operation Hope, we financed with some bankers the first rebuilding of any business after the Rodney King riots. So while folks were talking about it, we were doing something about it, and that became our thesis of a PhD philosophy, and not just a PhD philosophy. So you fast forward that vision from $61,000 original budget and 1 employee and a vision to change the world to where we are today. We're the largest nonprofit empowerment organization in the country, $3 billion invested in underserved neighborhoods through our partners. We're in 25 states. We have 4 million clients. The guy who made the suit that I'm wearing, we put in business. The shirt that I'm wearing, we put in business. This is literally pulsating communities that we're in with hope and opportunity. Why do you even need an Operation Hope? Why do we have these tales of 2 cities where you have the rich and the poor? Mind you, I didn't say black and white. The color is not white, black, red, brown, and yellow, it's green. There are 100 million Americans who are financially bruised in this country. Underserved neighborhoods need to know that they are somebody and that there's a way for them to succeed in this world. And if I can raise credit scores 120 points in 24 months, which is what I'm doing, I mean, that changes your self-esteem, your confidence, your belief in yourself, your access to capital. And who's a private banker for all of us? Who is the private banker in a country that's a democracy rooted in free enterprise and capitalism, the largest economy on the planet? It doesn't exist. That's why I created Operation Hope, to be that private banker to everybody, so that that person who doesn't know what they don't know has a resource to then move them from a place of not knowing, move their credit score up, move their approvability up, get their confidence up, their self-esteem, their belief system, so that now they are in the no category and they're in the thriving box, no longer in the surviving box, and they can now get approved for credit. There's never been a riot in a 700 credit score neighborhood in all of America's history, because 700 credit score neighborhoods don't riot, they go shopping. Nothing changes your life more than God or love than moving your credit score 120 points. Somehow we have lost this narrative of the economic uplift and how that influences everything else. And I thought that financial literacy education and economic empowerment and capital access combined with opportunity unleashes the human spirit. So there's a difference between being broke and being poor. Being broke is economic, but being poor is a disabling frame of mind and a depressed condition of your spirit. And you must vow never, ever, ever to be poor again.
How about it? How about it? Can you believe it's been 30 years since the Rodney King riots? You guys remember where you were then, 30 years ago? I see some 25-year-olds who are like, yeah, I wasn't around. But it changed the world and changed all of us in media for sure, because we were glued to our televisions just like everyone else. And to see where we have come 30 years later, we look at the digital world, what it means, and we learned through this pandemic that we can do a whole lot of stuff digitally that we never thought we could do, right? Like work, like not even show up, like have your pajama pants on and a nice shirt. Oh, come on. You guys know you did that. Well, we are excited. I know you have been looking forward to this one. Haven't the panels all been informative and great? Very enjoyable, especially if you're not technologically or cryptocurrency savvy, which would be me. All right, who sat at the table and actually signed up for some, made some purchases while you've been here? You can raise your hand. I won't call you out. You right there. No. Nobody. I'm proud of you. That's great, but I'm sure you will later once you leave, because you will know even more after this final panel kicks in. So this is our last session for the day, and I know you've been waiting for this one. So we are going to bring everyone on. Can I get a show of hands of how many people know what Atlanta traffic is like? Yeah. Well, one of our guests in this panel is stuck in Atlanta traffic, but as soon as they arrive, they will make their way right on stage to participate in this final session. So we good with that? Let's hear a big round of applause for that. All right. We're going to act like nothing is different, and we're just going to move forward. So let's give it up first for policy lead at Plaid, Lee Lytle. Let's hear it for her. All right, Chief Digital Identity Officer for the U.S. Treasury's Financial Crimes Enforcement Network, Kay Turner. Kay also just told me she's been checking out some of Killer Mike's lyrics, so she's ready today. And from Chief Strategy Officer from Consensus, Simon Morris. And Operation Hope CEO, John Hope Bryant, the one and only, the one and the only. Has he not done a great job getting this all together, guys? Come on. Let's really hear it, please. Amazing. And the last chair will be for our own Killer Mike Render, who will be here as soon as he can. So let's take it away, John.
Like every superstar running 10 minutes late. That's all I can say. I only say that because he's my friend. By the way, I hope you got, first of all, I don't think we say this enough, but we're in the home of, well, probably the moral capital of America, Atlanta, Georgia. And I don't think we say enough how extraordinary things are that have become normal. You have just been announced, with the exception of me and Simon, two of the most extraordinary positions in the country happen to be filled by women. Kudos. I don't know if it's obvious to you how difficult it is to pull this off, but we're still in the middle of a pandemic. People are still getting COVID. Several of our speakers had it, including my co-host, who is in Washington, D.C. My team has been able to get just the right number of people in a room without you being too close to the person next to you, so you're like pushing them or you away. I hope you found it an elegant, smooth experience where you didn't feel people were on top of you. And then combine that with the new digital world we live in, where really you have hundreds of thousands of people who are watching this online around the world. This wasn't even a thing before 2020. No one did these digital combinations before that. The world's changed, we've adapted with it. I hope you appreciate that my team, Kevin Boucher, Lance Triggs, all of them, done such an extraordinary job. We're wrapping this up, we're bringing this home, we're about to conclude this day. This has never happened before. This meeting of those in cryptocurrency and the digital asset space has been historically promoters meeting over here, those who are for and religiously professing the merits only of this space as if it's perfect. And then you have meetings of those interested in protection and structure, meeting really privately behind closed doors in Washington, D.C. and elsewhere, and saying almost nothing because they're trying to find the perfect answer. Never before has there been a collection of prosperity and protection in the same place, having a conversation that essentially says, as you heard today, we're better together. It's a historic meeting. You've been a part of it. This is the beginning, not the ending. There's some special announcements that we'll be making before this is over that will underscore this. Again, hope you have enjoyed it. They've given me some talking points, which I'm going to ignore. This is the future. Then they literally. This is the future of the future, and there are no. I know you can go back. I want Simon to. I enjoy my talking points, but everybody else probably needs them. And I want to make sure that for the audience's sake, that we're teeing this up properly, and our panelists are having an opportunity to truly engage and contribute in a way that they find meaningful. This is the Wild West. We're making the new rules. We talked earlier about the cautions. We've tried to tap on the brakes. Now, if we're gonna go forward, what does that look like? I think we've agreed we should go forward. What does that look like? Simon and I had a passionate conversation just yesterday where he said, well, I disagree with you, John. And I said, well, I disagree with you, Simon. And we ended up at the end of it agreeing to agree on the most important things. We're just coming up the mountain on different sides. That's what you want. You want to talk without being offensive, listen without being defensive, and always leave even your adversary with their dignity. Because if you don't, they'll spend the rest of their life trying to make you miserable, and you don't learn anything. As I listened to Simon, I remember I had 2 ears and 1 mouth, so I listened twice as much as I talked. And then Simon listened to me. And I think we both left smarter. Simon, you believe that we should let innovators innovate. Do you think we need any kind of safeguards around that innovation? You know what my opinion is about that, Simon. Simon?
So, John, first of all, let me say thank you so much for having me.
He's a genius, by the way.
To be here. I'm sorry I couldn't join you in person, but this is a subject that I think we absolutely need to engage on. So first of all, maybe for the benefit, or second, for the benefit of the audience, a little about me and what I do and the point of view that I represent. So I work for a company called Consensus, and what Consensus does is essentially two things. We have a set of software services that first of all help developers who are building the innovations that are what you would consider Web3 innovations, so DeFi innovations or new types of metaverse innovations, NFTs, like a lot of the buzzwords that you've probably heard. We provide the platform that developers are using to build, test, launch, scale these types of applications. And then the second thing that we do is we provide a product called MetaMask. And MetaMask is a tool that 30 million consumers use to interact with these innovations. It's a digital wallet that people use to not just store their cryptocurrency, but more importantly, we think, to express their digital authority.
So hold on one second, Simon. You just heard 30 million people use this platform. It is one of the most important companies you've never heard of before in your life. I just found out about them recently through Sarah Fryer, who's a board member, both of Operation Hope and of his company. He's a genius. The founder is likewise really smart. But this is a whole other world. He just mentioned 30 million people, right? Users?
That's right. That's right. 30 million users who are using this digital authority manager to engage with NFTs, DeFi, stable coins.
Hey, Simon, we need to drop the jargon. Simon, do me a favor. You're a genius. I need you to unpack this stuff a little bit. First of all, we're going to need to get through the introductions real quickly so we can get to the meat. People can Google whatever search engine you want to use. But when you're talking, if you could just let's get the jargon out of it and assume nobody knows what a DeFi is or et cetera, et cetera.
So do we need safeguards? So without a doubt, like I'm a European, I live in California, I've worked in Silicon Valley for almost 25 years now, but I still grew up believing that the government and regulators have a role to play in protecting consumers and into saving ourselves from our worst instincts. That's thing one. I guess thing two is innovation needs to work, right? It needs to innovate. It's a dynamic, emergent process. I love what one of the previous panel speakers said about people don't want to be protected into being poor. Like, the single best way to stop any of the problems that come out of innovation is to make innovation impossible, right? Okay, great, no more problems, right? And so I think of, the need for innovation and regulation to coexist is very important. But I also feel like, there are bad actors out there, and probably two lenses I would kind of urge us to, in a robust way, go after bad actors. And then I would urge us to work together to think about how do we prevent the bad situations from happening as we get started, rather than putting in place kind of onerous frameworks that make it impossible for bad situations to ever happen because the innovation just doesn't happen.
So, Kate, you've got one of the coolest and most intimidating jobs in the federal apparatus. What are the things people should be aware of from a security perspective? Are things as safe as they seem?
It's a good question. So for people that don't know, I work at the Financial Crimes Enforcement Network. Our mission is to safeguard the financial sector from illicit finance. All that we do is try to bring identity into the system.
So that, basically, you're like a James Bond job.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
No.
I'm just trying to translate this. You're at Treasury Department?
I'm at the Treasury Department.
U.S. Treasury Department.
We're a regulator.
Right.
And we write rules for the financial sector about bringing identity in.
And are you the chief identity officer?
I am the chief identity.
For the whole country?
For the whole regulator.
Pretty cool.
So I'm the first among the regulators that's focusing in on digital identity. And FinCEN's whole bit is about bringing identity into the system. And most of us have paper plastic identities, which mean proving who you are in a digital world is challenging. So I was brought in to help think about Simon, who's building infrastructure. Like, we need a building block. We need to be able to prove who we are in a digital world. And there are lots of solutions out there. And we're really excited because there's starting to be some government identity services like state mobile driver's license, Homeland Security's doing verifiable credentials. And so we are thinking about how in our regulations and our reporting requirements, how they need to change and modernize to enable people to prove who they are in a digital world so that you can trust the people that you're interacting with, the counterparties, the institutions. And these compliance requirements, all that information, it might be helpful to financial institutions as they think about their customers, right? Knowing your customer better means that you can serve them better. So there is a purpose to it.
As you're saying that, I'm thinking about the know your customer rule within the banking sector. Like, there is an obligation to know who your customer is, and there are repercussions to the banks if they don't, financial repercussions. You got a bad job. I mean, like a good job. I mean, like cool.
Well, we think it'll, as we move into a digital world, imagine that you had an updatable digital identity. That when you rocked up somewhere, it was cryptographically bound in your phone, and you
when you did what somewhere? Rocked up somewhere?
Well, you could go into the TSA checkpoint in the Phoenix airport now.
Did you just use slang?
I'm allowed, right? I mean, you did invite Killer Mike to the panel. He's not here.
So she told me she's listened to like 12 Killer Mike songs and 2 albums.
I read them. I didn't listen to them. I'm looking for identity, right? You need your hook. Most people go to sleep when I talk.
Okay, all right. Sorry, back to what you were saying. Go ahead.
So imagine if you had in your phone an identity that could prove who you were, and it was cryptographically bound. So it meant it was safe and private, and there was a token-based exchange. It might be a way to prove yourself. It might solve some of the issues that we have, that maybe someone could make a fraudulent driver's license and try to prove who they were.
And does this also interact with possibly where cryptocurrency and digital assets are going? I see these worlds sort of converging. Is that possible?
Well, you need to prove who you are, and you want to be able to reliably interact with your counterparties. And so, yeah, we think there's an entire infrastructure which Simon's building, right? Single-handedly.
Yeah.
And this is just one of those building blocks that you need in order to enter in this new infrastructure, to be able to reliably interact and have a positive experience.
So I'm gonna warn you, this what I'm about to say might be stupid, but I do that. A friend of mine last night, who owns a company here in Atlanta, called me because somebody professing to be him convinced a bank to wire $250,000 out of his account.
Oof.
And by the time he caught it, it had gone to another bank, and he trying to catch it before it gets out of the country halfway around the world. They tried to get 1.3 million. That didn't work, but they did get the $250,000. Is it too powerful to suggest if your work is successful, he would, in the next few years, have some kind of digital answer where his identity is almost perfected, where that would not get transferred out unless he confirmed it?
So that's the hope. What I would say is that identity is tough, right? Because at any point in time, if you have a compromise, then it undermines the integrity of your identity. You know, it could be at the verification stage. You could have compromise. You could have someone come and impersonate you. So it's making sure that throughout the chain it's safe. But conceptually, yes, if you had a trustworthy identity as you present yourself, because when that payment went out, any payment has 3 fundamental things in it. There's the identity bit. They have to authenticate that it's actually the right person. There is the transaction record. In crypto, it could be a block. In legacy payments, it could be a book entry accounting. And then there's a value transfer. In crypto, there's a transfer. In legacy payments, some of the time they net a bunch of payments together, so there may not even be a transfer. But identity is at the heart of financial services. And so what I'm at FinCEN trying to do is to work with our regulator partners, federal agencies, the private sector, to make sure that we're engaging and learning about new solutions and thinking. Congress mandated the agency that I work for to go out, take a bunch of comments, and modernize our framework. We were set up on the back end of 9/11, and regulators were mandated and putting in place regulations to identify customers to protect the financial sector from anti-money laundering, countering the financing of terrorism, and fraud. And so we are in the process of modernizing that framework, and I'm kind of lucky to be joining on a topic that I think will lead to innovation, inclusion, create efficiencies. There's a whole lot of things that it can bring, but it's infrastructure that needs to be built.
And you're on both sides of this conversation. You're on the protection side, which is where it started with after 9/11. Now you're on the prosperity side, trying to perfect what Simon and others are, and Lee and others are professing. Lee, you've been with us all day, absorbing all of this. You're passionate, you care deeply. You've come from a rural background, I'm told, somewhat of a financial services desert in these areas, very much like the urban core as well.
Right.
People don't realize that there's more poor whites in America than poor anybody else. Little known fact. How has the sort of that background of yours informed your work at the Federal Reserve and in your current role?
Sure. First, thanks for having me today. It's been an amazing conference. And
have you also studied Killer Mike's songs?
I have not studied Killer Mike's songs, sorry. Don't tell him that, he's not here. And I will answer your question, but I think there's 3 things that have happened in my life that really informed my career, and that is that I'm super passionate about financial inclusion. So the first is what you mentioned in the intro, which is I grew up in Kansas. My first job was as a bank teller at Augusta Community Bank and Trust, and that was the only bank for a large region in the state. So we had people coming from all over to have those banking relationships. And that was a powerful thing because I also saw that there weren't a lot of banks in a lot of places, and people had to use their entire day to travel to make transactions. The second experience was when I was at the Federal Reserve. I was a compliance examiner. So I went out to look at Community Reinvestment Act, redlining issues, et cetera. And I saw a lot of discrimination in traditional financial services. And then the third is that I'm passionate about financial inclusion, obviously, and I'm just looking for ways to kind of push forward on the system. And so that's what drew me to Plaid, and that's in my current role. So I lead US policy at Plaid. Plaid's a fintech company, but what we are is we provide the data connectivity between apps, fintech apps, consumers, and their banks. And we do it very transparently and focused on consumer trust. And so that was super critical for me as I looked for my next role, is that I worked in an organization where I could push forward financial inclusion for all types of people. And at Plaid, what we're seeing in the data is that fintech adoption is working, right? We've gotten to mass adoption. I think from last year to this year, we saw from 58% of people use apps regularly to 88% of people. So everyone's using them. But we're also seeing really creative new financial services come to light that address some of the systemic problems. So Perhaps you don't have a traditional credit history. We're now exploring alternative ways to prove your credit worthiness with some of our customers. You and I work on Project Reach together with the OCC. That's another avenue where we're pursuing that. I'm seeing people who come from backgrounds, that aren't represented in traditional finance find a pathway into financial services through using our technology because we make it easy. And so we support Fortune 500 companies, John Deere, Tesla, some large banks, but also 2 people in a garage solving a problem that only they know because it only exists in their community. But there's so many more like them across the world.
Tell the audience, in simple terms, what it is the company does.
What Plaid does?
Yeah.
Yeah. So we are the data connection. So if you go on Venmo and you want to connect your bank account, we're the ones in the middle connecting the information and flowing the information between the 2 apps. So if you're a developer, what we do is we make it easy for you to develop something like Venmo or maybe a program for Hispanic immigrants, right?
You're the backbone.
Infrastructure.
You're the infrastructure.
Right. Yeah.
Simon's also the infrastructure, right?
It's the fun, boring stuff.
Huh?
I said it's the fun, boring stuff.
Right. And on the and then you're trying to help as folks flow through that pipe. You're trying to help make sure that it's identified for the proper recipient and all the folks involved in that transaction. You're almost like the confirming agent.
Yeah, and also just making sure that the sorry. Oh, hi.
Fashionably late. How you doing, brother?
Well, I've been back there for a minute. You just kept talking.
Ladies and gentlemen, Killer Mike.
How y'all doing? Thanks for having me. Atlanta won the day, and my cousin-in-law is watching, reminding me I'm late. Hello to Michael out.
I want the shoes.
Thank you. These are Nike, I think, sent these to me.
What's if my size?
These are, I buy just shoes I couldn't afford as a child. So your shoes are probably much more expensive and better tailored.
No, both is true. I couldn't afford these as a child. Kate here knows all your lyrics from your songs, and she works for the U.S. Treasury Department.
It's a pleasure to meet
you. And you got a problem because she's in the identity business.
Okay.
No, but he's in the identity business too, because in Scared Straight, you wrote, "They stole my money and my credit card. I'm poor now."
You do know my lyrics.
Okay, this is our first ever meeting on many fronts. We've had a Treasury official quote rap lyrics.
Yeah, this is the second time I've been pleasantly surprised by a Treasury official. I said a few years back, when the black economy is stronger, the greater economy is stronger, because like all groups of people, you spend more money as you have more resources. And someone from the Feds chimed into a Wall Street Journal or something and said, he was right about that. So I was like, maybe I should have went into the Fed and got a racket. But it's a pleasure to meet you all.
Well, given that you know how to count your money, I think you are part of the Fed while you're rapping. So, Mike, when we were together with Tony Ressler in L.A., you had an identity issue. I want to get to our topic, but I want to draw an analogy because I think she's the chief identity officer for the whole country through the Treasury, and when we were in this gated community in L.A. and we were having lunch and Mike was late, and he couldn't get through the gate.
Yeah.
And we're like, what's the problem? Well, he doesn't have an ID.
Yeah.
And I'm like, what? How could you not have an ID? And he had a very good answer for it, and I was stunned. And hopefully, the work she's doing is going to solve this for you. Can you tell them why you couldn't?
Well, I don't show ID because this man is worth far more money than me.
Blah, blah.
I would more likely be robbed at a gas station because people see me on television. They see me singing and dancing. They see jewelry or watches, and they assume that I keep it all in my basement. And having your physical address means I can follow you home. I can show up. If I post a picture from vacation, thieves know now's the perfect time to break. So I tend to just refuse to show my ID and my wife based on that, because I don't want to be prey for a potential predator. And the guard he acted like he didn't understand. And then I just reminded him, I am on television. You already know who I am. But we can Google me if you want to know who I am, but I can't show you my home ID, because in LA, unfortunately, people like Smoke Perp or other people have been robbed, just by simply saying an
By the security guard.
Yeah, security, because what happens is someone who works a regular job, they're being underpaid, they don't get what they deserve. They have someone on the outside, they let them know. It's just like watching the Goodfellas. And, the truck driver shows up, gets out of the truck, gives them the truck. And I was robbed. So I try my best to stay out of those positions. Yeah.
So he looked really smart. As I told him off when he got to lunch, but he looked really smart. I looked really dumb when he told everybody why he was late. I just shut up for the rest of the lunch. But she has a solution for you.
What's the solution?
A mobile driver's license. You upload your real ID, a selfie, the DMV verifies it, cryptographically binds it in a wallet. When you need to present it at TSA, I think they're accepting it at the Phoenix airport.
I would love that.
All you do is do a token-based exchange, and it only sends the information they need.
That makes
so they
sense.
don't need your address.
I like that. I like that a lot better.
And I'll take my fee through crypto or cash after it's all.
And since I use my sister's address, I definitely don't want her house getting robbed.
Okay, so Mike, first of all, thank you for being here. Love you. I love you very much. Mike is not only brilliantly talented as an artist, and he and me and Mike, myself, and T.I., we have a lot of these conversations together. Mike is brilliant. He cares deeply about his community. Absolutely. He's a good father. He's a good husband. Go on his Instagram and see what he posts about. It's all purpose driven. He gave me a quote that lives in my heart. You may not remember you said this to me. It was 4 o'clock one day. I know exactly where I was on the freeway. You said, John, rapping and artists and all that's beautiful. But black folks need an outsized business success image of ourselves that does not come from rap or professional sports, because it's not scalable.
Absolutely.
We need it, and I thought that was just brilliant. And one of many brilliant things he said to me, and he wants to own, he recently bought some real estate for his wife for an anniversary and bought some more. I mean, he's just a wonderful human being, and he's also a co-founder with
Ryan and Paul with
Greenwood, just did a historic transaction. About the Gathering Spot. So why, and Ryan, who's a new father, God bless you, Ryan, you're watching this, he's of the Gathering Spot with us in spirit. So Mike, you've been really active in all things capitalism and free enterprise for yourself and the community, traditional and also, I imagine, digital. And why is this so attractive, this digital currency space, so attractive to African Americans in particular?
Well,
we've come into this with like both feet, both hands. Explain it, unpack this.
Well, we've missed a few boats. So if you look at, deprohibition in the 30s, when deprohibition happened, we missed the liquor boat. When marijuana deprobated about 20 years ago, we've missed the marijuana boat. So when the guy at the gas station started talking about crypto before asking me for $5 real, I decided to start listening, because I'm like, usually their ears are to the ground a little better than mine. So I remember hearing about over and over again, like this crypto thing. So finally, my manager calls me out of nowhere, and he's like, you need to talk to Ian. Ian is a friend of mine who kind of discovered music streaming, and he worked for Louis Vuitton and Moet, and he had a pretty high position. But he and I just began a series of conversations where he's like, we don't have it all figured out yet. This is what I know about Bitcoin. This is what I know about Ethereum. He says, but this is what I do know, and I think we need to hold a series of 10 conversations with people who are experts. And we're about to do that. So you look out for a podcast of some sort for me to just come talk to people who do know. Because my grandmother, taught me, if you're ignorant, ask, right? And I'm ignorant in the space, but what I do know is when Bitcoin asked me to do a show and pay me a lot of money, I asked them to pay me half in Bitcoin. Because I say if everyone is agreeing that this thing is going to be something, it's going to be something. All of this reality is here simply because we agreed upon it, right? There was a time when televisions couldn't have existed, the stage couldn't exist, but at some point human beings sat down together and agreed upon it and improved upon that thing and improved upon that thing. And what I'm knowing is when I bought CDs 25 years ago, I could never imagine that every piece of music I've ever owned would be in my telephone. To my daughter, that's as normal as the day is long. So I'm a believer in what the people are moving toward. And what it seems like in my community and beyond is that people are moving in a digital space and digital currency. When you talk about Greenwood as a bank, it's not a traditional bank. It's a fintech company that allows you to move in a digital space, that allows you to move money quickly, that allows you to take care of exchanges and not have a knot of cash in your hand and not have to worry about getting your hit over the head at the airport or at the gas station rather. So for me, I'm a believer in where the people are going. And what I saw around me in the industry and outside the industry and people that I'm talking to is that we're going to get there. I don't know if we'll get there in 2 years. I don't know if we'll get there in 5 years, but that's where we're headed. So I jumped on the train, not fully knowing everything, but knowing that the train is going somewhere and it's going to be in a non-traditional way. And I started learning because I started seeing artists put up NFTs and things of that nature. And I'm like, why does Snoop Dogg care about selling a picture of a monkey? Well, Snoop is one of the greatest scales of what is possible and what is not, because he's like Willie Nelson. Everyone knows him. He's everywhere. And what it helped do with people like him in that space was determine, well, how much is something worth digitally? How much is something worth in the metaverse? When I first heard about the metaverse, it was a black woman. Her name is AKA Anundrum on IG. She talked about a virtual black mall, and she gave me and my wife a space in there to have a virtual haircut place for a franchise that we have called the Swag Shop. I didn't really understand it. A lot of people signed up for it because she has always been ahead of the curve on things. But the crazy part was when the guy from Facebook, Zuckerberg, comes out with it, the world goes crazy. And I'm like, so now everyone believes in an imaginary place where we can buy imaginary clothes and cars.
My wife bought an imaginary condo last
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So if that many people believe it, that's the power of imagination. If that many people are believing and we're going in that space, I jumped on the boat because I know we're going in that space. And of course, some of the investments I've made have taken a hit over the last few weeks, but I have faith that long term, that as human beings want to be more private about their money, they want less of their money to be interfered with by outside sources. I think that the digital space is the space they're going to live. And if I'm assuming right, I probably should try to do more in that space and not less.
The world's going digital.
So Mike, you weren't, you know what I'm about to say next. That's all good. You and Shadra and Shana, you guys are on this cutting edge. Your wife, my wife. But crime in this area, fraud, was up 500% last year.
Yep.
The crushing news from last week meant that there was suicide watch all on the Terra stream on Reddit. You got people putting their rent money and every dime they have in this, which is just not smart.
No.
Because they have a surviving mindset and they're trying to get rich overnight.
Yeah.
And so what group, Simon, I want you to be in this conversation. Maybe you can go first, and I want all of us to opine. How do we create an environment of good outcomes while protecting people from the bad ones? Simon, you first, and then...
Of course. Hey, so...
Go ahead, Simon.
Yeah, so the first thing I say is actually the metaverse is already here. I'm joining you from the metaverse. You have no conclusive proof I even exist. Like, this is a digital experience for us. So,
yeah, you might be a bot.
Who knows? So two things that I think we need to kind of focus on to create good outcomes. The first one, I think it's incumbent upon the industry, including my company, to work on surrounding people who are engaging with this stuff with good information that's highly available, information that's comprehensible, explained in terms that people understand, and information that's trustworthy. Like, the internet as an information domain, I think, has a long way to go in terms of establishing the right sort of signals that this is believable information, this is not. This is good advice, this is not. So we're doing a number of things around that, and I think part of it is around digital identity, part of it is around regulations. So that's a whole mess of things. The second thing I think, is around kind of regulatory. It's not my domain, not a regulator, not a lawyer, but it is about regulations, and it's about regulatory clarity, right? It's just about, can we get the bare minimum for what are the rules? Because in the absence of that, it creates an enormous amount of uncertainty, and actually a playing field where companies like mine don't even really know. We're trying to second guess what are the right places to push and what are the right places to stand back from. And I think if we can get a clearer set of rules that we can all live by, then we can actually move forward.
So, Kate, Lee, I'm going to come back to you last on this. Think about, because I want you to give us a structural framework for this conversation. I'm still on aspiration here for a minute. As I'm looking out at the audience, Dr. Dalton, 22nd largest black-owned business in America, when he came up, pharmacist, he and two of his partners created what we now know would be Rite Aid. And they grew it from 40 locations to 4,000, and most of his stock wealth was in Rite Aid stock, one stock. Then he migrated, but it was all stock or it's real estate, period. And you call that old school if you want, but there's a whole bunch of wealth tied to, that's most of the wealth in the world. His daughter had the opportunity to be more liberal, if you want to call it, because dad was conservative. And so now she's more bold. So she does a traditional real estate, so on and so forth, diverse stock portfolio. Of course, she beat me over the head now about Bitcoin every 20 minutes because she's part of the future. And when I get through get beat up over the head by her, then your wife beats me over the head about it too. What Tanya Sams was here a moment ago, and she was saying, even though she's from entertainment, whatever, she said, don't put more than 20% of your asset and income into crypto. It's not smart. She said that. I think it was really important for her to say that. You're one of the opinion makers in this world. We just heard you advocate for it. I also know you have a diverse portfolio. Yeah. Break this down without getting into confidentiality. What do you want people to hear about how they should be intelligently looking at crypto and digital assets with regard to their overall portfolio?
Exactly what you just said to me. I tend to be more conservative because my grandfather told me very young, don't think you can own anything you can't measure. You can measure land, so you can own land. So I've put a lion's share of my investments have been in real estate and buying dirt. I bought my wife a bunch of S&P 500s and continue to do that because, again, my grandparents taught me when I was very young. First two stocks they bought me was Coca-Cola and Delta because they were located right here in Atlanta and you could see the growth. Dumbest thing I ever did was sell my stock freshman year. Now when I buy stock, I look at this is something I'm going to have for life, probably going to pass on to my children. I'm not going to worry about cashing anything out. So real estate and stock.
Buy and hold.
When it came to digital, Shaquille O'Neal gave me that advice. My friend Ian gave me that advice, and a few other people. Don't put more than 20% into it because you're the beta group essentially. You're testing it out, and in terms of just you don't know how safe it is. It took banks being robbed by John Dillinger for banks to figure out maybe we should put plexiglass up. It took the credit card scammers of the early 2000s that helped a lot of rappers buy their cars for credit card companies to readjust. Thankfully, one of the larger banks that I stayed with is Chase. If I'm out of state and I try to buy some bubble gum, their fraud department is calling me. And they've done that because of, scamming and fraud. And so for me, I still do the lion's share in traditional things that are land, things that are stocks and bonds. But when it comes to cryptocurrency, what I said when they called me and say, hey, we'd like to give you over $100,000 to sing and dance, I said, fine, give me half of that to sing and dance and pay me in money and pay me the other half in crypto, and I'll see where the ride goes. So even some of my first investments were based on just leveraging what companies want from me. So now when I get calls in, I get an opportunity to say, well, take 20% of that and pay me in this. But I'm a follower of the 20% rule because it doesn't expose you. And I don't believe in the lottery mindset in terms of investing. The lottery mindset is I'm going to put this in and within 1 year or two, I'm going to pull out a fortune. I wasn't fortunate enough to have money and ring like Big Boy. I wasn't, I didn't catch a building that I could turn into 147 apartments like my friend T.I. So I tend to be very conservative with mine. So 20%, and if you have less than that, I would say even 10 or 15, but don't give a company more than you're going to give the Lord for a tithe, I guess.
Oh, amen. Amen. And what I've said is don't bet your rent money.
Yeah.
Don't bet your rent money. Don't bet something you can't afford to lose. And really,
form clubs. I was a young man from Morehouse stopped me in a bar the other night when I was with my wife. He said, well, what's the piece of advice you would give me? I said, something that I didn't do. There was a group of young men buying real estate in Southwest Atlanta when I was at Morehouse. And because I didn't value Southwest Atlanta enough in my mind, because I grew up there, I grew up on the west side, but I took it for granted, I was not a part of that group. I got in on doing it 15, 20 years later. By that time, those guys were already millionaires. And so for me, I would just say, if you don't have enough to cover your rent, find some other people to partner with, and then create a club. And then that for me, there's a safety in groups, because you get a chance to hash out the good and bad ideas, and you tend to make better decisions when you actually plot, plan, strategize, organize, and mobilize with other people versus just sitting at your kitchen table using your rent money like a lotto.
And you're asking hard questions about people trying to separate you from your wallet to make sure you're not
Absolutely, you are.
Absolutely.
Or you just have that friend that's just always brutally honest, and that's going to give you the question you don't want to ask yourself. You need that. That's the power of. Sometimes I call John. Most of the time I call John. I hear it's not a good idea. All right, it's not a good idea this time. This is why, it comes from Mike. This is the mistake I made 30 years ago, and I value that advice because he's stopping me from walking off the side of a cliff. So I would say, man, get yourself some people, get a diverse group of people around you. And I say that just 5 friends who may think 5 different ways, but you guys are dedicated toward doing something. I think his dedication is there, and if you're plotting, planning, strategizing, organizing, and mobilizing, I think that you'll start to see gains. And don't look to do it all yourself. You can't do anything alone. The power of connection is priceless. The power of networking is priceless. And the power of mentorship. Find a mentor, not only for you, but for that group. I think it's something that a lot of us can do.
I tell you, he's brilliant. All right, Lee, we're bringing this home. I want Lee, Kate, and Simon. What's the takeaway for this question? What does the future hold? How do we have good outcomes while protecting people from bad ones?
Right.
And where are we talking about 5 years from now? Let's bring it home.
Okay. So I think there's a lot to learn from the evolution of fintech here, and particularly I'd point to 2 things that I think have somewhat been missing in the crypto space, but we're seeing greater transparency and consumer trust. So how do we get there, right? Being really upfront with consumers about what they're signing up for, and giving them tools to maybe revoke that access or that data transfer later on. So there's a lot in fintech that we've learned, but we've seen with greater and greater adoption that now more than 70% of people say the more apps that they connect with, the more they trust the system. So you've got to get those touch points in places that are non-risky so that people can kind of build that muscle. The other thing we're seeing is that minority groups are more likely to use fintechs for financial emergencies than a traditional bank. Yeah. So obviously there's been spaces that have been historically underserved that we're filling the gaps here in tech. I'm really excited about what Web3 and crypto, can offer. I think the vision is great, but it's going to take some, easier, more manageable steps for a normal person to take to get into the market and start to feel comfortable over time, where they feel like they've got true transparency about what they're signing up for and can trust the system.
Okay, I'm gonna hold you to the last, Kate. Simon, you wanted to jump in here about either good outcomes or protecting people from bad ones, the future 5 years from now?
Sure. Look, one of the things that I have enduring faith in, and I really appreciate about the community of builders that I work with, is there is a level of defiant optimism that absolutely imbues this space, defiantly optimistic about, in a world that is struggling in many ways, we can make it better. And not a kind of political point of view, it's just a kind of young, it's really early in this space, there are outcomes here, and a sort of energy that's really kind of propelling us forward. So, I would urge kind of people to engage with the space with that in mind. There is naivety there. There is kind of lessons that are going to be learned the hard way, but that level of just youthful optimism is really infectious, and it's really what I think is going to drive us ahead.
Thank you, Simon.
Defiant optimism.
Defiant.
It's good.
Absolutely.
That's great.
Yeah, that's a new song for you, brother.
Defiant optimism.
Kate?
I think we're stronger together. You know, I was brought in with 3 mandates to figure out what we at FinCEN could do to advance use of digital identity. My second job was to go out and partner. So we just finished a tech sprint with the FDIC trying to figure out how we could help build some of this infrastructure in digital identity. We had innovation hours where we invited companies to come in and present all their solutions. We went out to the public and we said, tell us what we should be doing. This is working together. It's going to take the intellect and the creativity of all of us to solve this stuff. It's not easy, and it's going to be working together to build all these building blocks together.
I can't think of a better way to end this panel. Have you enjoyed this? We have one more session, I think, and we're going to conclude. This has been fantastic. I will tell you, my takeaway from this is when I come to Washington, D.C., and I jump in the real car, not the Meta Universe automobile. When I jump in the real car for Kate, I expect to hear Killer Mike rocking on the radio. Ladies and gentlemen, Lee, Simon, Kate, Killer Mike, a.k.a. Michael Render. Love you guys. Thank you.
Such a
pleasure.
Oh.
It's a pleasure. Thank you.
Hi.
Give it to me. Thank you.
You're running around cursing in the car.
No, I found the lyrics I could actually say out loud.
Thank you, Simon. All right. Am I staying out here?
So many of our people can use the financial literacy, education, know-how, training to improve their own security and the awareness and the tools that you're providing.
There is at least 1/3 of our Delta people who have experienced some type of financial challenge, and as a result, it has created some type of a mental stress. So we also can appreciate and connect the connection between financial wellness and overall wellness for all of ourselves and our families.
We deal with everyone from senior management on down to ramp agents, and the one common denominator is going to be a budget. And being on a budget is kind of like a roadmap. It's going to let you know, it's going to be a guide as to where your finances are and where there's some opportunities.
Consider this like Oprah on money when you're talking to our coaches. It's really a no blame, no fault environment. It's just unpacking your life and repacking it with success as part of the plan.
We appreciate all you do. Financial health affects your mental and emotional well-being. It affects your physical well-being, and it's all part of us doing more to our total well-being at Delta to help us be the best we can be every day.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back to the stage to conclude our program, your co-host for today's events, Operation Hope founder, chairman, and CEO, John Hope Bryant, and acting U.S. Comptroller of the Currency, Mr. Michael J. Sue.
Hey, Michael, Mr. Comptroller. We are bringing it home, sir. You and I had this vision together last October. And I called you privately to leave you the embarrassment, in case you said no, that we should amplify this. You did it twice. You did a conversation with me and Professor Tanya Evans at the Comptroller of the Currency's office. And then, of course, we've agreed to do this first ever summit together, where, from best I can tell, the first time ever, federal regulators, policy officials, government officials at the state and federal level, and those who are promoting and encouraging this space in the private sector around cryptocurrency and digital assets have come together in a conversation, to quote Kate, where we're better together. I've gone on record to say this morning that I think that the only way to truly unleash the value proposition for this is to have it regulated. I think that the facts have shown that's when the value gets unlocked, because people, broad-based, not just a few people who understand financial markets, but broad-based public, they can trust what's going on. What have you felt from this experience, Mr. Comptroller? You regulate and oversee 70 cents of every dollar financed in this country. 70 cents of every dollar financed in the largest economy on the planet under your control. What is your takeaway from today? Thanks for being with us. Where do we go from here, to quote Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.? I have another question for you, but I'll stop there.
Okay. Thanks, John. So I think, first of all, I totally agree with you. This summit has been a great success because it served its purpose of bringing together a wide range of views and getting those perspectives together, and to hear from folks directly, respond to tough questions, and just go beyond, sound bites and talking points. And so I think it's really, John, you've led the way, kind of showing folks it's possible to engage, listen, challenge each other, and that's how we get smarter about this. I had three major takeaways. I thought I'd try to sum it up. And the first is that there's a lot to learn, and the learning curve is very steep. It started off with Keith Grossman just talking about his vision for Web3 and talking about, make sure you look at the bad as well as the good. And then we had a lot of talk. I mean, your brain starts to hurt after a while about the complexities and the risks of blockchain technologies, the use cases, and all of that. But there's a lot to learn. And I think that was a theme throughout. Second major takeaway, huge focus on inclusion, access, and opportunities and risks for underserved communities. I think almost every single panel talked about this. John, I really like your framing of prosperity and protection. Got to have both, especially in light of the turmoil in the markets that were triggered last week. I thought Adrian did a really nice job of kind of crystallizing that as we have to be careful when not pulling up the ladder. And I think this is kind of echoed in a number of conversations about how we as the government can't be paternalistic about this. We really need to think smart about what does it mean to protect. And I thought there was really rich conversations in that regard. The one thing that kind of haunts me, I should say, is the legacy of Freedman Savings Bank. And I know, John, you've talked about this before, and I think that is something we should talk about, is that if the promise of something being safe and sound and fair is not safe and sound and fair, that can result in multiple generations of losing trust in something that's critical to your economic well-being. And I think that responsibility rests primarily with the industry, and we as regulators can help. But that's something that I think everyone's really got to come to grips with, is that we don't want another outcome like that. Otherwise, it's really going to hurt an entire generation that we're trying to help. The third kind of major takeaway was that I think there was this sense that this innovation versus regulation frame is a bit too simplistic, and that everyone wants to move beyond that. I think that's great. There's some sense that regulation's coming. Maybe it'd even be good. I think you've done a great job of talking about that. And there's a greater need for public-private engagement. If we're going to get this right, we got to talk. We got to talk to each other. We're not always going to agree, but at least we got to talk. We got to make sure that the public interest is served as the technology evolves. So maybe just start with those three.
You reminded me of my own story, which was the Freedmen's Bank. Coincidence is God's way of remaining anonymous. That's an Ambassador Andrew Young quote. He would be here, by the way. He was just coming back from New York today at 90 years old, still traveling. How dare anybody in this audience say they're tired? 90 years old, still giving. Comptroller, I'm a little concerned about the frame that and my middle name is Hope now, but I'm a little concerned about the frame that you've articulated. Almost as concerned I am about environmental sustainability. Because I think that in some ways, the environmental sustainability, the horse has left the barn, and we're trying to get things back together on a timeline that it's not too late. And on this similar situation. The horse has left the barn and they are galloping at a mad rate with arrogance sometimes, with overconfidence sometimes, and with dismissiveness of any need for government or infrastructure or oversight, or they call the nanny state, and so on and so forth. And then you had last 2 weeks and the cratering of a major platform and the destruction of all that value for poor people and struggling folks who got too much month at the end of their money, who can't afford, like my rich friends and like me, to take a hit and keep on moving. I trust people like Jack Dorsey, who run Square, now called Block, to be sober, to be reasonable. There are some other folks. I trust Dan Schulman at PayPal. I mean, I can go down a long list of people that I think are reasonable. Simon, I think, is very reasonable, and I trust them. But there's a lot of folks out here who are just focused on themselves and getting paid. And new money takes out the old. So we run it up, new money comes in, pays off that old money. The old money, it's like, thank you very much, I've got mine, so sorry for you. You want to say something, Comptroller? I see you.
I want to build up, I just want to add one more thing to your point. There's the trust you have in individuals you know, leaders that you know. There's a whole other trust in the system. Yep. Is the system working? Right. And what really worries me is that the visions for the future that we've been talking about today, they're really interesting. They're compelling. I mean, sign me up, but they're not yet a reality. Yep. And there's a big distance between those visions for tomorrow and where things stand today. And we had these events last week. It should be a real wake-up call, because there are some deep fragilities in the system that hype cannot paper over. Whew. And so we just have to be really careful. So I think if you talk to the people, they'll recognize that. They'll say it. But the way the system's constructed and the way that people are interacting with the system, I think folks tend to gloss over that. And so, if we don't want to have more pain down the road, we've got to address these things. And I think that I fear a little bit, memories are short, that events and these things just become like just another hack, just another rug pull. And I think that's dangerous. I think that's dangerous. You have to build these things on solid foundations. That includes everybody, but sometimes it takes a little bit of time.
Yeah, you told me something when I was with you that just blew me away. You told me several things. One was, and again, he sees it all. Many times he can't say it publicly for fear of spooking the public, so he's got to be very sober about how he communicates. 19,000 coins were created, 10,000 of them, give or take, poof, gone. Did you hear me? 19,000 coins. This is a very short history now, 2008 to now. 19,000 cryptocurrencies have been stood up, and more than half of them, along with your money. No website to go to, no person to call, no refund. This stuff's not, you can't reverse it. It's done, one and done. And out of that 19,000, you have 9,000, 10,000 left. About a dozen of them have liquidity where there's trading going on, where you can actually get your money out. Bitcoin and a few others are worthy of note, one of which took a hit a week ago. Now, and by the way, I am for this. Please, as we wrap up, I need you to hear me say this again. I am supportive of cryptocurrency as a platform with some role in the future, and digital assets. You hear me? Okay, just so I'm not mistweeted. That said, good intentions are not enough. It is a coincidence. Coincidence is God's way of reading. Anonymous already said that. It is a coincidence that the Comptroller of the Currency regulated the Freedmen's Bank in 1865. Maybe you don't know the story. It is a coincidence that I am trying to finish the work through Operation Hope, the unfinished work of the Freedmen's Bank. What was the Freedmen's Bank's mission? After the Civil War, Abraham Lincoln created a bank, by the way, originally created by an innovator, a black pastor in New York City, who wanted to create a financial system for former slaves to domicile, protect their savings. Does it sound familiar? Because the traditional system was not working for, is this irony only hitting me? The traditional system wasn't working for blacks who were enslaved and separated from their own freedom. So he created a new system, which was a collaborative and originally was proposed as a bank, to domicile savings and to teach those individuals about financial literacy. He went to the federal government, a few supporters of goodwill, went to the president, Congress, they passed a law and created the Freedmen's Bureau Act, which created, amongst other things, the Freedmen's Bank. 1865, Abraham Lincoln's killed the next month. A guy named Frederick Douglass, you know to be an abolitionist, I know to be a businessman that owned $6 million worth of real estate in Baltimore, Maryland, tried to save the bank, put $10,000 of his own money up to try to save that bank. It failed on his watch. It was said by Du Bois, the failure of that bank did more to set freed slaves back in America, back nothing worse than 10 more years of slavery. That bank was chartered, listen now, that bank was chartered for the District of Columbia alone. But enthusiasm and emotionalism and all this energy of goodwill and good intentions, they looked up and there were 38 branches of the Freedmen's Bank in, I believe, 17 states. Somebody will Google this and get me right if I'm wrong, but there's 38 branches of this that were stood up because people have goodwill, said, I want to do something here, I want to do something there. By the way, it was illegal. The branches get stood up. You have people in these local communities who look like me, who were pastors and counselors and people of goodwill, but who were financially illiterate, who decided they're going to loan money to Joe and Jack and their friend and their cousin because they're good people. Some of those loans paid, some of those loans didn't pay, but there were no books and records. There was no digitalization of anything back then. There were no books and records to make sure that the location in Savannah was syncing up with the books and records of the location in Chicago and the location in Detroit. You follow me? So now you got all these locations with different books and records, and by the time they got that accounting back to Washington, D.C., they found out the bank was broke. Both because it was being manipulated in Washington, D.C., and it was out of sync and had been mismanaged by those in the rural areas of goodwill. The bank imploded, it was closed, and for 100 years, and I would argue the legacy continues today, a good portion of African Americans don't trust the government and banking. We got to get this right. We're at an inflection point once again. I know you're excited. I know people watching this are excited. I know that it's enthusiastic. I know you want to get your piece of the pie. Slow down. We want to make sure that this is not ready, fire, aim. We want to make sure we don't win the battle and lose the war. We want to make sure that we bring everybody along, including the proper frameworks for protection, so that we don't have the analogy again of the equivalent of whatever the regulatory agency is going to oversee this space, like the OCC, having to shut down a bank chartered to set people free. Can I get an amen? Mr. Comptroller, last words. It's over to you.
John, I don't know how to follow that up. Maybe the one thing I will say, and I really liked that last panel. I'm not going to be able to quote Killer Mike as Kay did, but Killer Mike was right in that don't do this alone. If you're an individual investor, there is safety in numbers. But, and I think this is a very important but, you have to talk to people you trust and who have your interests at heart. There are a lot of communities out there which I think are creating the kind of peer pressure that's actually not in individuals' financial interest. And I think if you look at this terror event, those online communities were pushing people to hold when they should not have held, to buy when they should not have bought. So you have to be really careful about who you're talking to and who you're building that community with when you're dealing with your money. I just want that to just be, talk to the people you trust, talk to your family, talk to those who you would leave your money with. I think that's really, really important. We, the government, we're going to continue to engage. This is such an important topic, and I think we've done a great service with today and just kind of moving that ball forward. So I just wanted to thank you and the Operation Hope team and all the panelists. I thought today was great.
I've got an announcement. Thank you, Mr. Comptroller. As we wrap, it's on the wire service. While we were meeting, my team put on the wire that Operation Hope is committing today to assemble a group of experts in cryptocurrency and digital assets. They will advise Operation Hope in the next 60 days. We have committed that by September 1, we will announce a first ever cryptocurrency and digital asset financial literacy curriculum for the underserved. It'll be national. We hope it will have global implications. It will be free. We will train those we will not charge a fee to teach you. We'll do it for free. We will get experts and those who are passionate about this area and who have trust in the community to begin to talk about this, to message this, to bake this into our community. The second thing we're going to do, and that's reaching down and out, we're going to reach in, and I'm going to challenge every leader in the crypto and digital asset space in lieu of current regulation at the federal level and or the state level, in lieu of that, which hopefully is coming. I'm going to challenge them in the next 3 months to do what Robinhood did, to sign the Investor Bill of Rights, to self-regulate, to self-empower, to be transparent about their activities, to commit to educate even as they promote their own interests in this space so that people can make informed decisions. That's my second commitment. The third is a request. We've wrapped up. We're going to bring Karen on in a minute. I want to thank her for her giving her time today. I want you to do me a favor, those in the audience and those online watching this, which are literally hundreds of thousands of people around the world and hopefully millions of people once this gets to permeate through the metaverse and the internet. I want you to do me a favor. I want you to stand up so that everybody can see you and that your neighbors can see you and that your households can see you and your family can see you, because you have to watch how you live your life. It may be the only Bible that anybody else reads. I want you to, even the comptroller stood up, I want you to say this after me. I am my brothers and sisters keeper. I am my brother and sisters keeper. The point of this is this. There is no policeman. There's no regulator. There's no legislation. There's no protector. There's just people out there selling stuff. I need, when you are hearing something that doesn't sound right and is designed to separate your friend and your family member's wallet from themselves, and it doesn't sound right, I need you to step in and tell them to stop and do what Rod McGrew says. Think 3 times and act once. I'm not saying don't do it. I'm just saying think before you act, because we are our brothers and sisters keeper. May God bless you. Let me sit down. Thank you.
Yep, you're standing up, you're still standing up, you're ready to go. There's a nice reception that you can just meet, greet, talk to everybody. How was it, guys? What'd you think? Yes, motivational, get you ready to go and, do some things, right? Well, on behalf of Operation Hope and all of our fabulous guests today, I want to say thank you for being with us today. And let's give a big round of applause one more time for all of the speakers who took time out of their very busy schedules to join us. We'll be back with the annual meeting December 12th and the 13th, so we hope to see you there. Meanwhile, please go out to the lobby where you can enjoy a networking reception. And I hope to see many of you in the fall, in September, on WSB TV. Have a great afternoon, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you for joining the Hope Global Forum's Cryptocurrency Summit.